Time to shake off the winter cobwebs. It's pre-season testing back once again in the Middle East. The Bahrain International Circuit plays host. The teams have 24 crucial hours to make the cars pitch perfect ahead of a brand new season. We're starting here in Bahrain, the perfect place for testing. Day turns to night, optimal conditions. This is it. Time to get cracking. And who's got the best car ahead of the closest season ever? And here's how the calendar lines out. We start in Bahrain before moving over to Saudi Arabia and Australia, taking up into April. A month off before Azerbaijan, back-to-back with Miami. Imola then follows Monaco with the remaining May date. Spain moves to June, along with Canada and Austria leading us to July. British Grand Prix on the 9th of July, then Hungary, and then Belgium rounds us out to the summer break. We come back at the Netherlands, then Italy, 2 weeks later Singapore, back-to-back with Japan. Qatar back on the calendar with a sprint race. United States, Mexico, Brazil, new addition to Las Vegas as well on the 18th of November. The season rounds out in Abu Dhabi on the 26th of November. 23 races. It's the longest F1 calendar in history. Let's take a look around the Bahrain International Circuit, a 3.362 mile circuit, 15 turns in total, 3 DRS zones as well. High elevation change up towards turn number 4. It's a fast, abrasive circuit. Get a good exit then out of the last corner and boot it hard towards turn number 1. Maximum usage as well of the DRS and ERS power. You're going 8th gear flat out, over 300 kilometers, lap on the brakes very late, turn in a very tight right-hander. Careful as you accelerate the power, flat out through the Kinker 2 and then the rise uphill towards turn 3 with the second DRS detection zone. Turn 4 flat out, braking around about 80 meters to go, flick the car in once again to the right, let it drift out wide, pick up the accelerator, don't go all 4 wheels off the white line as well, but try and use it as much as possible. Down to the sand dune section now, 5th gear, right through the curves as well, get back on the power, heavy braking stop once again, down all the way, 2nd gear corner, back to the right, power mid-on at the exit, rise up. Turn 9 and 10, double sweeping left-hander. Take the first one tight, brake hard and turn. A lot of lockers on the inside front left here as well. Into the tight turn 10. DRS opens once again for the 3rd time. Down you go towards turn 11. Important to keep the car moving, important to keep the brakes on, light tap of the brakes down in 4th gear, power through mid-exit as well, right up the curbs. Now, turn 12 and 13, very important, don't touch the curbs at all, otherwise I'll spin you towards the wall. It's one of those type of circuits. Flick now, down, mid through, the last turn 13, down, once again, the long back straight, no DRS, you're going to have to pass here with ERS management as well, into turn 14 as well, another heavy braking zone, down 3rd gear, back again to the right, turn 15's practically invisible as you hurtle down with the DRS open through the first activation zone across the line. That is a lap of the Bahrain International Circuit here in Sharjah. It's time to get going again. Formula One 2023 starts in around about 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Good morning, everybody. Well done for getting up early. It's not been the greatest to be rudely awakened from one slumber, but the timing towers have come alive. Tom, we're getting all set. Here we go. 2023 starts now, and F1, I think we're in for such a good season. Morning, Tom.
I know it's a new year because you've got a cap on.
I mean, know.
It's very interesting. But no, I'm excited for today. It should be very entertaining. I always actually really like F1 testing because it's the first time we get to, well, the only time really in Formula One, you just get to see straight up action for basically 8 hours straight. It's incredible. It's my favourite time of the year, that's for certain. And I love the excitement as everyone's trying to figure out what teams are sandbagging and what teams aren't. I'm sure we're going to see Red Bull sandbagging a great deal today, and no doubt probably an Aston Martin on top of the timing tower by the time we're done today.
Indeed, and just to let you know as well, Verstappen's in the car all day, Logan Sargent, Lando, practically all the teams are swapping their drivers over, bar Red Bull. So 19 cars will be going out over the next 8 hours, which is always going to be exciting. We were lucky to be on air. We had a problem with the share screen, but we've managed to get it fixed. The timing towers have come operational, so we will get that open shortly as well when the green light goes on. The first session will be 4 hours and 15 minutes in length, taking part from 7 a.m. GMT till 11:15 GMT. Second session, 12:15 GMT until 4:30 p.m. GMT. That's the times for testing as well. And this is going to be pretty much different than what we've ever seen before, because last year, new regulations, everyone was just gingerly going into the season. Pre-season testing had already happened, of course, in Barcelona. So they had a total of 48 hours of testing. This year, only 24 hours of testing. 3 days to get to grips with it. And Tom, that can be tricky, especially as some teams have changed the dynamic of their car foundation. Mercedes have done it, AlphaTauri, Aston Martin. If they've gone the wrong way, it's pretty much now or never to figure it out.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is to have to go back to what is essentially last year's car. But it's interesting. I think that the teams can be a little bit dishonest. I think 24 hours over the course of 3 days is probably enough to get things dialed in. The only problem is of course, you've got a major problem with your car, which I hope obviously no one has here. I think it's going to be interesting to see the difference in the camps, of course. All of these teams have only got one car with them this week. They basically changed the stickers over at lunchtime when the guys are jumping in. But that's going to be interesting because you've got two drivers driving what is essentially the same car. You can't make minute adjustments per car.
And we're seeing George Russell's at the end of the pit lane as well, getting ready to go as Laura Winton, Ted Kravitz are down in the pit lane. We'll be hearing it from them throughout the session. We're hoping to get the F1 timings from F1.com, as they always do a timing, but they haven't operational yet. The T-feed is operational, so we'll wait to see when that comes through. Russell in the car. New stickers for him this year, Tom. Green, sort of lime green, which is easier to spot than the neo blue we had last year. New generation, of course, back to black for Mercedes, but it's mainly a weight-saving livery. It's half carbon and then just some black paint put on the top.
Looks horrible, doesn't it? Because you can see the lines, the paint starts, and it's disappointing that the FIA haven't stepped in yet to do something about this madness that is the lack of paint on cars. I saw suggestions on Twitter maybe that they should introduce a rule where you have to have a certain percentage of the car covered in paint, and you can make it black, but it has to be in paint. But here, I mean, in the Bahrain sun, it just looks awful.
Does indeed. Doesn't look exactly welcoming, does it? But the timing tower is open. We're just going to get access to our race counter as well for the driver tracker, because we are almost all set to go in around about 18 seconds time. The first session of 2023 will be underway. 10 seconds time. It's time to see what they've got. 2023 starts here and now as we get ready to go racing. And we are underway. 2023 is go with pre-season testing. Day number 1 here in Bahrain. And the cars head out onto the circuit. First out there, Russell, Zhou, Albon, Sainz, Tsunoda, all heading out there, Tom. Pretty much needed to in order to make sure we've got 100% of the track ready. And look at that, cars on track for the first time in 89 days.
Only 89 days. By the way, Formula One off-season isn't huge, and there's a car in the pit lane. It's definitely not an F1 car.
Looks like a Maserati.
Yeah, not too sure what's going on there, but key to get these installation laps in is what we're going to see right now. It's medium tyres for the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, I think that is, in this morning session, checking my paper it is. Installation laps, you can see all of the cars, they've got their, I don't know what they're called, I've completely forgot what they're called, the grey things that are on the side of the car. Yeah, the air eggs, that's the one. Most of the cars are running those at the moment, just getting set up and ready to go.
There's the commentary box. Alex Jakes, Will Buxton and Julian Palmer there. And I did think they would do that. After last year, they had so many audio problems with their headsets. They've stuck massive mic shields on the side of their commentary mics. But suppose that's great. But we're underway. Driver Tracker works as well. Nico Hulkenberg is on the track as well in the Haas. Can they get their first podium in Formula One? Looks pretty unlikely, but we'll see how it works. But it's brilliant, isn't it, to see Tom cars out. We're hearing the noise as well. Russell, Zhou, Albon, Sainz, Tsunoda, Verstappen, Hulkenberg, Gasly already out there. So Sargent and Piastri aren't out there just yet. But this is going to be something else to get the session underway, get the season going. And already, cars straight out there on day one in the first few minutes. That's exactly what we needed to see.
Rear wing of Max Verstappen's car actually takes in Flovis as well as he heads through sector 3. The McLaren of Piastri, not Piastri, I apologise, my word.
Oh, that is Piastri. That is Piastri.
Yeah, Piastri, that's the one.
Yeah,
I had to double check myself. I thought, is he driving for McLaren this year? He is.
Yeah, that's another debate.
Yes, he's still in the pits today. There we go. It's early in the morning. You have to forgive me, but number 81 on the front of his car. But yes, Flovis in the back of Verstappen's car. That's a little bit of a surprise this early.
Indeed it is as well. We were all wondering what was going to happen as they come through. Yep, 4 hours, 12 minutes to go of the session. We've got that ready on day number 1. First sector time for Carlos Sainz at 32.192. He's fastest in that first sector. Now, they've got all the tyre compounds here this year. Just to remind you and give you an update as well, Pirelli have introduced a brand new compound of tyre. They call it the C0 tyre, which is the hardest compound they've ever made. C1 is now in between what was the old hard tyre and the new, so it's slightly harder. Then C2 is the old hard tyre, C3 keeps the same medium compound, C4 and C5 still the softest available as well. Good, let's just get to the chat quickly. Loving the new intro, says Cynthia. Yeah, it was the ITV F1 theme from 2003. It's copyright free. So I thought, we had a new intro this year anyway, as well with the animation. So we thought that works. Let's stick with that song. SHT says, here we are. It's time for pre-season testing. Morning, Josh. He'll be with me in about 50 minutes time as well in the pit lane. Can't wait to see Dragovic on track today, says SHT. That's a good point. We can't wait to see him. Kenny says, look, the gang's all back together. Yeah, all here. Everyone's ready to go. SHT also says, if Lance can't make it for next weekend season opener, I hope Dragovic gets the drive for one full weekend to let him get some experience. Tom, we'll come to you on that. Stroll's injuries, he's had an accident whilst on the road in Spain on a push bike. We don't exactly know what's happened to him, but it's serious enough that it's put him out of pre-season testing.
Similar thing almost happened to Alonso last year, didn't it, where he had an incident on a bike. I don't know, to be honest. I assume he's fallen off and hurt himself.
Yeah,
I don't really have much to say. It's frustrating for him. It won't put him out of the season. But when's the first race? It's March, isn't it?
Next week.
He hasn't got long already.
Yeah,
next week.
Next week, yeah. 1st, 2nd and 3rd of March. So he's got 7 days to recover. And he's lost all the track time as well to run it through. So that's even worse. SHT's just saying, hey, Skelly, well, where's the first F1 bingo box? Yep, that's the thing, Aero Rakes. We'll try and get through the bingo as much as we can. Why isn't it on F1 TV? Are you telling me that F1 TV hasn't even got their own pre-season testing show on? This isn't a Sky F1 exclusive. This is an F1 TV Sky work together. So maybe there's an error there. Do you know the incident about F1 driver? Yeah, that's Dimas. Yeah, we just got that with Lance Stroll. I'm not the only one with this specific problem. And Slayer says you're not alone. Well, hopefully we can help you out as much as we can as well with the timing tower in. We've got our first replay, and this is Oscar Piastri now driving for McLaren. And a double lockup coming up towards turn number 4. And you mentioned earlier, Tom, we didn't know which team he was driving for. It got announced just after the Hungarian Grand Prix on, I think, the Tuesday, he'll be driving for Alpine, the car he's now following on the track. And then he said that that statement wasn't true, and he'd signed with McLaren as one of their 70,000 drivers that were in contention to replace Daniel Ricciardo, because we had Pato O'Ward in there, Felix Rosenquist. Everybody wanted that seat, and it's gone to Piastri. And it had to go through the contract recognition board, but he's there, he's out there. Is he going to do a good job? He's a Formula 2 world champion. What do you think?
I don't know. Honestly, Formula 2 drivers, it's a random chance whether they're going to do well or not. You can't say at this stage. He's in the pits right now, so as we expected, installation laps in the first 10 minutes of pre-season testing. But no, it's impossible to tell. It honestly is, because Formula 2 is a completely different sport, essentially, to Formula 1. The way you have to drive it. We've seen Formula 2 drivers do so well in Formula 2. Nicholas Latifi being an example, come up to Formula 1, and they have done practically nothing. I think it's also going to be interesting, another Formula 2 world champion, Nick de Vries, and a Formula E world champion, of course, to see how he does in Formula 1. Of course, he's already had that single race at Monza last year. He finished very well there, but the question is now whether he can build on to repeat this. So I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Piastri and De Vries as the two rookies on this grid.
And indeed, as well, we're going to be keeping an eye on who goes fastest between them across these 3 days of testing. Let's go down to the pit lane and Ted.
Hi, Will. Hi, everybody. Hi, Jolien. Yes, welcome to the pit lane, where are we now looking at the two title contenders for F1 2023. Ferrari, the new SF23, being wheeled back into the garage. We'll go and have a look at the minute. We've seen a lot of images of that car from the launch, where it actually ran in Fiorano. Ferrari blessed about having their own racetrack, but this is the car we haven't seen yet. And if you're expecting to see the RB19 as a huge departure with loads of different innovations and completely different from last year's RB18, Alex and Will, well, you're going to be disappointed, because it looks very, very similar. Not as similar as the car that we saw debut on the stage in New York at the team's launch, because, well, that was very similar to last year's RB18, because it pretty much was the car. But there's definitely a family resemblance. I think we have a car stopped on track.
Yeah,
but,
and it's Felipe Drugovich. Felipe Drugovich has stopped out on the track, and it hasn't put out the red flag just yet. Just a yellow is circulating. And that's not great news at all, Tom, that he's stuck up there. And I think that was his second call down. That red flag has come out. So we get 9 minutes into the F1 season, and the red flag comes out.
I'm not sure the merits of the red flag, to be honest with him, in that situation. He's right next to the escape road. It just stopped the car, and it's not like there needs to be any clean-up work. Why can't we cover that with double-wave yellows or even a full-course yellow at this stage in testing? No one's going to hit him, but jumping out of the car, that's frustrating. A very Hamilton-esque helmet is Felipe Drugovich. It's not his fault. That car is, well, completely dead by the looks of it, and it's taken us 9 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe.
9 before we got the red flag out. 15 session minutes as well, so it didn't take that long at all. We've got our F1.com driver tracker starting to work, so we'll use this opportunity to get it all set up for you as well, with our correct graphical information as well as the pit lane monitors. Let's take a look what happened. We can hear the engine as well out of turn 4, and it just cuts out, doesn't it, Tom? That looks a little more like a battery deployment issue, that it just cut the engine.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, at this stage of the season, the cars are still relatively new. They're not as new as last year, of course. A lot of stuff has been carried over from the previous year, but still, they haven't been run for a long time. The teams can just get settings wrong at this stage. It's a bit concerning that it's conked out on what we assume is basically an installation lap.
Yeah.
But anyway, I suppose it is what it is. I did have a stat for you, actually, that I had to get out at some point in this pre-season test, at least day 1. So this test is about 24.5 hours long.
Of course, yes.
Being 4.5 hours. So 24.5 hours, that seems about right, over the course of the day. And, well, that means that this is equivalent to 70% of a normal Grand Prix season, which is the 23 races. That goes, assuming each race is an hour and a half, that goes for about 35 hours. This test is 24 and a half hours. That means that we basically got 70% of the running that we would get in a regular season just over 3 days.
Blimey, this is insane, and we're all expected to stand in the commentary box covering it as well, so that's going to be fun. Just to let you know the commentary rota for today, I have got it written down with who's joining me, where and when. I'll have to get it up on my phone. No Marshall's out the track yet, Tom, to get Djokovic's car. He's still just sort of stuck there, which is weird. Tom's with me for the first hour, so he'll be popping off at 8 a.m. Josh Turner is back with me, our pit reporter, at 8 till 9. 9 to 10:30, Nathan Richards, Richie from PSG LF2 alongside me in the commentary box. And at 10:30 till 11:15, Megan makes her debut in the commentary box in 2023. Session 2 this afternoon, Synthel's with me at 12 till 1:30. Tom's then in the com box from 1:30 till 3. And that's because Ed will be in the com box as well at 2:15 till 3:30. And Tom will be leading the session in the commentary box from 2:15 until 2:45, 3ish, while I have to dash off as well for a very important reason, which is why I'm wearing the cap. You'll see later. And then I'll be with Ed for half an hour, and then Megan and Josh back with me for the last hour, 3:30 till 4:30. That's the commentary rota for today. And Tom, you looking forward to leading the session later? I'm very much looking forward to seeing you lead the F1 session later on, because I'll be watching on my phone.
I can't wait. It's exciting. But I have an idea of the reason why you've got a cap on, Josh.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
to be fair, barbers are an interesting bunch, I have to say. My barber has given me the worst case of headphone hair I think I've ever seen on a person. I don't know why. Is that a Mustang out on the circuit?
It is. It's a road course Mustang that's here from Race Control. It's very bizarre. Yes, haircut later on, and it's very long. So in order, because we clip things now to put on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, we made the decision just to put the cap on for the first session to make sure that continuity is still there. This is Yuki Tsunoda with the AlphaTauri. I want to say Williams though, Tom. That livery at the front is not really that great. It needs a bit more work, in my opinion.
I am in the court of the 2020 Williams. It's actually one of the most underrated looking Formula 1 cars of all time, I would say. I thought that car was absolutely beautiful, but they've gone backwards since, and it's frustrating.
They have. They've gone massively backwards as well. It's not even the most good looking car we've got to see. We're just getting everything set up here in the comms box as well, so that we can have the correct driver tracker and our new timing systems in operation as well, where we can see the permanent stuff on the floor. Let's take a look at the chat here, as that car still hasn't moved. It's still down at turn 4. Another bingo, lol, says Josh. When I see the AlphaTauri front, I think try that again from Synthel. When I see that AlphaTauri from the front, I think of everything else than AlphaTauri, so I really need to get used to it. That's what we were just on about. Well, that's way...
knee pad on Djokovic is huge. I've never seen a knee pad so large. He's got a knee pad on his left knee. Right knee, actually.
Yeah.
Our left. And it's massive.
I mean, is it going to be something that we have to watch out for this year? The drivers struggling with the forcing effect as well, because we knew that last year drivers are getting banged up legs, they were getting banged up bodies as well. They were going through a ton. So is this year just sort of like safety padding first and ask questions later?
He must have an issue on that knee, because you wouldn't wear a knee pad that large. I can tell you that for a fact. It's a huge knee pad, and it's only really protecting one knee. Why don't you have two knee pads of like half the size, and then you're fixed? I don't understand. It's a huge knee pad.
It is Formula 1. I don't think anybody understands what's going on at the moment. We'll take this opportunity to run through what we have had so far in terms of time, and it is Max Verstappen who has set the benchmark after the first 9 minutes of running before the red flag came out, and it's a 1:37.780. George Russell is in second position. He's done a 1:38.323. Carlos Sainz is third, a 1:38.899. Yuki Tsunoda is fourth on a 1:42.486. Zhou Guanyu fifth, 1:53.073. Alexander Albon is sixth on a 1:51.774. Then it's Hulkenberg, Gasly, and Piastri's ninth at 3:18.028. Drugovic was 10th of the 10 runners we had so far. But I think that's just normal, Tom, at the moment that we're having this sort of shakedown laps before we get going again, as Andrea Seidel there watches on the new team representative at Alfa Romeo, Sauber, Audi, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, looking on, team principal silly season, I honestly have totally forgotten what happened. I do know that James Vowles has gone to Williams, and that, to be honest with you, is a huge signing for Williams. But yes, Toto Wolff still at Mercedes, Christian Horner still at Red Bull. So, I mean, the gang's still there, but just slightly different now.
Gang is still there. Everyone's still ready and willing to go, as the red flag is still out. We've now got our systems back up and running, which I'm delighted to say about. We're just adjusting it now so that nobody has any issues with it. If I can find out where the actual HDMI is we need to adjust it. Coming to you though, once again, I found it now. Yeah, Tom, just with the red flag out now as well, is this going to affect the drivers' runnings throughout the next 20-30 minutes or so? Because they're going to have to get used to now being out of sync, and they all had their run plans sorted as to where they wanted to go.
To be honest with you, at this stage, probably not. I want to say, and there'll probably be some engineers that tell me I'm probably wrong on this, maybe you can shift over your installation lap to say, look, we've done one or two, we can basically say we've done that, maybe not to the extent we want to. I think the problem comes when you're into a race, for example. So you're going to do 53 laps, let's say 53 laps as a full race simulation, and then you get a red flag halfway through that. That is going to be frustrating, because then basically what is that data worth is the question you've got to ask yourself.
Yeah.
Whereas here, you know, you're only out there for a couple of laps anyway. You're checking what the aero's doing, you're checking the car is basically working after 80 days off, so not really a huge issue, I don't think.
Just watching it again, coming to a stop at the side of the track, and you're right, it is a large side pod as well. He's got on his own foot, wasn't it, the rubber stopper. And Drugovic is in the main driver, of course. That will be Lance Stroll, but he's not here this weekend. I see F1's replay of putting fake car noises over it is still exactly the same.
Is it fake, or is it microphones are around different parts of the track and it's just one big feed?
Could be. There were cars on the track, wasn't there? I think it was Russell who was out
Yeah.
there as well, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, Drugovic at the end with Sargent. That timing tower has just gone too big because everyone's put it in block capitals as well, so you've got to sort of like adjust everything to make sure it's okay. There we go. Look how massive our timing tower now gets. Oh, and I've moved Tom. There you go. That's not what you want to do. Live editing. Yeah, no worries. I can't do that. We're just going to have to put up with the error. Finally, they've got that car up. If this happened during a practice session, Tom, that car would have been off the track within 5 minutes, but because they've got to get it back to the pit lane, they've got to wait for all the Aston Martin mechanics to get out there. They've got to cover it up, then they've got to go again. It's ridiculous, but this is testing. This is how long it takes.
But remember as well that this is the only test, apart from the shakedown runs they get to do at Silverstone or wherever they go and do their shakedown runs. So I'd rather that car get carefully placed onto a truck and have to wait 10 minutes rather than it just get lobbed to the side as it would in a normal race and then dealt with later. So it makes sense. Again, now, to be fair, I can see the clean-up job. Now I understand why they have to red flag the session rather than just cover it by double yellows and push it to the side. But still, I think it's one of those things, and I think that's just what you've got to do with testing. This isn't meant to be an entertaining thing. It's meant to be a pragmatic thing.
And it's only been since 2019 that they started showing the testing, and not all of it was shown live either. In 2019 we had 2 tests. The first test was shown live, the second wasn't, so I went to Barcelona myself and broadcast live, which worked incredibly wrongly. And then we went the next year, 2020, 2 tests, both were shown live. 2021, only 1 test in Bahrain shown live. 2022, 2 tests. Barcelona was more of a shakedown, so didn't get tested.
Silverstone, not Barcelona.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
wasn't it?
Last year.
Oh, last year, no, that was Barcelona. 2019 was Silverstone's first test.
Yeah.
I should say.
And then we had where was it? I can't remember now. Last year, 1 test. No, yeah, 1 test covered live, 1 test covered in highlights. And then this year, back to the normal. 3 days of testing in Bahrain. It's the best place that teams like to test. I mean, they get to bring all their equipment over, they stay for a week, and then they go racing the next. But the one problem is, Tom, because there's only 7 days before the start of first practice, the car you bring to testing is the car you race in race 1. So in that ideal, it's not great that we can't fix anything before the first race. They're stuck now, unless they fly more parts out. But then again, you've got to now start thinking about cost cap. So it gets expensive.
And my question would have to be, why is it so quick? Because you don't have time to fix anything. You're going straight to wherever we're going. I think it's Australia first round again this year.
No,
Bahrain.
Bahrain next week.
Bahrain. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yes, fair enough. That makes sense why we're here then. Okay.
Yeah, Bahrain next week. Saudi Arabia 2 weeks time after that. Then another 2 weeks. Then we go to Australia. Then it's a month break before Azerbaijan because China got cancelled. Then it's over to, after that, Miami. Azerbaijan and Miami are back to back. Polar opposites as well, and yet we'll still put them back to back. It is the longest season ever though, 23 races plus 6 sprint races as well. And this mad lunatic's deciding to cover it all live, as well as MotoGP having sprint races as well. But that's where you come in, Tom, having access and commentating on some sessions as well.
6 sprint races too many, I should say, as well. I hate them so much. Pointless stuff. But anyway, I mean, we would talk about the action, but there's not really much to do. And I've unfortunately exhausted the notes that I hastily made before jumping into this commentary box. So there we go.
We've got we've got a couple team by team, and there's a few things stuck up around my commentary box already. But there isn't much we can talk about. But it's just nice having Formula 1 back as well. It's sort of the safety net. Let's take a look. I see everyone have kept the same graphics. I still prefer the one they used in 2021 and before. Yeah, I'm pretty much like, the graphics are a bit too big on the screen. So we'll hope they change that shortly. I don't mind the sprint race in Belgium. That's simple. Yeah, sprint race in Belgium seems like an actual okay idea, only because it'll be over in 15 minutes. Because I think it's around about like 15 laps or so. And it's quite a quick track, so it shouldn't take that long to do the Belgium sprint.
15 laps around Belgium, you're actually looking at...
About half hour?
Well, it's... yeah, about that. It's... no, just under. So, I know 11 laps is about 20 minutes, because that's 25% race distance, 44 lap race. So, I think you're looking at about 25 minutes for a sprint race there.
Perfect, because I know it starts at 3:30. I know it starts at 3, so it finishes at 3:30. It means I can get to the Formula E commentary box to do London, and then I can do both at the same time. But that's going to be good. By the way, Tom, I know you're going to be taking a couple bits of IndyCar. I did send you a text, didn't I? Because we're in such a pickle.
I just put those in my calendar.
Yes, Texas and Long Beach, you'll be with me, because what's going to happen is, at Texas, I'll be there for the first 40 minutes. Then I leave for 45 minutes, and then I come back at the end because MotoGP's on right in the middle. So I'm going to leave Tom in charge as well. I think Megan will be joining you, I'm not too sure, or Josh or somebody will be joining you in the commentary box, Tom, so you're not on your own. And then the following week, there's a chance that I won't be there for the start of Long Beach. So Tom takes the start, and I come in at the end of it as well. And Tom's now got full YouTube management and his own stream key and everything. It's all set up. And Tom's also going to be with us in Formula E this weekend at the race, because Tom's going to be streaming the race while I do the commentary with Ed and him. And yeah, it's only because there's no other way I can get all of us on the screen at the same time, so we have to do that. So Session,
testing
yeah.
as well on this at the same time. So you're doing double
Yes.
duty basically.
Yes, Megan's taking over in the F1 commentary box. Let's go down then to the pit lane once again.
Well, Red Bull's other team,
Sam Collins.
AlphaTauri, also didn't show their brand new car. Well, here for the first time, we get to see it, and there are some really interesting technical details I've already picked up on. If you come here, Ed, and look down at the nose, that tip of the nose, that driver cooling duct, may look very similar to something you've seen before. They've nicked that idea off Ferrari, and that's completely acceptable. But looking back at the front suspension, something I find quite interesting is that AlphaTauri have decided to stick with a push rod actuated front suspension layout rather than the pull rod layout that Red Bull are using. There's a few other details on the car that jump out to me immediately. The airbox has been reshaped above Yuki Tsunoda's head there, and that scaffolding around the front end of the car, well, that's a whole bunch of different aerodynamic sensors, airspeed sensors, airspeed and air pressure, so they can see what the wake of the front wheels is causing down the rest of the bodywork of the car. Very high side pods, very high engine cover rather, above the side pods. A little bit similar to Mercedes in that respect, so it'll be good to get a good look at this car as it takes to the track. I think there's a lot more to learn about the AlphaTauri as well, but the green light, I've been told, is about to come on at the end of the pit lane. And speaking about green things, it's about 3.5 minutes actually till the green light comes on. But before the green light comes on, we must get down to another green thing. And that is, of course, the stricken Aston Martin. Felipe Drugovich bought that, well, didn't bring that car back. It stopped out at turn 4. He came back in the course car and has gone and had a chat with the team. I've spoken to the team after that, and they've said, we don't really know. The car just stopped, and we're not going to know until we get the car back. Well, the team are already in maximum secrecy mode. At F1 testing, there's a rule that's been enforced wonderfully for the last few years. The teams aren't really allowed to cover the cars up anymore. They have to let us look at them, which is quite a wonderful thing to do. And that means that there's only limited opportunities for the teams to cover the cars up, and the rest of the time...
Radio Gasly.
Any brief comments, if there are any, and then we can jump you out.
Everything's good. Just quite strong.
It's Gasly's radio. Back to you, Sam.
Well, not in the AlphaTauri this year, in the Alpine. Pierre Gasly is quite happy with his car. Haas look all quite sorted. Number 27, Nico Hülkenberg in that car. Hülkenberg, of course, in the Haas. It'll be interesting to see how that team gets on. They were very impressive this time last year in the opening Grand Prix of the year, and that was a lot down to the aerodynamic testing restrictions, which we'll talk about a bit more when we get back down to Red Bull. But the team that I'd like to really take a look at as we get interrupted there by the Mercedes of George Russell going past. He's very, very keen to get out in that new black Mercedes. I think it looks great in black. We're still all waiting down here. You can see what I was about to talk about. The Aston Martin still has not returned to the pit lane. And this is not just holding up Aston Martin's test program. They've clearly got work to do on that car. This is holding up every team in the pit lane. They're losing really important running time. And you can see what Aston Martin are planning to do. They've got these black screens out in the pit lane. Now, you're not allowed to do this unless there's a major technical issue with your car. So what they're going to do is they'll roll those screens out into the pit lane. The recovery truck's going to come in and drop off the car behind those screens and try and stop all of us, people at home, people in the pit lane, having a good look at it. But we can actually have a bit of a walk around, because you can see the driver of the car, Felipe Drugovich, is actually still... We'll jump back here through here, Ed. As everybody's pouring out down the pit lane now. And you can come here and you can see Felipe Drugovich is just down there having a look and waiting for his stricken car to come back. Well, everybody else is waiting for that car to come back as well. If you look down the other end of the pit lane, we've got Alfa Romeo, we've got the back end of, that must be one of the Ferraris, you've got the Mercedes in the front of the line. They've all got the aerodynamic testing brakes on. The Ferrari ones, particularly behind the front wheels, are something quite amazing. Now there's activity down at Aston Martin. And
the car's back, that's why we're going to go green.
Screens and look, I think we need to look down the end of the pit lane here, Ed, because all of the crew from Aston Martin are running off down to the end of the pit lane. So I think the sensible thing to do is follow them and let commentary take over, and then we'll pick up back when we know what's going on with Aston Martin as the session's about to get back going. So guys, in the box, back to you.
Sam Collins down there in the pit lane. The session is going to go green now. And away we go. Red flag gets rescinded. Green flag goes back out then for testing, Tom. And they are all straight out there on the circuit. Driver tracker working from F1.com. Russell out there first. Kevin Magnussen's with Laura Winter. But we've got cars on the tracks. What do you want to do, Tom? Listen to K-Mag or look at the cars?
I've heard a lot of Kevin Magnussen, so
Yeah.
I think we can stay
Yes.
with the cars for a moment. But, I mean, what does he think's going on? I mean, what, the cars go back to the pit lane. Why else would they be running to go and collect the car with Jax? I mean, come on.
It does feel like they're trying to liven it up a little bit, the testing coverage as well. But the cars usually do get dropped off at the end of the pit lane, and then you run them back up throughout the slow lane of the pits. So it's pretty much normal, because it's not like a normal race weekend where the car will just be put to the side of the track until the end of the session. Because it's a test session, the teams actually pay for this track time, not the FIA. The teams pay for testing. So that's something you might need to look out for. They rent it out. Formula One TV are just here sort of to cover it under the licensing, because it's been sponsored, because it's Aramco now. But yeah.
Is that covered in cost cap? It's, they have to.
Yeah, I think it's covered as like the normal expense. I think it's like a set amount each team gets to have to rent the track out. Not sure how much it is exactly to rent out the track for 3 days, but I can imagine it's closer to the million mark than with combined for the entire team. As Max Verstappen,
Well, I can actually.
a bit slow. Go on.
I can give you some figures off the top of my head. So Silverstone for an F2 team is £18,000, I think, for a day of testing. You have to fact check me on this. It's off the top of my head.
I'm trying to think of where's my
Whether-
calculator. Go on.
Yeah, whether that's private, you get Silverstone totally to yourself entire day, £18,000. I heard that was from Driver 61 a few years ago. I can't remember the exact figure. I think it's £18,000. Knowing my luck, I'm miles off, but that's your sort of figure that you're looking at. Bahrain, exclusive, well, not exclusive access, because you've got all the other cars out there. I think probably with all of the track marshals and this amount of testing, you're probably looking at a little bit more than that, I'd suspect.
I'm just having a look on their line, how much you want to do for the outer track, so for the whole track as well. The Grand Prix track as well, get you used for 6 hours Bahrain for more testing. I think it's around about, I'm trying to have a look how much it is track hire. It doesn't actually tell you a price, which I find very interesting, as to how much it would be. How much does it cost? I think it's around, okay. So I think they pay around about close enough to £600,000 to rent out the track for these 3 days. So we'll get those numbers to you throughout the test. If anybody does know, put it in the YouTube chat and let us know. Or put it on Twitter, use the hashtag JB Motorsports, is what we've rebranded to this year. As Rob Ball with the World Champion. Go on, Tom.
I've got some ballpark figures from gearslap.com. Apparently, racetracks typically at least $10,000 per day of testing. So I think I am in the ballpark.
Yeah.
In terms of where it is. It might be. Oh, here you go. Got a Quora thread on it. The most
brilliant.
reliable source.
have had this
22
idea.
to 29 euros. I don't quite think that's useful, but
Is that for one lap or something?
that's for one lap of the Nürburgring. I don't think you're testing on one lap of the Nürburgring. But yes, I think it's safe to say, say you're an F2, F3 team, about £18,000 for a day at Silverstone.
And presumably they'll be tested each as well, so 18,000 times by 10 cars as well, so that's £180,000. Judging by my quick mental maths, that could be either right or wrong. Verstappen's gone fastest, by the way, on fastest all 3 sectors. It's a 1:35.655. Hülkenberg is second, Russell third, Sainz fourth, Tsunoda fifth, but testing times mean absolutely nothing until the end of the day when we get the glory runs. This is Hülkenberg into turn 1 though, Tom. I think that he caused the lock-up. Yes, he did. Just a snag there.
Yeah, I mean, that can be something as simple as brake bias, brakes being a little bit too warm. It's quite cool out there now. I would imagine it is. I actually have the local time saver on my phone. Give me one moment. I believe we're looking at 25 to 11. There we go. In gear. So it's going to get warmer throughout the day. Then it will cool off, obviously, towards the end. So
Yeah.
right now, conditions probably reasonably cool. I'm looking to see if T-Feed has got
Yes.
but
Track-
24 degrees.
yeah.
There we go. Track temperature. 33 degrees track temperature. So it's pretty cool out there right now for Bahrain standards. And yeah, I suppose just locking up because he can't really get the temperature into the brakes.
Yeah, it's got to be the hard setup as well. The carbon brake discs take a long time to heat up and generate it. And then with these new 18-inch tyres that were introduced last year as well, it takes a long time to get focused. Hülkenberg, though, back in Formula One. He's driven for Williams, he's driven for Force India, he's driven for Sauber, he's driven for Renault, he's driven for Racing Point, he's driven for Aston Martin, and now he drives for Haas. It's his 7th Formula One team in his 13-year Formula One career. And does he deserve a seat? I think yes, but it's a bit of a weird one as the Aston Martin's back in the pit lane, Tom.
Surprise, surprise, they were bringing the car back.
Yeah.
Couldn't have predicted that. But no. Anyway, I should stop being so pedantic. But anyway, yeah, I think Hülkenberg is exactly the kind of driver that Haas need to be looking at these days. They tried with Mick Schumacher. He was pretty much set up to fail. It's a difficult car. He had Nikita Mazepin as a teammate for a year. There's not much you can do there, and he wasn't great last year. You need your experience ahead. We've seen what Nico Hülkenberg can do. He's a talented racing driver. You know, to get into that Force India in 2020, do a lap, and still have a very, very good run. That is not easy. And you know, Kevin Magnussen, he went away for a year or two in Formula One. He went out to IMSA, I should say, did the DPI. He did very, very well there. He won a few races. Should have won the Daytona 24 Hours a couple of times, actually, in the number 01 Cadillac it was, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Cadillac.
And so you need 2 experienced heads who are just going to just know how to drive cars, pretty much. And you're spending more time getting feedback from them than them asking you questions, pretty much.
I believe he also, during that time away, had a race in IndyCar after Felix Rosenqvist crashed, didn't he, at Detroit. So he took over the McLaren.
Road America it was.
Yeah, Road America. Great racetrack, that one, as well. Times coming through. Testing times, as I was saying before we had that replay of Hülkenberg, you've got to look at them with a pinch of salt. It's not until the end of the day that you see really fast glory runs to show the pace. And the last hour of testing on day 3 will be the one to watch. It always is, because that's when the teams really push, do qualifying simulations and just try and see how fast their car is. Carlos Sainz there just running over the rumble strip is the exit of turn 10. He's got a lot of aero rates on. Ferrari, though, I think, Tom, a team in a sort of rejuvenance, because gone is Mattia Binotto. In comes Frederick Vasseur, who is pretty much a Jean Todt-esque team principal. And he has said quite categorically, neither driver is first driver until I say so for the title. And the team can now not accept the errors. Mattia Binotto was sort of putting his arm around the family saying, no, you've done nothing wrong, it was all accidental, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, the team was wrong, and categorically as well, Tom, the fact that the strategy department was a complete mess last year.
I still think maybe I'll be proven wrong this year, but I still think there's something institutionally wrong at Ferrari.
Yeah.
I don't think that you can have 3 or 4 different team principals without a world championship as a team like Ferrari, and that just be a pure coincidence. But I would be happy for Vasseur to prove me wrong. He definitely needs to shake it up a little bit. What I would do, I would throw everyone out pretty much and start from the ground up. I think Ferrari is totally messed up as is, but they could put a title challenge together, and if they do, I'm here for it. I think Vasseur is the right man for the job.
Yeah, Vasseur is going to be fantastic. He's also got that relationship with Charles Leclerc that's so important. He brought him into Formula One with Sauber. He worked with him in junior Formula as well. He is 100% the right man for the job. As I just made sure my new heater's actually working up in the commentary box, so I felt a bit of a draft. But yeah, he is the right man for the job. And can they win race 1 like they did a year ago? That's going to be an ask, because Ferrari only won 4 races last year as well. Bahrain, Australia, and then they won in Silverstone and Austria as well. Leclerc won 3, Sainz won 1. And Red Bull, the team to beat, but they have been hit by the cost cap, Tom. 70% less aero time, but they've already had their work done, because Red Bull have come here with their lighter chassis they never raced last year. They've redesigned the floor as well. They look to start the season strong, and it won't be till the end of the year that I think they start to feel the effects of the cost cap punishment, because they won't be able to fix any problems that crop up.
Well, you've still got Adrian Newey in charge. I think that's the most important thing. He is the most talented designer in F1 by far. I think Adrian Newey is watching a replay of something that happened to Hulkenberg in the Haas. He's locked up. Whether that's the first one or it's done it again, obviously something wrong with the Haas, which, by the way, from the T-Cap, this is a little bit beside the point. It looks amazing at the moment. But no, difficult one. I don't know whether Red Bull are going to be hit. Obviously, I'm not an aerodynamicist. I don't know how much of a penalty that 70% wind tunnel testing actually is, whether it will cause them too much of a problem. It's going to be interesting.
Just looking from the front, it looks like a normal Haas, and as soon as it starts to turn the corner, it looks completely different as well. A fantastic looking livery on the Haas. The cars this year have just got a bit naked as well. The carbon era that they're calling it as well. I mean, I think there should be a rule in place that you have to actually have some form of livery. You can't just come and run in a carbon, because how is anyone going to be telling them apart? It's not like the early days where Ferrari, Maserati, Alfa Romeo all came and they raced in red, and then British cars all raced in green, and well, Germany was white, wasn't it? Then they scraped it off and became silver. But it's like, we need liveries to identify, and that's why the racing colours were introduced, because nobody knew who was who back in the 50s, and that's sort of when the liveries all started.
Again, it's a really simple fix, actually. Yeah. You just say a certain percentage of the car has to be covered with paint, and solves the problem. Or we could stop making the cars so pathetically heavy and go back to a more simple time when the cars were lighter, and I would argue a lot nicer as well. But yeah, Synthil says they should paint the black parts with black paint. Yeah. I also agree with that. Have a rule where a certain percentage of, well, you can't have a certain amount of carbon fibre showing, basically, because carbon fibre will always show on the car. Obviously, you can't paint everything. Yeah, that would be silly.
But
anyway,
it's the fact that the carbon fibre is sort of like, it's a checkered effect, isn't it? So if the light hits it, it gets sort of a shine on it, so you can see it's carbon fibre. There's no getting around it. So they've got to have those problems fixed. And I think as well, the strongest livery on the grid, I think it's up there with Aston Martin and Ferrari. I still think the Ferrari looks gorgeous. It's a slightly lighter red than it was last year. Last year was sort of a very dark red, blood red almost. This year it's slightly lighter, and it's a matte paint now as well, the same as on the Williams, as they've gone to matte paint for the first time. Which is good, because Williams last year were ridiculous. They had their car was practically a different livery every single week as to what part of the car needed weight saving between the two. But this year they've gone for the matte livery. And do you reckon that could work, Tom, instead? Because matte paint is actually lighter than the normal paint we use. So why don't they make it a rule that matte paint is only to be used? That'll get them under the weight limit.
It would be a silly rule, to be honest with you, because to say that only matte paint can be used seems oddly restrictive to me. I still think some of the nicest liveries in F1 don't use matte paint. That being said, I would argue the Red Bull's the nicest car on the grid. It's a tried and tested livery, and that it never gets old for me. Here it is, indeed. I think it's a very nice livery indeed, and I think that for me is the nicest car on the grid, and it uses matte paint. So, still, I think a rule against it would be particularly restrictive. I think just have a certain percentage of the car has to be covered with matte paint.
Max had a massive bump down the start straight there as well, and you saw the car bottom out and spark, and then that upset him coming into turn number 1. He missed the apex, so lap gone there. But I agree, many people are saying, oh, it's exactly the same car, myself included. And it was. It wasn't just the fact that the livery was the same, because Red Bull never change it. It's the fact that it was actually just the same car they presented, claiming it was the 2023 car. So it wasn't. This is the 2023 car. It is identical, but the livery, I thought it's iconic, isn't it? Everybody knows the Red Bull livery the same way everybody knows the Ferrari livery. You can't expect teams to have a dramatic change every year, because you've got to think of marketing value.
Yeah, I mean, people just want change. Why do you need change? It's a nice car. Racing is still the same. You don't need dramatic change every single year. Yeah, I'd probably be annoyed if we had 10 years of the same 10 cars racing around the track, or the same 20 cars racing around the track. But at the end of the day, sponsors change, the car changes over the year. And to be honest with you, it's quite nice to see the gradual change of a car over the course of the years. And they've got a working formula. Why would they change it at this point until they decide that they need a new brand strategy?
Exactly, yeah. Why change it? Keep it as long as possible. In fact, it has changed over the years as well. If you look at Red Bull's livery, it has noticeably changed with different eras of the generation of team. Coulthard and Klein, that was sort of a light blue with silver tints. Vettel and Webber was sort of a purpley red as well colours. And then Ricciardo and Verstappen began this purple era for the sport that sort of stayed on through the Checo era as well. But they switched it up to matte livery as well, so it is different. And that was the upset that Verstappen had into turn 1, just a snap of understeer to put him over. And there's the bump, Tom, that I was on about. That's going to be a wake-up call. And look, he looked in the mirror to see, what did I just hit?
I saw that bump actually earlier when the Haas car was going around. I just assumed it was a little bit of porpoising towards the end of the straight as he put the brakes on, but no, it's not. It is actually a genuine bump. I haven't seen that before.
I haven't
seen that before at Bahrain.
No, that's a brand new bump that's appeared then, down on the run towards turn number 1. They can't fix that in a week because the tarmac won't be set, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. The engineers will be telling you, just stay off that bump. We don't want to damage anything in the car because they need it. And by the way, anybody who's wondering that, what about the engines and the gearboxes and all of that lot, it doesn't count. This is testing, so the teams can use 3 engines, they can use 3 gearboxes and 3 of any other components as well from their own stock. They're not limited as to what they can run and what they can't run. It's their time on the track. The FIA just sort of run the test. Anything that the teams want to do, they do. And that includes the fact that the FIA don't actually do any park for me scrutineering or anything. This is literally the teams run what they want. FIA have no say in it. They're just here to run race control. And that's pretty much it. So it's quite a open test in many respects as well as to what we can actually see. And it's a lot more fun to see cars at testing than cars on a normal weekend. I always said as well, especially when I was at Barcelona, if you can't get to testing, go. And one thing I'm slightly disappointed about, Tom, is that if this was Barcelona right now, there would be thousands of fans walking around the track, taking a look, going in the grandstands, sitting down and watching cars. I know we're in the middle of Bahrain and this is going to be cheesy, but it's quieter than a desert here. There's nobody around, and that saddens me, because testing was the cheapest chips option, and you get 8 hours of Formula 1 cars going around. And look at that, no one's in the grandstand. What is going on?
It would be nice. It honestly would be, because again, I think testing is one of the most interesting parts of a Formula 1 season. There's a lot of hype building. It's very exciting stuff. There's a change of front wing on the McLaren. I'm not technical enough to know whether that is a different spec going onto the car, but you can assume
it is. Look,
perhaps
just on the front where it says 60, the nose dips in on itself. Now we just saw what came off Piastri's McLaren was a very flat nose cone. Here, at the front of the nose tip, it seems to be curved inwards slightly and going up. So almost like a nostril vein going up the nose there. Very interesting seeing what they've got there. Verstappen struggling.
yeah, really struggling. He's having more oversteer. That car does not look fun right now. I'm going to see if I can ride on board with him blood laps on the Sky app and report
yes.
back, but it looks quite difficult at the moment.
The F1 pit lane as well. Let's see if that's open. Forgot about that. Max Verstappen at the moment then, 1:34.895. He's got the fastest time of the session. His last lap time though was a 1:37.992. So I don't know if he's just pounding around the laps now, but I think there'll be some worries coming forward as to who's where and who exactly needs to be watching. Have we actually got the F1 testing? Have we actually got it on? Because I can't actually get access. I don't think we've got it. I don't even think the onboards are working actually. Synthel's going to be seeing you at 12. See you soon, Synthel. See you later. Go and have some lunch. And he's off to
Lunch?
school. Well, he's off to school, isn't he? Was it? Oh, that's point. It's only 9 AM for him. It's 7:50 over here in the UK. As well. I wish I had lunch. I think I've got a nice bit of some chips and some bacon at lunch or something like that as well. So that's going to be fun in 3 hours and 24 minutes time. Carlos Sainz Sr. watching on in the Ferrari garage. Charles Leclerc will be in the car this afternoon. Everyone's rotating today bar Red Bull, who have got Max Verstappen in the car all day long. So he'll be the one consistent across the 2 sessions we can look at as well. Ferrari making some setup changes as well on their car. There's the lighter Ferrari red I was on about as well. It's not as dark as it was last year, but they have got the original Ferrari logo on the rear wing. Even Megan said that looks fantastic. And there's the Flovis paint coming on as well, being put on the car. And who had the bingo card out so that we could see that. Now there's Flovis paint going on the car. And it took less than an hour of testing as well to get that sorted. Nicely done. It's going to be weird, this. Tom, you're off in 8 minutes. So are you having breakfast?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to have actually. It's the only thing that's been on my mind for the last 40 minutes. But anyway, I got some bacon, I think, got some eggs, so we'll see what we can do.
Stick
Probably
it in
eggy bread and bacon.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, stick it in some bread as well. That'd be fantastic. Oh, okay, Sam's down the pits.
Bunch of old bin bags being held around the right front corner of this brand new red car from Italy. That was to stop the Flovis dye they've applied all over the right front suspension. You can see it there, from going all over the floor of the garage and making a big old mess. Well, just a point on the Ferrari front wing. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it right in front of us, but the Ferrari front wing is a point of some conjecture amongst engineers and people like me up and down the pit lane here in Bahrain. And that's because it's got these slot gap separators on either side, something Mercedes tried last year at Austin on the W13. Now, a lot of people reported that the Mercedes solution of having these slot gap separators used to generate outwash across the front wing had been banned. Well, those stories are all absolute nonsense. It hasn't been banned. The rules have been changed to say that those slot gap separators, previously the rules said they can be used primarily for mechanical purposes, i.e. holding the bits of the wing apart, but not solely, so you could have a secondary purpose that was an aerodynamic gain. Well, some people weren't too convinced by that last year with Mercedes' solution. For 2023, the rules have been changed with some wording removed, and it now just says they must be there for the purposes of essentially holding the wings apart. Well, that's fine, they clearly are holding the wings apart, but there's nothing stopping a team having them sticking up a bit higher and generating a bit of outwash. So Mercedes sticky uppy bits from last year, well, you now see them on the Ferrari out on track. I'm astonished we haven't seen a lot of other teams trying the same solution. Guys, back to you in the box.
So Ferrari taking leaps from the world champions, Tom, it seems, and just making sure that Red Bull know that they will be feared this year.
I'm not going to say it yet. I don't think Ferrari ends with the championship, because every year we say, oh, Ferrari's year again as the Alfa Romeo's got Flovis on the back of that car. It's a grand new show. Quickly, actually, probably should be a good idea to run you through the orders. So 1:35's the best time we've seen so far. 1:34.8 actually in the meantime. That was Max Verstappen atop of the tower. Gasly is in second with a second and a half off. Then it's Hülkenberg, Russell, Sainz, Tsunoda, Zhou, Albon and Piastri. Drugovich, the only one not to set a timed lap. 17 laps in the first hour for Max Verstappen, 13 for Gasly, 8 for Hülkenberg, 11 for Russell, 9 for Sainz, Tsunoda on 12, Zhou and Piastri on 6, with Albon on 1:08. So plenty of running so far within this first hour. Despite that red flag, they've done quite a few laps.
Indeed, yeah, 17 on the board. Joe's just coming across the line to go third on a 1:36.266 as well. So I think he's on medium compound tyre actually at the moment. And remember, we have got the testing tyres involved. So if it's white with no side rims, it is the C0. If it's white with the rims, it's the C1. If it's silver, it's the C2. If it's yellow, it's the C3. So he's on the C3 tyres. If it is red with no stripes, it's the C4, and if it's red with stripes, it's the C5. So that's how you can tell who's who on the circuit as well. And by the way, the black tyres with no markings whatsoever, as we see on the Ferrari here of Carlos Sainz, they are the 2023 prototype tyre as well, and they are not supposed to be introduced until after Imola, but they've had to bring them here to test, and also because there was a factory error with a couple of the tyres that the teams were supposed to have, so they've got the tyres that are going to be introduced post Imola. And Sainz actually up, Tom, in the first two sectors. He's fastest of all.
He is, and he's quite significantly fast as well. 29.9, 40.4 in the first two sectors. Rounds the final corner now. That Flobis might be adding a little bit of speed to that Ferrari car. He goes across the line, sets a 1:33.7. That is blisteringly fast. 1.2 seconds, 1.128 seconds, I should say, off of Max Verstappen's time, ahead of Max Verstappen's time. Carlos Sainz off the session. Ferrari are doing a fairly quick run, aren't they?
Is it time to start saying that they could be championship contenders again? After they swapped that one lap time. 1:33 though is quite good in that regard as well as they come through. Morning Richie, hi Josh, he says, and morning Richie. Richie will be with us at 9:30 till 10:30 as well, and hopefully some point as well. We've got Jess from PSGL joining us at some point on Saturday as well. Hopefully George Morgan as well is going to appear in the commentary box at times as well. And still haven't heard back from Nick, although he is working, so I don't think we'll see him until Saturday at any point as well. And this is Verstappen. I think this is a replay again, hitting that bump and again having problems down towards turn one. That's the third time he's done that.
He needs to be a little bit careful, Max Verstappen, because that could quite easily hurt the car. What it's worth, by the way, 1:30.5 was Charles Leclerc's lap time last year in the qualifying session. That was Q3, the fastest lap time of that particular session. Carlos Sainz here, fastest lap so far, so early into this test, mind you, 1:33.7. We'll see the lap times come down. We know we will throughout the course of the day, potentially throughout the course of the test as well. As we get into Sunday, the temperature's increasing right now, 35 degrees track, 25 degrees ambient, so we know that we're going to see lap times naturally get slightly slower throughout the course of the end of this session and the lunchtime as well, and then potentially the lap times will decrease as they get into those qualifying runs in that cooler environment. Bear in mind as well, qualifying is in the evening here at Bahrain, so that is when you're going to want to do those qualifying runs.
Yeah, and sunset as well is usually around about 2 hours into the afternoon session as well, so they don't go that long to test everything out that they need to. There's Mercedes, I believe, with a great look at their front wing. They haven't got the controversial aero slits at the side there as well that we saw last year at Kota. That got banned almost immediately, but George Russell will be heading out onto the circuit shortly once again for another run. This is going to be a lot more fun than we predicted. Is the timing screen still working? The clock says it's stuck at an hour, but no one's actually out on the track, all in the pit lane, but I can hear somebody leaving as well, so we'll hopefully keep an eye on that the timing tower works when they leave the pit lane. Sainz, though, as Tom said, is still top, and I'm going to let him go in a few moments' time as well. So, Tom, first hour coming to a close. Well, actually, no, we've done an hour coming up as well, but it's a 15 minutes extra session at the end. What have you made of it? Cars out on track for the first time this year.
Glad to see we've got a good chunk of green running actually after that Aston Martin having that issue, but no, I'm excited, and well, I can't wait to be back in a few hours' time in the afternoon session where I'm going to go get some breakfast. I'm going to enjoy the rest of this little session and then be back in, well, quite a few hours' time. I think about 5-6 hours. Be back.
Fantastic. See you later then, Tom. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you soon. Take care.
Thank you very much.
So let's pass over to the commentary box now as well as George Russell heads out. That was almost perfect timing as well, bar the fact that, I don't know what's happened, but I've lost the fact that Josh actually got to the top, and I hadn't expected that. Let's go over to the commentary box quickly. Lawrence Brett in there.
But I don't think we've got any more mics. Lawrence, great to have you up here. How are you, sir, first of all?
Very good, thanks.
You're good, Josh.
Very
It's just
much
my
enjoyed
problem.
your chat so far this morning. It's been very enjoyable. Thanks, Will, for sorting out my mic as well.
It's testing. All right, we're getting up to speed across the board here.
Oh, no, I'm loving it. It's so good to be here. I think the general chat in the paddock is that everyone is happy to be in Bahrain, having some sun on them. But I think the interesting thing I've found this year is no one's really saying anything about how they're feeling about their hopes and expectations, which I think is interesting, because last year there was tons of hope, you know, we're going to make a step forward here, we're going to make a step forward there, and no one's really saying anything this
I've
year.
done my hopes and expectations. I had two big hopes.
You're
the
the
championship
only one.
battle
You're
and the
the only
closing.
one.
Yeah.
Am I the only one in the whole paddock?
But like, is that because everyone got a bit too confident last year?
Possibly,
Too
I think so.
hopeful.
Yeah.
And then they want to play everything down so it looks even better when
'Cause
they
you-
have a good year this year.
You've been the busiest man in Formula One over the last month. You've been to every single launch, I think.
Whether you wanted to or not, Lawrence, you were sent to every single
Well, we
launch.
need to give Will a holiday, do
Yeah.
we?
Yeah, I refuse.
You know,
I said, get
bit of a
Lawrence.
break.
Real team spirit from Buxton there. Excellent.
It's been great to cover all the launches. It's been so good because they've done proper events this year. I went to New York twice for.
Didn't even have
for
to read that off a piece of paper. It's been great to
I
cover
bet
the
you were
launches.
glad
I've
you went
loved
to the
it.
Red Bull launch to go and see a car, last year's
Hey,
car
that's in New York.
the same
That's
livery.
a good gig, going
It
to
was
New York.
Exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. Better than doing that in Milton Keynes.
Quite, exactly. And I got to talk to the drivers and they were in good spirits. Like
Yeah.
the great thing is you got really good media time. I thought Max
Yeah.
was in such good form at the launch. Looks even more relaxed than he has done in the last couple of years. Obviously, winning 2 championships must do that for you. But there's definitely a feeling maybe on Checo's side that maybe there's a little bit more work he needs to do to really shut that gap. I really got that feeling from him when I was chatting to him at the launch that I think there's some frustrations. He's really worked on a lot over the winter. He says he's identified some key areas that he wants to improve on because he's got to really slash that gap. I think with Daniel in the background.
Is he going to? Well, this is it. Is he going to play? I mean, this is I think something that we're going to be talking about all season, but particularly in the early part. Is he going to play ball? Given what happened to?
Well, it's nice to hear from them back there, but welcome into the commentary box for the first time this year. It's Josh. Hi, Josh. How are you doing? Nice to have you back in the session. Formula One's back. We can rejoice once again.
Yes, it is. Hello, everybody. It's another year, and we are back.
I can't wait. I honestly can't. I mean, we've sat through all the testing of the liveries. We've sat through all of those long launches, i.e. Red Bull, Alpine. We had some gems in there like the Ferrari. But there's nothing like seeing cars on track at 7 a.m. in the morning. Now it's 8 a.m. in the morning in the UK. But we're all set. What have you made of the first hour then when you've been watching?
Well, I am pretty happy with the F1 testing bingo choices
Yeah.
which F1 have made, but there's Carlos Sainz. A bit of porpoising coming back as well, and I hope that Mercedes have centered their Mercedes logo on their front wing.
It's got the shock of my life as I've been handed a cup of tea. Thank you. As well. You really can't hear anything with these headphones on. But yeah, a little bit of proporcing there from the Ferrari, and Frederick Vasseur is watching on as well, just sort of on the pit wall, a bit worried. Ferrari, I think, have got the best shirt of the year. I want one as well. It looks fantastic. I'm going to get one hopefully throughout 2023. But do you think Ferrari are a championship contender this year? I mean, they're top at the moment with a 133.767, but this is day one of testing. It doesn't mean anything. But the overall unit of Ferrari and the new look with Mattia Binotto gone and Frederick Vasseur in, it seems to be a lot more happy and a bit more like the old Ferrari.
Yeah, it does, and it will be really interesting, but
There's that proportion again you're on about. And
yeah, I think
yeah.
Ferrari could be a championship contender, but we will have to see.
Look at that. Ferrari got the same dint. Oh, hello. The dint on the front nose there, coat there of the Ferrari disappeared under braking. into turn 1. Now, we saw McLaren just put on a brand new front wing, which had that little dint at the front of the nose, and the vane ran up for better aero. The Ferrari nose there, into turn 1, was dented inwards on the carbon, and it popped up down towards turn 1. Do you reckon that was just an accident, or is that by design? Surely they can't have movable carbon fibre. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is interesting. We'll have to see as it comes down into turn 1
Oh, look, it's doing it
again.
again. It's doing it again, look. It's popping down into turn 1 as well. So is it, what is that? And under braking, it pops back up again. It has got a little nostril there to bring the air in, but it wouldn't create a vacuum effect. Oh, look, Ferrari look a bit like, what's going on there then? Oh, have we just spotted something on the Ferrari that we shouldn't have spotted?
Maybe.
Oh, it'd be so cool if it is. The little owl, welcome back, says F1 is back, and me patiently waiting for Oscar Piastri. He's back in the pit lane, actually, I think, Piastri. Only Tsunoda, Sainz and Russell around the track. There is Tsunoda in the Alpha Tauri. Oh, what's that over here in the TV pictures? Jumping around as they come through. We've completed the first hour, by the way. The sessions have been extended either side by 15 minutes, and that's because they realised you only get 40 minutes for lunch. So they wanted to make sure everyone got the full hour, which is per regulation. Into turn number 1. A lot of graining already on the soft tyre there. He's on the C4 category tyre. Just the red Pirelli logos. Oh, that Alpha Tauri doesn't sound quite right, Josh. It's actually, it doesn't sound right, does it? It's like it's choking a bit.
I will not be surprised if we see Tsunoda pit or even stop before getting to the pits, as that does not sound right.
Got a lot of... It's got like a... Just listening to it. Yeah, that doesn't sound entirely right. Under braking, it's okay. I'd love an onboard shot if we've got one, but the teams do restrict when and where we can see them during testing. And there is Pierre Gasly in blue, black and pink, joining Alpine this year. That's going to be an explosive lineup, I think, Josh, as well. We've got Gasly and Ocon, two drivers that don't like each other, forced into the same team, because the bosses wanted Gasly, Ocon wanted Schumacher. Didn't work out that way.
Yeah, and I will not be surprised, and I don't think we'll all be surprised if we see something going on between them off the track, and maybe even brought onto the track, which really isn't good for Alpine.
Yeah, they want stability after Alonso left as well, but they haven't got it by bringing these two in. They say they're going to work okay. They say it's going to be fine, but it never really works out that way. Sainz top, Verstappen second, Gasly third, Zhou fourth, Russell fifth. See Hülkenberg come through. I asked this to Tom, you might have seen Josh as well. Hülkenberg back in Formula 1. Does he deserve a seat? Is he a bit too old now to come back in, or is he exactly the driver Haas needs? Tom said Haas and him need each other at the moment.
Yeah, I think that as well, and also Hülkenberg coming in full-time for a team in 2023, then the super sub has gone for Aston Martin and stuff like that, so they've had to get Felipe Drugovich, which they've had to bring in for F1 testing because of Lance Stroll, and we wish him all the best.
Yeah, no idea exactly what's happened in his road accident on his push bike. Hopefully we will see him soon. And I just noticed as well, we highlighted this in the Haas car launch as well that we put out on YouTube as well once we saw the 2023 car. The shark fin has got this great little hole to tunnel air through, and no other team have it. You'll see it coming through in turn 1. There it is, just at the back. Sort of got a little step on it, and then it drags in on itself. Haas seem to have put a lot of money into this year's car, because they can't have another year like last year. It's actually Hülkenberg goes second on 134.787. He's a second off of Sainz's time at the moment, but Sainz on quicker tyres. Do you think Haas are podium contenders?
I think they are, but it depends. It's also their car, but it's also a little bit of luck as well, because let's if it's raining and someone spins in front of them and stuff like that. There is just, and also track limits as well.
Yeah.
That's going to play a big part as well.
The Little Owl, I hope you're watching, because Oscar Piastri is out on the track. He's just behind Nico Hülkenberg, who we're on board with now in the Haas. But Oscar Piastri is out there on the circuit once again. He's done 7 laps so far. The slowest, the least of anybody in this session, bar Dragovic, who stopped earlier on in the session. But Oscar Piastri is out on the circuit now. Sainz and Zhou are there too as they venture round. And Hülkenberg accelerates uphill into turn 12 and keeps it on the correct tyre. I think he's on the prototype tyre, the same as Sainz was as well. Oh, just been announced, if you're watching in South Korea, Formula One has announced a multi-year deal with Coupang Pay to bring a new exclusive live streaming service to fans in South Korea. So you have a new opportunity to watch F1 there. Great track back in Yongle, South Korea. I'm surprised it left. It was an exciting circuit. But the city around it was never built as well. So it was supposed to be a street track. But yeah, that used to be, it should have been a street track, the South Korea circuit. But they sort of did what they did in MotoGP in Indonesia. That's a street track, but they built the road course around and then they built the city around it. So it becomes a street circuit, but it's got a full-on proper circuit in the middle of it. It's a good idea. And speaking of street circuits, do you see, Josh, that they've changed the Singapore? They've changed Singapore as well. They've changed their run. They've no longer got the tunnel section for this year. It's now a straight run to the last sector.
Yeah, I have seen that, and I've just noticed that Dragovic is apparently on an outlap here. And here is Felipe Dragovic, right on cue, going across the line to start a time.
Pulls over towards the pit lanes, so I think he can check things. It doesn't look exactly a push, does it? It's turn 1. In fact, he's stopping again.
Is he stopping again?
Who's he got? No, I think he's letting Sainz through on the outside, so Dragovic just making sure it's all okay. Sounds okay to me on the headphones. Oh, he's still slow, isn't he, Josh? Oh, is he? Oh, not again.
Yeah, it doesn't sound.
He's got it going.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all looking incredibly nervous. Mike Crack on the pit wall there. First one of the year, we get to say that. Watching on. I wonder if there's a crack in the engine, actually. That's getting really bizarre. What should be and has been the fastest car. Piastri's back in the pit lane, by the way. Aston Martin has been the fastest car on the dyno this winter. Red Bull are really worried about it. They've got the contention to be up there fighting with the top teams. But the car's already hitting reliability problems on day 1. In the first hour 15, Josh. This isn't good. I reckon he'll box his lap.
Yeah, it really isn't. I think they're on crawl mode and they're going to pit this lap, I believe, with Felipe Dragovic. But just 10 minutes into the first session, we saw just an hour ago it breaking down at the exit of turn 4 and them having to recover it.
I tell you what as well, Piastri hasn't set a lap time either, and this is why. It's turn 10. Does he lock up? Yeah, locks up. Does he run wide? Yes, he does. Straight on at turn 10. So McLaren aren't happy either.
Classic F1 game moment.
Yeah. Straight on at turn 10. Do not pass go. Do not collect £200. I did that so many times when doing the lap attack last year. Yeah, that's another thing. Oh, big lock up from Hülkenberg again into turn 1. That's another thing. I did all the lap attacks, so everything is sorted now as well. I only need to do Singapore again and Qatar and Las Vegas, so that they'll all be on the F1 2023 game anyway. So hopefully all will be good there. Hello,
yeah,
Flovis.
Dragovic was picked.
Duracell battery? Yeah, Dragovic has come in. Yeah, you're right, Josh. So that's going to be something to watch out for. And that Aston Martin's got to be quicker than this. Albon and Zhou out on the track. This is Alexander Albon now in the Williams with an orange Flovis paint. That looks better than the actual livery in many respects as well. The orange flashes on the front wing. It matches the blue nicely. Somebody call and say that's an Arrows blue though. It's a Gulf orange. That's what it is. They do want to do a one-off livery Gulf and take it over, probably at Monaco. But it's now actually the title sponsor, isn't it? It's Gulf Williams Racing. They've come in and taken over.
Yeah, it is, and if I remember a couple of years ago, the McLaren had a Gulf livery at Monaco. So, yeah, we could see another Gulf livery at Monaco, which is pretty cool.
Hope so. Love the Gulf colours as well. Let's have a replay of the orange through turn number 1. Just a little bit too much in the aero right there. Side pod's a bit narrower this year as well. Wing mirrors 2 meters wider either side as well, so the drivers can see a little bit more. Engineers don't like it. And in case you're wondering which way the wheel's going, there's a little helpful arrow for you on the front wheels of the Williams. Not that you can see them for a distance, you only have the super slow motion. Hulkenberg stays second, by the way, as Albon's actually up in the first sector. Are we about to see Williams top a session? Wow, Dieter Capital.
I mean,
want to stop the clock. Go on, just...
We possibly could. First sector was a 29.761, but this is just day 1 of testing. This is just an hour and 15 in, 2 hours and 58 of the session remaining, and we'll get the sector 2 time shortly as he goes down the back straight in towards turn number 11.
Keeps on the accelerator. What's the second sector? Through turn 12. It's at the exit here into turn 13 where we get the sector time. He's up by 2 tenths. Oh, Albon could be about... Oh, he's gone wide at the exit of 13 though. That might cost him some time. Into the braking zone now for 14. Last corner. Last sector time was a 29.850. I don't think he'll be the fastest because he made the error. Cross the line. Albon. Yeah, he goes fastest by 96 thousandths of a second. That runoff cost him about 1/10 and a half, Josh, at the top of the hill.
Yeah, but I believe we'll be able to see Albon go quicker. 1:30.558 was the pole time for the Bahrain Grand Prix last year, with Charles Leclerc taking that.
So we're 3.6 seconds away from that on the first morning of testing. That's very positive news, because usually we're around about 8 or 9 seconds off it. We're all thinking, what's happening? This is the moment. Got on the rumble strip at the exit of 13 and just all 4 wheels off the track. But that doesn't matter. No lap time deletions in this game. It's literally all normal. As we look at the Alfa Romeo, and driving that one is Zhou Guanyu. By the way, Drive to Survive out tomorrow. If you're looking forward to hearing from Formula One's first Chinese driver, don't bother. Apparently, he's only in the seat talking about the Silverstone crash, and that's it. And his crash, I think, gets used 3 times or so. So if you're looking forward to hearing from him, you're not. Oh, and don't expect behind the scenes of Max Verstappen either. He's literally just sat in the chair as a talking head. That's it. There's nothing else going on. And apparently it's a lot more real. There's no fake rivalries this year, but they don't mention Sebastian Vettel at all. They don't mention Haas's pole position in Sao Paulo. And they barely mention the Japanese Grand Prix, which is weird. So if you were looking for Drive to Survive to be a season review type, I'd give it another miss. It's not... I think Drive to Survive, Josh, is for casual fans to get into the sport. It's not meant for die-hard fans. It's meant for people to get them interested in Formula 1 and get them watching the races.
Yeah, it is, as the Alfa Romeo Zhou Guanyu comes into the pit lane. But yeah, as you said, I think it is really just for the casual fans, because for us diehards, as you said, they missed the pole, the Haas pole. Yeah. They've missed the Japanese Grand Prix, and is that a car? Is that a wing?
Yeah, we've got a yellow flag. Is that a wing or a car or a sideboard? What is that on the side of the circuit? We can't
That's a car.
Yeah, what is that?
No, that's the curb.
That's a curb.
That's the end. That's the end plate of a wing.
Yeah, I thought it was a Haas, to be fair, because it looked like it, didn't it? It looked like it was in the wall, but it's a little bit of carbon fibre that has come off. It looks like a winglet to a wheel, maybe? Who's that come off? Yellow flags are out, though, so whether or not they stop the session or not, we'll keep an eye out. But yellow flags at the moment. Alexander Albon is top in the Williams. And we've actually got the colours working now on the driver tracker, which is great.
Yeah, it should be. We'll see from this angle. It's not from Alexander Albon.
Gasly, he's the only other car out there. Yeah.
It didn't have any sponsors on it.
So who's got a pure black livery on the front winglets? Everyone, really. That's quite hard. We need to find out. The yellow flags are out. I doubt they'd red flag the session for that. I highly doubt it, but maybe just get a marshal out there, pick it up. There's only 2 cars out on the circuit. It doesn't take that long. Hülkenberg's out there too, actually, as well as Gasly, so it could have come off the Haas. I'll double check. Yellow flag. It's at turn 4, so we're approaching it now. Let's have a look, see where it is on the racing line. It's down the sand dune section, so nothing there just yet. Let's see if it's here. Riding with the Williams of Albon. No audio. There it is, look. Oh, it's actually way off the racing line. It's a perception of filter, so they might just leave that, I reckon. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, they possibly could. I don't know if someone hit it or it was just moved or if it was just a camera angle, because camera angles can be
misleading?
Questionable.
Yeah.
Yeah, misleading, that's the word. But Nico Hülkenberg coming across the line to start a lap time. Let's see if it will be a push one.
In towards turn number 1. He is pushing. Hard on the brakes. Doesn't lock up. Oh, yeah, does lock up twice, actually. I was going to say doesn't lock up this time, but makes 2 little brake lockups and goes straight on. Hülkenberg hasn't been in the car since Saudi Arabia last year, when he debuted for Sebastian Vettel after he had COVID, and that included that Vettel only has 299 Grand Prix starts in Formula 1. Many people saying we should bring him back to make a 300th start. And you've got to... I'm slightly disappointed, actually, Josh, because Stroll's not well. My idea would be bring Vettel back for the round 1 and have him there to do race 300, but I reckon that's a bit unfair.
It is kind of unfair, but I think everyone wants to see him get to race 300, and I've just heard from the pit lane that the Aston Martin still has electrical issues, so it's back in the pits.
Oh, that's even worse then. Thanks, Josh. So this is not good at all. Hülkenberg down towards turn 1. Look, so he hits the bumps, unsettles the car, then it just makes the double lock-up. Double lock-up both sides as well. Brake bias on that Haas is not correct at all. They need to fix it. So we've still got problems for the Aston Martin. And Felipe Dragovic in control of that this morning before he hands it over to Fernando Alonso in the afternoon. So at least he's still got time to get some running in and get everything sorted. Oscar Piastri out on the circuit now, down towards turn 14. Piastri so far hasn't set a competitive lap time in this first session of pre-season testing. Comes across the line now. I think this might be his first time, though, to do so. He's pitted at the end of all of them. So he's actually done first sector. Actually, it's disappeared off my monitors. Second sector for Piastri was a 46.345. Third sector was a 24.1. So he is up there, but he just hasn't actually set a full-on lap. Piastri in the McLaren, load of controversy surrounding that. We covered it last year, Josh, quite extensively. Piastri at McLaren, is that a safe idea? Is it a good idea, or should he have stuck with Alpine?
I think it's a safe and good idea because previously we've seen McLaren nearer the top than Alpine, but McLaren has kind of dropped off, I think, as well. But let's see Piastri go into turn 10. That was a better line than he's done before, because So this could be a good lap time, as in a second we will get the second sector time. The first sector was a 31.475, second sector a 42.485. Let's see if he will pit or complete the lap.
Yeah, he's down on time, isn't he? But I'd still complete it. It'll put him into 8th position. Is he going to do it? Out of the last corner now, into turn 14, boots it hard. Does he come into the pit lane, or does he complete the lap time?
Nope.
He comes
Oh,
into the pit lane. Oscar Piastri. What are McLaren up to? They have not set a lap time on the board yet at all. Personal best, but that's it. Oh, Verstappen's back out on the circuit. Gasly stopped at turn 12. Gasly stopped at turn 12, according to my driver tracker. Yeah. No, that's still the winglet. That's not Gasly that we're looking at. There's still a... Is that an aero box? What is that?
Could be.
Really don't know. Alex Jakes?
It belonged once upon a time.
Oh, it is off the Haas. So, where did that come off? Is it a front wing end plate off Hulkenberg's car? Looks like one of the aero vanes. Gasly is still not there. Yes, look, there it is. It's going to crack off, isn't it? There it goes, underneath. So it's a floor winglet off a Haas that got dislodged off Hulkenberg. And Gasly's got going again. His timer has resynced itself. So it's Hulkenberg with a floor winglet that's gone off. So that's the divider for the air tunnel to guide the air to the ground effect. It's just fallen away. How bizarre. There it is. Just listening to the team radio. That was coming through. And they're just checking the underfloor now at Haas, making sure all is okay. Love to see if we get a pit lane run. We haven't gone down to Sam Collins, Ted Kravitz or Laura Winter in a few moments. I'd love to get their view of that as Hulkenberg continues on. Science is actually looking good. Here's Verstappen. Aeroflow on the new floor then, Josh. Red Bull, do you reckon they could keep their championship alive, running, and do a third in a row?
I mean, it is highly possible, but I think we all want a new champion, maybe even a Mercedes. See Mercedes back on top, because they've been down last year, but here is Verstappen. Nearly 2 tenths down in the first sector, but these lap times don't matter as much as it is just day one, first session of the test at Bahrain.
I'd just like to say good morning to Les as well. I hope that's how I pronounce it as well. It says, Yo, what is this? It's a watch along. So we've got the track audio in the background, we've got timing screens and information and data. This is basically anybody who can't view F1 testing. We can't obviously show the pictures, but this is hopefully a next best thing. We watch, tell you what's going on, and we all watch together if you can have access to it on TV and sync up the commentary, and just a general place to chat with other motorsport fans and keep an eye on everything as well. And hopefully we provide you with some action as well. As Verstappen is fastest sector 1, personal best as well coming through across the line. Verstappen goes top on a 1:33.593, 78 thousandths quicker than Alexander Albon as well. So good time there. I don't know what tyre he's on just yet, because it's turn 1. He's on the prototype tyre. So that is the tyre that should come in after Imola. And he did kick up a lot of dust as well, Josh, coming down in turn 12 as well. That Red Bull has not looked stable in the first couple of hours of testing. It was bumping a lot down towards turn 1 with the propulsing. It was sparking. The brake bias wasn't right. Now they've put some aeroflow on to try and understand what the new airbox does. And the new intakes as well with the side pods. But do you reckon Max is happy right now? Or do you reckon he's just like, there's something not quite right with the car?
I mean, it is just early days, but I think he's happy now. And now that we've had the slow-mo, we can see that Max Verstappen is on the medium tyres, just the yellow text. So I believe that is the C3.
Yeah, middle C3.
133.593 on, and here is, I believe, the Aston Martin. No, it isn't. It's
Russell.
George Russell.
That's going to be so hard to tell this year, the Aston apart from the black Mercedes, especially as they've got a green for George Russell as well.
And especially when they're full zoom, then they're coming down the straight. Yeah, that is going to be hard.
Russell's highlighted for some reason on our driver tracker. I don't even know why, but there he is, coming through. Actually, I don't know why that is. Try and see why. Oh, he is highlighted because of an error there. So let me just switch that up as well. Get all our graphics back operational. Verstappen, top of the session. I think Russell's backed out this lap, Josh. He was down in the first sector, and he doesn't look like he's pushing that hard. His first sector was a 30.881.
Yeah, and that was nearly 1 second down. And then AJ Racing says, is testing 2 days, 8 hours each day? No, it's 3 days and 8 hours and a half each day.
Yep. 8.5 hours each day of testing. They've extended it by 15 minutes either side as well in case of any problems. So we have, technically, it's 25.5 hours of testing instead of the 24. So, and that change, by the way, 15 minutes either side, was made very, very late. And when I say very, very late, I mean last night it was announced that they were making the 15 minutes either side. Go down to trackside now, turn 7 and 8.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. I'm just down here doing something I don't often do, and I haven't done at this circuit ever, which is leave the pit lane and go and have a look at the cars out on track. And one of the problems you have when you do this in testing is you don't have the full 20-car field. You only have a limited number of cars, like this Ferrari coming through, and you just have to get what you're given in terms of what they're running and what they're looking at. And I do have one of Sam's theories about something to do with the Ferrari design, but I'll come back to that because it's actually a theory about the Mercedes, and when that comes around, we'll have a talk about that. But the car I really want to have a look at is the Red Bull. Now, of course, it's the first time we've seen this car. The car that they had at the launch wasn't the real thing, and they've been doing a lot of flow visualization work, and that's where they spray the multicolored dye on the car and see where it flows. So you see the Mercedes there coming through. Now, my theory to do with that car is all to do with the shape of those high shoulders, if you like, behind the driver's head. But let's have a look at these two cars coming through. Now, particularly the Red Bull. Now, Bob, hopefully stay with the Red Bull, which is going to come past us very slowly now. You can see underneath that sponsors branding where it says Oracle down there that you've got a really clear vision of the FlowVis dye, that green stripe underneath the side pod. And that's what they're looking at. That's where Red Bull are really studying the airflow over the bodywork of the car. They'll also be studying the airflow under the bodywork of the car, and you can't really see that, but they will be putting sensors underneath the bodywork, particularly in the side pods, to see how the air is flowing through the radiators, how it's cooling stuff. They'll be putting temperature probes in there as well to understand how this new car is reacting, and that's why you're seeing the Red Bull doing these really slow laps around the track. So hopefully you can get another look at it when it comes around again, because Max Verstappen is just being told to drive around as slowly as possible at a steady speed, so the engineers back at Milton Keynes and here at Bahrain can look at the detail of what's going on in the car. Ferrari there looking like they're building into a similar run. They've removed all their big sensor rakes, their big sensor array, so they're just going to be looking at cooling perhaps, or perhaps other areas of the car, how it runs at low speed. Because when you come to testing, you have to test every single element of a car's performance. And what a car does at Grand Prix weekend is not just drive around the track as fast as possible. They have slow laps to the pits, they have slow laps and build laps in qualifying. And the drivers and the cars have to build all of these things up. Now, as I was saying about the Mercedes, if you look at the high-shouldered section behind George Russell's head, if you look at it head-on, it dips down really visibly. And the shape, to me, is very similar to that of the Ferrari side pods from the F175 and this year's car as well. And that's all about reducing drag of the overall bodywork. So I think that's a really interesting thing to look at, and hopefully we can get some good shots of that later over this test. Alfa Romeo there with its sparing use of red paint. They've got rid of all that white paint on the Sauber Engineering built car. Now, this is a really interesting team because it's Alfa Romeo this year. Next year, we're not sure of the team's name. Now, have a look at the Red Bull here. You can see that green stripe. That's not a new livery. That is that flow visualization dye. Red Bull really interested in the interaction of the corner of the car, the wake of the front wheels, and how it's interacting with the top of the floor. And the floor is crucial. 15 millimeters higher this year, about the width of my finger. And that seems like very little, but we're expecting it to cost the cars about half a second in lap time from the end of last year to the start of this year. Can't compare it like for like, not the same circuits, not the same tyres either, of course, so it's going to be hard to judge exactly the difference, but that's what Red Bull are looking at. The other thing Red Bull will be looking at is the effect of these new, much bigger rear-view mirrors that all of the cars are fitted with this year. As a safety measure, the FIA have increased the size of the rear-view mirrors, and those mirrors create quite a lot of aerodynamic drag. So the teams are trying to find ways to reduce the aerodynamic drag of those mirrors, and in some cases, maybe find a little bit of aerodynamic performance as well. And you'll see that on the Mercedes particularly, because it's still got that very shrunken down side pod. Different shape this year, it's more oblong or rectangular, the side pod inlet, but you still have that exposed upper side impact structure with the mirror sitting on top of it, and yes, those array of sticky uppy bits alongside it. When that first appeared this time last year, it wowed the entire engineering world. Well, they stuck with it. It didn't really work too well last year, but Mercedes think they've cracked it on this year's car, the W14. Have they? Well, lap times at the moment aren't going to be particularly indicative of anything. What you've really got to look at is how the cars are working around the lap. There's that Red Bull again, though. Clearly a long run, which is unusual for a flow visualization run, but you can see so clearly what they're looking at. Ferrari, slow speed laps as well. Not quite sure what they're doing with their new car. The Alfa Romeo, though, picking up the pace. Now, what I was saying about that Alfa Romeo team is, next year, we don't actually know what the team's being called. As we understand it, the contract between Sauber Racing, Sauber Motorsport, and Alfa Romeo has come to an end at the end of this season. And that's not a surprise, because in 2026, that team will become the Audi Works team. So, in the years between now and 2026, we don't really know much about the identity of that team, though it has been confirmed that they're going to continue to use Ferrari power units right up to the end of 2025. So guys, back up in the commentary box, I think I've given you a fair amount of stuff to talk about and have a chat about and think about as we're out here on the side of the track.
Sam Collins there from F1 TV reporting from turn 7 and 8. And I reckon, Josh, what we're going to see Alfa Romeo be called is Sauber as well. It'll just be Sauber. For a couple of seasons, it'll simply just be called Sauber. And I reckon we can take that. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I think we could, as Zoe comes across the line, sets a 1:34.868, so a slow lap there, just getting everything sorted. But Sainz is at 1:33.253. That was earlier on, and Sainz has just come across the line into turn 1 to start another lap.
On the medium compound tyres too, C3s, so he has gone fastest with 2 hours 37 minutes left of this session, just bumping up and down a little bit, and he's backed out of this lap time now as well. Coming through the first 2 corners, you're watching day 1 of pre-season testing for Formula 1 2023, and let's hope as well we're going to be in for an absolute cracker of a year. 2022 was exciting at some points, but Red Bull had it dominated from round 3. So pretty much it was just handed to them on a plate. George Russell at the moment, 7th fastest, hasn't completed that many laps, only 21 so far, but he has not done many continual runs, which is interesting. Sainz, Zhou, Verstappen and Hülkenberg, the cars currently out on the track. A reminder, maximum of 10 cars in each session, as it's 1 per team. No one will be doubling up until the afternoon session, when they hand over to the secondary drivers, which, as you can see, will be Sargent, Norris, Alonso, Leclerc, Magnussen, De Vries, Ocon, Hamilton and Bottas. They'll get the afternoon run. Max Verstappen is staying in the car the entire time today, which is pretty much unexpected. Usually the teams like to switch between the 2 drivers on the same day in order to gain as much information as possible on what to change tomorrow. But Verstappen will have his run, Perez will have his run tomorrow. Then on the final day, Red Bull will switch between the 2 drivers as they test which car is the best. And Hülkenberg now just out of turn 13, Josh, just casually going for a drive. This is what testing is all about. Seeing cars on the track, but not much action happening, which is to be expected.
Yeah, it really, really is. Let's see if Hulkenberg will start a lap as he's on an out lap. Yes,
A little bit of bump,
he will.
Oh,
He
bump.
comes across the line, and as you said, a little bit bumpy.
It's turn 1, hits that bump again. The cars have been risen this year by 5 centimetres. Oh, lock up again on the inside front. Now he's on the C3 medium compact tyre though, Josh. It's still surprising me that he's having so many errors.
It wasn't that big of a lock-up on the C3, though.
Just sliding, yeah. Just a reminder of colours, by the way. If it is white with no markings, it's the C1. Sorry, it's the C0 tyre. If it's white with markings, it's C1. If it's yellow with no markings, it's C2. If it's yellow with markings, it's C3. If it's red with no markings, it's C4. And if it's red with markings, it's C5. As Sainz has a moment of snap oversteer through the sand dune section as well, coming down through turns 6 and 7.
Luckily, there's a lot of runoff area to the left of the sand dune section, so there's quite a lot of space for error, but you really don't want to be doing that next weekend on the race weekend.
Scary, that was 7 days away from the start of the F1 season as well. This time next week we'll be doing our weekend preview, showing you the drivers' press conference and having all our information as well. I believe that's on at 11 o'clock in the morning next Thursday. Reminder, we'll have coverage of F2 and F3 next weekend as well as IndyCar. What's going to happen is we'll have highlights on Friday evening of the F3 practice and qualifying and the F2 practice and qualifying. Will Buxton's left the commentary box, has gone down to the pits.
Take this opportunity to
Is it
have a
Alpine?
little look at the car which we've been talking about all morning and which appears to be the talk of the pit lane at the moment, given the potential that it has. And of course it all starts on this newly designed front wing, which sits at the front of the newly designed nose. Of course last year much thinner nose, bit rounded. This year very, very flat coming all the way down, and the bottom element of the front wing actually attached to the bottom of the nose, whereas last year it kind of hung underneath it there. The team thinks it's going to give them a lot more options in terms of setup variations on the front wing flaps here. So that's that's basically obviously where it cuts through the air. At the front on the front wing, we can't really see it because they've started working on it. Maybe we can go over the top. It's one of the few occasions during tests we're not allowed into the garage, even though we've got boys who are usually allowed into the garage, but just not during testing. You can see the pushrod suspension at the front. It was pushrod last year, pushrod this year, but a slight change in the angle of that and in the layout of that front suspension, just to try to stop the car from diving too much under braking. And obviously that is because what you need with these cars, as we know, with the floors, is a stable aerodynamic platform. And although you might like a pointy front end on the car, if it dives too much, pitching into the corner, that does unsettle the car, and that's not what you need, as the guys just make a bit of work on the suspension. Then if we go, let's dip down, mate, see if we can get down. You can see the new inlets right at the bottom underneath. Get all the way down. Go on, go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Oh, it's too early, isn't it, on the knees? We're all getting old. You can see the new inlets that will take the airflow down underneath the car into those all-important tunnels. They've been completely redesigned on the Alpine for this year. But the thing that's very, very visible, come on, we'll get you up, mate. How's your knees? You all right? If we come around the side to the right-hand side, where everybody's been playing around, of course, is with the radiators. And that has allowed Alpine this year to have a much narrower side pods than they had last year. Of course, we knew they had that very bulky engine cover as well last year. That's been narrowed in. And what that's allowed with the narrower side pods and the redistribution of where the radiator position is within that side pod is that groove, that tunnel that goes all the way down, kind of Ferrari-like, that scoops the airflow down and doesn't let it then spill over the top, spill over the side, and pushes it down towards the beam wing and the new pushrod rear suspension at the back of the car. So although the Alpine, it looks kind of similar to where it was last year, there's so many changes to this car, as we've been saying, a car which is already under weight limit and already one of the cars that is being most looked at in this pit lane. So many changes on it. Guys, up in the comment box, back to you.
Thank you very much, Will Buxton, as well. And I'm going to have to figure out our cameras so I can actually sit down. I forgot about that because we were in such a mad rush this morning because Oh, hang on a minute. We're going to go down to Laura Winter.
Thank you very much indeed, Alex. Yes, Technical Director over AlphaTauri joins me now. I know you've been out the loop for a little while in terms of the action on track, but what is Yuki Tsunoda's stint out there showing you guys so far?
I mean, we've dedicated the morning so far with Yuki to collecting a lot of aero data. You'll see the large aero rakes fitted to the car, so there's an awful lot of data we need there to start the process of correlating to our wind tunnel and CFD, and he's probably now just going out with all of that gubbins removed and starting to set some baselines and then to start to understand the car a bit and work on the balance.
How was your winter preparation for this very moment? I know it's one that teams must be so nervous about because you spent all this time, all those months in the dark preparing, looking at the research, the development, the data, and now's the time to shine out on track and see what works and, more importantly, what doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, last season wasn't what we wanted as a team. We spent quite a lot of time reflecting on that and understanding exactly what we needed to do to get back to be strong in the midfield, which is where we've been the previous years there. So there's been a lot of reflection, a lot of work. We've been aggressive with this car, we believe, in terms of its architecture, structurally and aerodynamically. Really focused in the wind tunnel, really trying to address the issues from last year and get more load onto the car and nice aero characteristics, etc. Yeah, and we've done the filming day. That's a little snippet of only 100 kilometres of what we had, and now we're just getting into it. So really keen to know now, with the first loop of correlation, how the car compares to the tools, development tools, and what the driver's feedback is when we get the proper tyres on and start pushing a bit now. So we're just at that point now.
It's exciting, isn't it? How was shakedown as well? And how satisfied are you with the AT04 that we are seeing on track? Has it hit those targets that you set? I'm sure you set yourself.
Yeah, I mean, the shakedown itself went well. It passed well without any incident. In terms of what we've set as targets aerodynamically and reducing car mass, etc. Yeah, we believe we've hit the car mass targets. We're collecting the data now to see where we are aerodynamically, but our tools told us that we'd put a chunk of performance onto the car. We've just got to correlate it and understand whether that's real, and then define or to what extent that's real, and then define the development directions. But we've got a big package of updates planned for this year. We're really back to rolling development, and as soon as we know exactly where we are, then the development comes into play. And the plan is to be a lot more aggressive than last year and really push hard to get the car back to where it needs to be.
Yeah, as you say, P9, of course, not where AlphaTauri want to be, and I'm sure you're going to bounce back up this season. You have a new driver pairing as well. Yuki Tsunoda, of course, joined by a rookie of sorts, Nick De Vries, but he's not your average rookie, is he? How are they bedding in together, and how has Nick bedded in with the team as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're bedded in quite well together. I mean, as you say, Nick might be considered a rookie in F1 racing terms, but in terms of a race driver and a test driver, he's certainly not a rookie, so it's been really good for us. We spent a lot of time with him, downloading what he knows, getting his ideas. He's asked us an awful lot of questions. He's pushed the engineers hard. It's good. It's a little bit different to normal, but it's really been pleasant. It's really been good, and I think he's going to push us hard this year. We've got high expectations from him. He's got high expectations of us, and he's clear on what his objectives are. So it's all good stuff, really. It's all positive so far, and one thing is for sure, if he has something to say, he'll be saying it, which is good. It's good for the team.
Absolutely. And expectations, hopes over the next 3 days of testing, what do they look like?
I mean, there's all the cliches as usual, but we want to be running reliably. We want to learn about the car, but it's a game of cat and mouse now in terms of what people are doing with power unit settings, fuel loads, and other things. So, at the end of the day, once we've sifted through all of that, what we hope to see is that we're firmly in the midfield and got a good basis to develop on from. And then, if that's the case, it's just the case of getting the development on the car and trying to close that gap, which is what we did in 2020, 2021. But yeah, I'd like to come away from here with a good set of data and also believe that, we're strong midfield contenders, and that's a good basis for the season then, I believe.
Points in Bahrain for the first race?
Points is always a target. The way Formula One is now and how tight it is in the midfield, if you want to be a strong contender in the midfield, you need to be scoring regularly, and you need to be scoring with two cars. So otherwise, you're looking for results beyond the normal, really. So that's our target. We make it easy for ourselves if we can do that, but it's going to be very tight. The midfield's strong and only getting stronger, I think.
Yeah, that's good for Formula One, though, right?
Certainly, yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Jodie, for your time and all your expertise, and best of luck over the next 3 days. Thank you.
Laura Winter with Jodie Egerton there as well. Josh, if you want to get a chair, do, because I've sat down. I've managed to get the camera working so I can sit down in the commentary box for the first time in 2 hours. So you can get a chair, Josh, sit down. It's too long of a test to stand up for that long amount of time as well. Yuki Tsunoda is out of the circuit. There we go. Let's have some comfort for a while, because we need it, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Small small PSG plug-in. Yes, indeed, with the GT Omega chair. And if you do watch as well PSGL in their Discord, you get 5% off these fantastic cheers as well. That do come in incredibly handy, so we do need to sit down. Sonoda comes across the line, goes up to 8th with a 1:37.1 as his delta time there. So all looking good again. What have you made then of the second hour we've had at the moment, Josh? It's all sort of been quite exciting and quite energetic once again. Everyone's been pushing incredibly hard.
Yes, it has. Now, if I do that, I don't have to look over there.
Oh, I see, yes, because you can watch the main data, yeah. Russell's out of the car, by the way, everyone. He's stood in the back of the garage while they make some setup changes. And the car's up on the jacks, actually, as well. So there's some big issues that we're not seeing there that need to be fixed at the moment. Green light is on at the moment, we're seeing on our Delta tank. Dragovic, I think he's coming out on the track to do a practice. He's doing a practice at the end of the pit lane, but Albon and Tsunoda are there. And here is Dragovic, actually. He's on a lap, so the timing delta has actually frozen in a little part of that sector, but he'll get back out there ASAP. First sector time was a 31.269, Josh. So good opening lap time there from Dragovic.
Yeah, it is. We'll have to see what the Sector 2 time is. As yeah, I see what you mean. The data has frozen, as that is the AlphaTauri of Tsunoda.
And just received track temperatures now up to 27 degrees as well. But I think that's wrong, isn't it? Because air temperatures are 27 degrees, track temperatures are 39 degrees. It's risen ever so slightly as we get just past midday here as well. Dragovic, though, is going to set his first lap times of the season as a reserve driver at Aston Martin. Might be doing race 1, depending on how large Joel is. It is a 1:37.719. That's Aston's first lap time of the season after technical problems plagued them for the first 2 hours of this test. And Mike Crack on the pit wall there as well, smiling. So he looks like he... Well, I'd say it's a half grin there, wouldn't you, Josh? It's a half smile.
Yeah, it is a half smile, and there is... Weird not seeing Mattia Binotto on there, but there is Charles Leclerc Watson on the pit wall, which means... time to get the marker out.
Yep. Is that what, a driver watching the timing screens? Oh, is that one of the bingos?
Maybe.
Love F1 bingo. We need a lot more.
Hi.
Oh, there we are. Oh, yes, I
That's
see it. Yes, on your setup. That's a. Oh, you've got the timing screen. I see. Yes, the track map and the bingo. Pretty much similar to what we've got up here in the commentary box, actually, as well. Actually, I've just thought, because F1 testing is so long, when Megan's in the commentary box later, I might try and get my phone set up, and we'll do a look around the commentary box. It's a bit of a mess, but we'll see if we can get that sorted, actually, for later on, because that's what testing's all about. It's having a laugh, having a chat, seeing what's happening out on the circuit, but mainly getting all good. And, of course, this is the first year where in every single race we're going to have the audio from the cars. We didn't have this last year in testing. We had it from Belgium onwards last year, but I always love it, and I'm glad we can have it, and it's worked in all the other series as well. But Formula 1 is where it works the best because the cars are the loudest, and surprisingly it works in Formula E as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that, really. And there is Nick de Vries.
Where is he? Oh, he's been jailed. Oh, well. That's a shame. He's behind some Armco barriers. I think he's got a football, actually. It looks like he's... I don't know what he's doing. He looks like a robot. He looks like an NPC that's walked into a wall and can't find reverse. He's just stuck, isn't he? That'll be a meme. That is going to be a meme at some point after this test. Sign up for your driver card. WilliamsF1.com. Download the app. We can get driver cards?
Is that what Formula E are doing, where you can download driver card signatures?
Yeah, I saw that actually. I think that's right on the F1 app. So, well, you know what to do, don't you? Get downloading the F1 app, WilliamsF1.com. Download that app and get in as well. Now, Josh will be leaving us in around about 5 minutes. Richie will join us in the commentary box, and then Megan will be in as well from 10:30 till 11:15. Josh is back with us this afternoon as well. We're going to have you on different times as well. Reminder that Tom Dillon and Ed Hunter are taking a segment of the session while I have to go have Barber's haircut. My hairdresser's coming. She's very nicely fitted us in at such short notice as well. So I'll be missing for half an hour while I have literally got a lot of hair chopped off the back of my head. And then I'll come back in the commentary box as well. Friday, I'm with you all day. But Saturday, the commentary rotor changes up quite a bit. Because of Formula E, Megan is going to be leading 4 hours and I'm leading 4 hours. So we're both sort of half and halfing with each other on the final day of testing as she takes over the responsibilities. And also, myself, Tom Dillon and Edward Hunter are going to be commentating on Formula E. Megan Birch, Ian Birch and you, Josh, are going to be commentating on that hour. And then when I'm away early in the morning for practice and qualifying, we'll have a whole hurry of guests joining Megan in the comms box here. And one of them will be Tom Dillon, one of them will be you, Josh, as well. At the same time, we'll have a good run as well. But that's for Saturday. That's Friday night Joshua's problem to get that sorted.
This is all... Because I have you in this ear, I have Sky F1, so it's all going in this ear and out that ear.
Yeah.
But
oh, Richie's joined the box.
Yeah.
Hello, Richie. Can you hear us?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Hello.
You're slightly early.
Well, I was going to come in on mute just so I can wait for you to finish up.
Okay, no worries. We're going to head down to the pit lane soon anyway, so I suppose that's going to be entertaining as well. As we fly by. A little bit there from Gasly going down on the circuit. But yeah, Josh, just coming to you as well about it. It is a very confusing weekend for the schedules, but we'll make it work. It's not going to be as bad as some other things this year that are going to be literally running from box A to box B and everything as well.
Yeah.
I've even got to set up a secondary commentary box as well. I haven't done that yet.
yeah, well, it's going to be a busy and in the commentary section of Discord, which is you guys don't get to see, there's 5 commentary box voice channels now, so it's going to get very busy.
Yeah, just in case, I thought best to get 5 as well, and everyone's got access to them now as well, because there's certainly going to be times where I'm going to be in commentary box 1, Tom's going to be in commentary box 2, Megan's going to be in commentary box 3, there's going to be a lot of run as well, so there's a lot of changeover as well. And PSG have 6 and barely use them as well, so it's just a break glass in case of emergency. I swear Nick De Vries has a football, Josh. I'm 100% certain now he's got a football.
Yeah, I think so as well, but I also like having 4 and 5, because here's a little behind the scenes to everyone. 10 minutes before I'm due in the comms box, going down right to the bottom and going in comms box 5 just to make sure everything works. It's great having a spare channel.
Yeah, it's always, actually that is good actually, because usually we only had 2, now we've got 5, so everyone can go in and make sure everything works and everything's set up okay. Albon just circulating with a little bit of aero flow of paint on the underside of the front wing there as well. I'm hoping, because it's coming up to the 2-hour changeover, that Alex Jakes, Jolie and Palmer are going to leave the F1 TV commentary box, hand over to David Croft and whoever's alongside him, so we can throw to them while we get ourselves sorted on our side at the moment. But there's nothing I'm hearing at the moment. Sainz top though, 133.253, Verstappen second, Albon third, Joe fourth, Hulkenberg fifth, Gasly, Russell, Sonoda. And Josh, what have you noticed then in your first stint in the comms box this year? What sort of jumped out to you?
Not really anything, it's just the first time of testing. We'll have to see later on when I come back to end day 1 with Megan, and I think you as well.
Oh yeah, I'll be there, I'm back there, yeah.
But the Haas locking up as well, but time for a cheeky thing. Well, saying it's not really cheeky, but if you guys want to know, like anyone watching, are we going to go trackside?
Yeah. So you say your bits, and then I'll throw over to Sam.
Okay. So, if anyone watching wants to know who's driving when without having to ask us, this is in the Discord with team colours and driver names.
it's incredibly handy. I've got it printed out over the
Yes.
side of the box. Okay, thanks, Josh. We'll see you later on. And Richie's already in the box ready. So, Josh, I'll see you later. Thank you. We'll go down to Salmon
Yeah,
10.
bye.
You can just see over the crest, you can see the start of the braking zone. So when a car comes around, you'll see the cars are really hitting a bump just at that point, and it gives a really good indication over who's running their car particularly stiffly and who isn't. So we'll see who the first cars are. Now, I was just looking a moment ago at the Alpine going over that, and it was almost lifting its right front wheel off the ground. There, the Williams, you can see the bump very clearly. Big lump of Flovis. Now, the Alpine is out just following it as well. Now, when they come back round, just keep an eye on how aggressive a bump that is on the Alpine's front suspension, because this is a really good way to have a look at just that stiffness. And these cars of this generation, which started last year, are so much stiffer than previous generations of car, right back to the 1970s. And that's because they're ground effect cars, so it's the floor of the car that's generating all of that downforce, right from the wings and the bits above the bodywork that you can see. That means that the teams need to keep that floor as stable as possible. They need to keep it stiff as possible. And it's not quite back to the 1970s where you have that situation where the teams were almost taking the suspension out and just putting a bit of old scaffolding in and just running without suspension. The drivers didn't appreciate it, but these cars are so stiff. The one thing I haven't seen too much of, despite the stiffness of these cars, is porpoising. We haven't seen those cars bouncing, or at least I certainly haven't seen those cars bouncing as aggressively as we did this time last year. And that, I think, is another result of the regulation changes for this year, with those raised floor edges, that slightly reshaped diffuser, and some of the other bits and pieces around the car, as well as the sensors underneath the driver's bum, which basically limit the teams. If the FIA see that a car is bouncing too aggressively, those oscillations, that up and down movement is too harsh, then it will flag a little alarm and the team will get told, well, you're going to have to change something there, lads, because that isn't an acceptable movement of the car. Now, we are waiting for this car. Two cars coming very slowly. The Williams first. You can see that bump on the front. Then you can even see it actually at the low speed on the Alfa Romeo, how aggressive the bump is. Now, I'm hoping we're going to see the Alpine come over that crest next. Here it comes. Watch the front wheels. Not as bad as it's been, actually, so I wonder if that was a little bit of a slower run. I've seen the Alpine almost lifting the wheels over that crest, so it's a really aggressive part of the track and a good point to monitor different cars. Something else you're going to see a lot of this year, considering this is a heavy braking zone on this circuit, is the teams playing around with brake ducts. You'll see those air scoops inside the front wheels on every single different car. And all they're doing is driving the air into the brake disc, the brake pads, and chucking it out the back. The rules changed in 2022, quite a bit about that. The teams reacted, but it's an area of the car that doesn't just benefit brake cooling. It has a big aerodynamic factor to play as well. So you will see all of the teams fiddling around with their brake cooling packages. And the team that really struggled with it last year was McLaren. They couldn't get it to work for all the opening races. They had the car pulling it apart for the opening races all the time. Well, and I think that's something we're going to see an awful lot of here. The Williams is continuing around the track at the moment, so I think we'll see that pass one more time. Then I'll hand back over to the commentary box. But Bob, I really want you to focus in that bump. You can actually see the marks on the track, that darker section on the track where you see that white line across the circuit. That's the intermediate line for the timing. And when you see that line across the circuit, you'll see those drivers bump across, and then that's where you'll see this big bump I'm talking about. Now have a look here. There, bang! You can see the front end of the Williams just hopping up in the ground. And it's Flavia still running on that. The drivers are going to be feeling that. The engineers are going to be seeing all of that in the data. And they've got to get that right balance between responding to those bumps and getting the setup as fast as they can. With only 3 days of testing before we go into a Grand Prix weekend, it's going to be a difficult one to do. Guys, back to you in the commentary box.
Well, that's at turn 10 as well. And we're getting all set because Richie joins me in the commentary box now. And I'm delighted to introduce Richie this time as a PSGL F2 commentator. How does that sound, Richie? Welcome back.
It's amazing, to be honest. I can't wait. It's actually tonight. I forgot. We've got the commentary here for the testing, then about 8 PM, I think it is, for PSGL. So you've got a busy day ahead.
Yeah, just a bit, sadly,
so,
yeah.
It's a perfect way to end the day off. You got some real F1 in the morning and the afternoon, then you got some esports to, like, you know, settle down at night. Well, PSGL definitely won't be settling, probably.
Yeah. It's going to be absolutely fantastic.
It's great.
Just going to pass over to F1 TV quickly because they're changing over commentators. It's always funny to hear. So give me a sec. Crofty and joining over.
The session. Down to you, Will Buxton.
Oh, Will's in the pit lane.
Thanks, JC. Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane. I thought I'd take you guys on a general kind of run through what's changed and what hasn't changed over the winter. Just to bring you up to speed, really. And we start down here at Williams at the tail end of the pit lane. And, of course, the big news at Williams over the winter was that team chief Jost Capito, chief designer FX de Maison, left the team, and into their place stepped Mr. James Vowles, of course. So famous with the Mercedes F1 team. So much history there, so much championship success, so much knowledge and understanding that he's bringing to this team as they try to get their way back up the grid once again. New sponsors on board for Williams this year, Gulf. Big news there. Not quite the beautiful kind of light blue and orange Gulf livery that I think a lot of people were expecting, but that's because Gulf isn't their title sponsor, but the potential certainly there for the future that it could be maximised. But at the moment, Williams going really well, actually, in testing. When I came on air to speak to you guys, third fastest, about 10 laps behind what Verstappen and Sainz have done so far, but so far looking so good. A good start to testing for Williams. Down here at AlphaTauri, of course, the big change for them is that Nick de Vries comes in. There's Franz Tost having a little look at the screen. They've also pulled in the old Sauber sponsor Orlen, which was formerly associated with Robert Kubica. But they pick up that sponsor. And Nick de Vries, as we've been saying in commentary this morning, so much expectation on him. Such a great history, such a huge talent. Of course, we look at that Grand Prix debut that he made at Monza for Williams, scoring points on debut, having only stepped into the car the day before. But when you look all the way through his career, you look at Formula E, you look at Formula 2, all the way through, Nick de Vries, a sensational driver, a champion, very much deserving of his place in Formula 1, even if it has come a little bit later in his career. I think the guys were a bit harsh, saying it's a lose-lose situation for the boys down there at AlphaTauri this year, but no, a lot of expectation on Nick de Vries. And as we get here to Haas, a big announcement at the tail end of last year was that they, of course, had picked up a title sponsor in the form of MoneyGram, bringing them a huge and much-needed influx of money. And, of course, the return of Nico Hülkenberg to replace Mick Schumacher at the team alongside Kevin Magnussen. 3 years on the sidelines for Hulk, known as the super sub, jumping in for Aston Martin as and when he was called upon. And he's had a number of laps this morning. We've seen a couple of lockups from him in that Haas. Us getting the first real view of it, of course, when the car was launched, it was mostly just a render. So first proper look at the car on track this morning. 5th quickest he was when I came on air to you. We don't have the luxury of the big timing boards all around the pit lane and up in the grandstands as we do on race weekend. So I'm having to go on the basis of where the times were when I started this walk. And Hülkenberg was 5th quickest as we take a little step back, and already a little bit of gaffer tape just on the side pod there, holding the whole thing together. Now to Aston Martin, massive expectations from them. Lawrence Barretto, you heard him earlier say that the one thing that he felt from most of the team launches was they were all trying to downplay expectations. Not so at Aston Martin. A lot of confidence, a lot of positivity coming out of Aston Martin. Not a lot of positivity coming out of the garage this morning. Of course, Felipe Drugovich grinding to a halt as he left the garage. An electrical issue from him. It is resolved. He is out on track. But up to a couple of moments ago, he was only in single figures for the morning. So not the easiest of starts for Aston Martin. Still a smile on the boys' faces, which is nice to see. Of course, Lance Stroll, though, will not be here testing. He has injured himself. We wish him well, a speedy recovery, but Felipe Drugovich standing in for him, getting that all-important knowledge of the car, just in case he's called up to stand in for Lance next weekend here in Bahrain, the reigning Formula 2 champion. But as we said, we do wish Lance, and if you're watching Lance, we wish you well. Get well soon, man, and get back here. Right now to Alfa Romeo, and you see sitting on the pit wall there, I think, you can see the back of his head. Is it? I can't tell from this angle. It looks like Luni Bravi, Alessandro. It might not be, but you'll recognise Bayat. Bayat's been at this team forever, part of the DNA of what makes Sauber is Bayat. So he still the team manager. But Alessandro Luni Bravi comes in as the well, it's not really team principal. They've called him team representative. So essentially, Andreas Seidel, who comes in as CEO, I think will ultimately determine the direction of the team, the decisions to be made, and it'll be Alessandro's job to then go and tell everybody what Andreas has decided and turn up and do all the media. It's quite cushy, actually, for Andreas. He doesn't have to do the media. He can give all that to Alessandro, so he gets out of that, which is quite nice for him. But yeah, team lineup stays the same. Of course, Joe and Valtteri Bottas. Joe, who had such a great rookie season, and Valtteri, we know, such a phenomenal racer, can really get the power down. Second half of the season, not quite as good as the first half of Valtteri, but definitely Joe coming on leaps and bounds in that second half of the year. And we failed to mention, actually, walking past Aston Martin, that's where Fernando Alonso is now. To McLaren, the man in the car this morning, Oscar Piastri, so much controversy over his move to McLaren last year. That is the big change here, of course, as is the fact that Andreas Seidel left the team to go next door to Sauber / Alfa Romeo / going to become Audi, and into his place steps Andrea Della Stella, of course, a stalwart at the team, has been there for such a long time. Actually joined with Fernando Alonso, who he partnered up with down at Ferrari. So when Fernando left Ferrari to go to McLaren, Andrea went with him and has become a really integral part of the team. Next up, Alpine, of course, fourth in the Constructors last year. We've spent a lot of time this morning looking at their car, one of the only cars to come in, we understand, pretty decently under the weight limit. But a beautiful looking car, new push rod rear suspension on that, a lot of work gone in, and already a really big development project put in place for this car. They were so effective last year with their developments, which they planned out well in advance in order to maximize the budget cap in Formula One. And were it not for the unreliability of the power unit in the back of that Alpine last season, could and arguably should have done so much better. Only a couple of teams remaining, so we'll take you to the end of the pit lane and run you through all of that, because down here at Mercedes, oddly, one of the teams where there have been no changes. We thought potentially they may seek to change that very different side pod layout, of course the vertical inlet rather than the horizontal inlet. But as the team has said, they do not believe that to be the performance differentiator that had been made out throughout last season. They've changed the rear suspension, hoping to shore the car up a little bit. There is one change at Mercedes. Just at the back there, Mick Schumacher, of course, no longer with Haas, becomes the reserve driver down here at Mercedes. So that's the big change down here at Mercedes. The car out on track and hoping to just really draw everything out of that car that they weren't quite able to last year. They still believe in the philosophy of the car. They still believe that ultimately their direction is the right direction. And with that in mind, it's fascinating that you have three very different concepts in these top three teams. Mercedes have stuck to their guns with last year's concept, hoping to just evolve it enough to draw everything out of it. The same here at Ferrari, who with Fred Vasseur now in charge, you see him sitting on the pit wall over there, hoping to draw everything out of Ferrari that they weren't quite able to get on top of last year. And they had the car. They had to detune, of course, the power unit after Baku. Never quite had the same pace again. Mistakes in the pit lane, mistakes on the pit wall. That's what Fred needs to get on top of in order to turn them from an also-ran into a genuine championship contender. But can anybody? And that's the question, can anybody hold a candle to these guys? Red Bull Racing, Max Verstappen going for a third Formula One World Championship in a row. Again, they've stuck very strictly to what was the all-conquering design of last year. Car looking great out on track at the moment. Verstappen, though, when I came on air, was P2. It's Carlos Sainz, who I think is still, is he? I don't want to go in here and get in trouble. Yes, Sainz still the fastest man out on track. So just a brief rundown of the changes that are going on here in the pit lane, but a small change up there in the commentary box as well, taking you through to lunch. The dulcet tones of my good friends, Mr. Anthony Davidson and Mr. David Croft.
Are they there? Are we going to hear from them? Where are they?
Thank you very much, William Buxton.
There we go. Yay, they're
Marvellous
there.
little walk up and down the
voice of Formula One.
Very good morning, good afternoon, good day, wherever you're watching.
We've got to listen to
around the
Crofty
world.
for a second.
Formula One is back. Anthony Davidson is back, and wow, it's been a long winter, hasn't it? Welcome, everybody. How are we today?
Yeah, hello. Hi, Crofty. Great to have you here. Great to be in sunny Bahrain once again. And it's like Christmas all over again, isn't it? I've been waiting for this moment. It seems like the winter's gone on forever, but we're back, and I'm really excited for this.
Did you spend your Christmas at a Formula One racetrack, did you?
Just waiting. I'm waiting. I'm just looking at the calendar. When can I get back to action?
It was something like 110 days, wasn't it, from Abu Dhabi to the first race?
Something like that.
Yeah, but it's 89 at the moment.
And I think the sport needed just to breathe a little bit. I think we all needed a little bit of a rest, but I've kind of had itchy feet and fingers waiting to get back to a track for some time now. And we see the reigning champion, Max Verstappen, out on the circuit as well with the second fastest time of the day so far, Carlos Sainz.
Indeed he is. But finally, we can hear from Richie, who's been sitting patiently for the past 10 minutes or so. At least that helps with your hour and a half you were covering.
True.
Good morning. Welcome. F2 later on tonight for PSGL. But boy, oh boy, have we got a treat with actual F1 cars on the circuit for the first time in 89 days.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've been waiting so long for this moment to come, and it's finally here.
To be fair, it just happens because every time you're on the channel, something always takes a little bit longer for you to actually start commentating.
Exactly.
So at least that's
the fun
actually
of it.
working.
But just to kind of like shift away from Formula One, we've got F1 Academy that have got their calendar release. So,
I've seen it, yeah.
First of all, we head off to Austria. And then secondly, this came to a surprise to me. We're going to go to a track that Formula One haven't been to for 11 years.
Where are we off?
Valencia.
Oh.
Followed by Barcelona, Zandvoort, Monza, Le Castellet, and Austin.
So I presume, is that the MotoGP Valencia then? That they haven't been to for testing?
Believe it might be. It doesn't have any specifics.
Yeah. I wonder if it will.
There.
I wonder if it. Well, would they bring the street circuit back for that? Could do. Oh, it's a bit deserted. Hello. I was wondering when he'll turn up, considering you're on, Richie. Cameron's dad. Hi, boys.
Hello.
You guys are starting early. Yep. All started, and I tell you what, I did see your message just this morning on Twitter. I'll have to reply, but absolutely thank you for your very kind words. I'm so happy that Cameron's in F2 with us again, Richie. He has been promoted every single year. Let's talk a little bit of PSGL. Starts tonight. We've been promoted up to F2, which is a high honour. I can't wait. We're at Spain, and last season, it was absolutely fantastic. Are you expecting another close, dramatic year of F2 in PSGL?
Definitely. I think F2, you have F3, which is really quick, but then F2, that's that next step up. That's when you're close to that top F1 level. You've got the likes of, Floris, Cameron, Harlem all moving up, and Bogdan. But then you've got a lot of people that have raced in F2 before. I think we've got Drake Dempsey.
Yeah.
And there's a couple others that have, stated their pure pace on this game in F2 previously. And obviously, I think there's a couple of drivers that are returning from having a bit of a break from the game. So, it's going to be really tight grid. And I think it's, normally I'll be saying, oh, I think I know who can win, or I think I know I have a chance. But there's that many drivers you can't call it, can you?
No, they really can't, as Cameron's dad says as well. It's going to be a tight grid, and Flores will be hard to beat. Flores was making his return slowly up to the top of PSGL. He's in F2 this year. Expecting him to be there for 2 seasons, aren't we? Then back to F1. I think the same for Cameron as well. This is always the F2 grid for PSGL, always a stepping stone. But if you're quick, you go on to the reserve for F1, and at the moment, the F1 drivers aren't turning up, so everybody's in F2 is getting to race doubles, which is great.
Yeah.
Although George
Cameron
is
can
nicking,
take Drake, he's done it previously.
Yeah, George is nicking all our good drivers though at the moment as well. That's going to be fun.
Yes.
We are hoping to have George on at some point in testing as well. Obviously not this early in the morning. He was working at PSGL last night as well. He has got other things to do, but hopefully we'll drag him on tomorrow in the test as well. Jess is going to be on as well, who is the PS F1 commentator. She's going to be joining us on Saturday for a stint in the morning as well. And it's going to be fantastic fun. I can't wait to get this one going. I did message Luke, by the way, Richie, but understandably he's working at the moment. So we're going to have him on during the season as well, more and more. But 7 days' time then, everything starts for Formula One with first practice. Are you looking forward to it then? Because at the end of last year, everyone was saying, oh, we need a break. It's too much. We need the break. I regretted saying that
See,
Christmas Day. Go on.
I think the question, what was it? Are you excited?
Yeah.
That is a bit of a silly question, really, isn't it?
It is
Because I think you know the answer, and I think
Yes.
everyone knows the answer, and that's yes, of course.
Everyone's
It's going to be
itching.
great.
Everyone's itching to go. 8 to 9 days, though. It's actually one of the longest off seasons we've had in a
But
while.
it feels like one of the quickest. Like between
It does, yeah.
2021 and 2022, it seemed like years, but this break, it's just flew by, hasn't it? For me, at least.
Yeah, we ended in November, not mid-December. So instead of like 80, it was something like 69 days or something before the first test started. This one, it's been 89, and it has felt quick. It hasn't really been like, oh, we're F1, we're missing that now. We haven't had a chance to miss it in many respects. It's just been go. So December came and went quite quickly, and then we've got all this going on. So I think, thank heavens for small mercies, but the cars this year, yes, they're identical in many respects, but everything has changed because the errors they made last year, the teams, they now come here, they're fixing those errors. So we've got, theoretically, a tighter grid, a bit like 2010, the year after the regulations changed, everything's closing up again. And we saw it as well. Do you expect Mercedes to be back up there, Ferrari chasing down Red Bull again? Aston Martin looks strong, but they've had a troubled start to their morning. Hamilton's watching on there as well. Could he be back in the title fight? What are you thinking coming into 23?
It's a hard one, but I think obviously Red Bull are definitely up there. I think even though they've had their little bit of what would you say? I suppose for them, unfortunate that they had a bit less time with the wind tunnel. But obviously, they're going to be able to still carry the car through, which was dominating last year. So they're not going to be at much of a disadvantage, I don't think. Ferrari, they've got Fred Vasseur now. I think the issue is with Matteo Binotto, he wasn't owning up in Norris Ferrari to any mistakes made, which was why nothing changed. I think Fred Vasseur, you look at him and considering what he's done with Alfa Romeo, he's there to face what the issue is. He's going to be determined to fix it. So I think Ferrari are definitely going to be there with Leclerc and Sainz, and Mercedes, if they can get it right, because obviously we can't see much from testing really, but if they can get it right, they will definitely be in the running. And I can see a little bit of hostility with the Mercedes and even the McLaren pair.
Really? Even McLaren's coming through?
Yeah, because Norris and Piastri, they're both young guns, both, new-ish into F1. Piastri's his first season, and they both want to win. Obviously, McLaren I don't think will be in the top three, but in terms of leading the midfield, they'll both want to be at the top. They'll both want to show Andrea Sella who's the best driver. So I think it could get a bit hostile. I think the same will happen with Mercedes, possibly, as well, with Russell and Hamilton. They're really good friends, but when it comes to on the track, they will want to be battling for positions, and sometimes that can end in heartbreak for one or two of them. So, it's going to be difficult for Mercedes because they've both got championship-capable drivers.
They do indeed, and I think as well, that's a great point, actually. I hadn't thought much about McLaren having the into battle. I was thinking it was going to be Alpine with Ocon and Gasly, and then I thought it was also going to be Aston Martin with Fernando wanting things done his way, Lance and Lawrence sort of having a bit of a grievance with them. But McLaren's actually quite a good category to go for. Go on.
I've got a fun fact.
Oh, love facts.
Albon's time on the board now is 400 slower than Latifi's Q1 time last season.
Is it?
Yes.
So
Latifi set a 33.634. Albon has set, I think, a 36.671.
So even that in testing, Albon is almost quicker. This is well.
But I think the thing is, the way I see testing normally, it's the same with practice. People say, oh, it tells you nothing. Also, I can't help but Gasly's face looks very odd with that.
It does, doesn't it?
Thing on, yeah. But I can't help but notice when you look at practice, people say, oh, it doesn't mean much. But the thing is, you can kind of see where the cars group in a practice session or testing. You'll generally see signs. I mean, you'll generally see Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes near the top. You'll generally see Williams and Haas near at the bottom. So I think it gives you a bit more of an overall view on who's going to be at the top, who's going to be in the midfield, and who's going to be at the back. Obviously, at the moment, we won't see much of that because the cars are normally just getting on track, getting grips with things. Obviously, when it gets to the PM stage, that's when we'll see more of the actual test runs.
Yeah.
With the cars. I don't think many teams will be tuning it up to the max, but they'll definitely be getting close to that threshold.
I've been noticing this on the Mercedes. Some purple wires coming out from the cockpit on the steering wheel. It's like they're trying to create sensors. Maybe they're measuring how much the wheel shakes down the straights, but it was alarming me a little bit.
Yeah, I just thought that. Yeah, I just noticed that. That is quite weird. I've never noticed it before, at least.
No, so usually because in case they get wrapped around the wheel, they have to be thinking, oh, I'm hearing Ted's in the pits. Ted.
Floor changes in itself, that's been gained back in most part by the designers. I was just talking to Jody Eggington, the AlphaTauri technical director, and said that area of getting as much air as possible to that leading edge, that beginning of the floor section, the throat, as some people call it, and then getting it into the tunnels underneath the floor and out the side to be worked by those floor sides. Now that they're higher, that's the critical area of development. But yeah, I mean, what do you think, Crofty and Anthony? I think they look a bit better being a bit higher up. What do you reckon?
I didn't mind them being that close to the ground, to be fair. I'm sure the drivers minded it when they were porpoising. I think the cars look splendid.
They look a bit more. Yeah, they look a bit more compliant to me, which is
easier to drive.
No, just the way that the body of the car rolls around a bit more. They were so incredibly stiff, so stiffly sprung before because the car was much lower to the ground. So I've heard Jolyon talking about this earlier on, actually, saying that you wanted the aero platform to be as stable as possible. You don't want it bouncing around or pitching or rolling because that's going to, A, make an uncomfortable ride by crashing the leading edge of the floor into the ground like we saw so much of last year, and B, just an incredibly uncomfortable ride for the driver themselves.
Yeah, I mean, last year, that's a good point. They were on about the ride height and how it's been raised a couple of millimetres in order to make sure everybody stays safe and stays in control. It's a good idea, because last year, cars were bouncing up and down, porpoising everywhere. It was causing numerous drivers' problems. Hamilton in Baku had his back problem as well. He almost had to miss Canada. Ferrari as well. Verstappen even was having it, but they got it under control quite quickly. Their porpoising,
which is good.
Yeah, but do you reckon the teams who did solve it last year, they've gone like, oh, why do we have to raise it? Our car was fine. So
yeah, I think in my eyes, I think that's a bit of to whoever, because Mercedes were one of the ones struggling. I think it was McLaren. To me, that's a you problem. You've got to sort that out yourself. Yeah. You can't punish other teams because you haven't got the capabilities to figure it out. Red Bull, Ferrari, and I think Williams was one that also figured it out.
Yeah, they figured it out.
If they can do it, it's possible for you to do it. So it's not fair for the rules then to be changed to favour them.
And I think as well.
And the thing is, if Mercedes don't like the porpoising, they can always raise the ride height themselves.
Yeah, they
There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah, they refused point blank, didn't they?
Exactly, which is just like, why are they doing that? I presume it's one part of they care about the driver's health because it was quite bad for the back, but also I think it's a point of, right, we're a little bit behind, let's try and get a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, point blank refusing to change the ride height because they were so down last year. The W13 winning only one Grand Prix, having 2 pole positions only last year was quite an alarming for them. But it still did win them a car. It's not the worst car they've ever developed because
definitely not.
Yeah, the 2011 car was a bit worse as well, and but still, it's been put on display alongside the others, and they've gone back to black this year. They're now underweight, so they've had to put some ballast. Well, they will have to put some ballast to be compliant to the FIA regulations. They don't have to do that in testing. They have to do that at race 1. As well, but that's going to help them a lot. As is that the pit
That's
lane?
Mercedes.
Yeah, the pit. Yeah. I was thinking that the same thing actually. Where is that? But that's Russell coming out the pit lane. I thought it was. I thought, have I just put the commentator's curse on them? 2 hours into testing, but thankfully he's gone through.
Going into the season, who do you think will be your star driver, your star team, and then what team do you think will improve the most?
I think my star driver, coming into it, is going to be De Vries in the AlphaTauri. I think after what he proved he could do last year in 1 Grand Prix, and I'm seeing what he did in Formula E as well, I think he's going to be incredibly strong. I think he's going to be constantly in the points. He might even get a podium. AlphaTauri have proved that they can get race wins, so they might nick a good win. So he'll be definitely one. I mean, De Vries is a world champion. Let's not forget this. Formula E is a world championship, and he won it.
And F2.
Yeah, and F2 championship. Yeah, so he is a world champion. He's joining the likes of Hamilton and Verstappen and Alonso on the grid as world champions in FIA Sports. And he's definitely going to be one to watch. Team to improve the most this year, I think, has got to be Alfa Romeo, because last year they had a strong package but didn't deliver. 9 times out of 10 they were struggling, so they've got to improve. I think Haas improved last year a lot, so they've just got to have consistency. But Alfa Romeo are my team to improve this year. What about yours, Richie? Who is your star driver and team to improve?
My star driver, Alexander Albon.
Oh, good pick.
I think they've got James Vowles in. It might not make a huge difference. But the thing is, James has got lots of experience from Mercedes. You know, he knows how a top team works. He can bring all that information experience down into Williams and then help improve Williams. We all know that Mercedes and Williams work together, so there'll definitely be a bit of an exchange of information secretly to help Williams improve. And I just think if the car's there, which I think it can be, Albon, seeing what he did last year with the car he had, he did amazing. You know, it was the car had no downforce, and he was still able to deliver solid laps for the car. So I think if they give him the right car this year, he will be really good.
Points.
I think everyone looks at him when he was at Red Bull. It's like, well,
he
didn't do the best.
Karen Horner, Christian Horner. As they call him,
when he was at Red Bull, I think people kind of downplayed his performance mainly because I think he was straight to the sport, took us straight to Red Bull, a top team.
After 9
a very
races,
corporate team, it's a difficult thing. So I think that's why he struggled, and I think that could have may be why people might think, oh, well, Albon's not a good driver because he didn't perform.
If you put anybody into the seat alongside Max Verstappen as a rookie, at least, Gasly had it, Albon had it, you're not going to perform, because how can you shine next to Max Verstappen, a driver who is so fierce and says, I want things this way, or I'll make a fuss. And that's the thing. Checo can work with Max because Checo's older, he's got more experience than Max, and he can take the team in a different way. But Max can't work with anyone else. He proved that in Sao Paulo after not letting Checo through, and lost Checo second in the Drivers' Championship. So Max is very much a selfish driver. He only thinks of himself. I understand over the winter, Christian Horner's beaten him up a little bit. And he has said, you will follow the team rule. You will do this. We help you get the title, but you will follow team orders. You are not in this alone. It's a team sport. So Christian has actually beaten him up a little bit about that. But I hope it's just sort of smoothed it out, because the last thing you need at Red Bull, for Red Bull, is the two drivers at war with Checo and Max. But for everyone else, that's brilliant. Even us, brilliant to see.
See, I know Max will definitely be one to rise up to the hostility, but Checo, like you said before, he's a bit older, he's a bit more relaxed. You know, he's not as hungry as Max is. So I don't think that it's going to get too hostile. If there was someone like Leclerc, maybe in the team, then it'd be a different story, because they're both fighting. You know, they're both fighting for the championship. I think as much as Checo wants to, I think he knows he's not got it in him, unfortunately. And I don't know whether that's down to skill, age, the car. You know, there's many reasons why that couldn't be. But when it comes to my most improved team, I'm probably going to say Aston Martin.
Oh, that's
going into last season. They improved heavily over the course. The first race, they was really bad, worse than Williams in the first race at Bahrain. They were struggling like mad, Then getting throughout the season, they was becoming mid to the top of the midfield, which is a vast improvement over one season. So I think with the amount of money that Aston are pumping in as well into their new facilities, I think they're going to be able to have a car that is capable of winning races. Maybe not championships, but I think give it a few years, by 2025, Aston Martin will be winning races. I think they've got Alonso. Alonso's not at his peak as he was in 2005, 2006, but he's still, for his age, he's still performing really, really well. You know, we saw him put the Alpine on the front row at Australia last season.
Yeah, he's really quick.
I think it was Australia. It was somewhere. He put it on the front row.
Canada.
And Canada, was it? Yeah. It's just the car isn't. The car wasn't capable to do it last year in many cases. It was the engine was the biggest issue last season. So I think if Aston Martin can do the right car, he can do well. We've got Lance Stroll. And we've seen on the weekends where the Aston Martin performed well, USA for example, until he had his incident with Alonso, he was doing really, really well.
Yeah, and I think Stroll's just got to keep a level head on himself now, hasn't he, really? He's got that opportunity that he can go, Lance is a great driver, but he gets so much stick for the fact that his dad bought the team and he's never going to lose a seat in Formula 1. That's true, but Lance is still a very good driver. He was quick.
Exactly.
I mean, you can't deny. I mean, Baku as well. Monza, races like that when he's took podiums when no one else expected him to.
Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey, pole position, led the race, almost won if it wasn't for the botched pit stop call from the team. So they're still there, they're still good. But one thing I'm thinking, mainly as well, is the fact is that how long before Lawrence Stroll and Fernando Alonso have a difference of opinion on what to do with the team? Because you know Alonso likes to do things his way. We'll have to hold on that because we're down at Ferrari now with Will Buxton. Oh no, Ted Kravitz. Ted.
Later, there is a dimple around between the Santander logo and the Ferrari
yes,
logo.
this is what we noticed.
We saw it earlier in the coverage. And so if we're looking for a name for this Ferrari, apart from SF23, and in the manner that Sebastian Vettel liked to name his cars, how about we call this one Dimple? Because
we're looking at it on the screen now, Ted.
Yes.
Yeah, we spotted this when Josh
there was a little dimple
and
on
Tom.
the nose. Isn't it sweet? Like the face of an innocent child, or something like that. Anyway,
is it a dimple that appears and then disappears?
Yes, it comes and goes.
Yes, because it's a very thin piece of carbon fibre ply that is just giving way a little bit under aero pressure, under air load basically. And if you imagine it, the crash structure of the Ferrari nose cone actually goes either side of that dimple, and to save weight and everything else, it's hollow in the middle.
Yeah.
And that's why there's a little bit of give in the carbon fibre, and it's getting that dimple. I understand Ferrari.
Is that your hand we can see there, Ted?
What, on the Ferrari
Ted,
logo? Yes.
Yeah, we're looking at
down here.
Yeah,
Hello.
give it a press.
Yes.
Press it.
No, I can't do
$50,000.
$50,000. Just trying to get me into trouble in the. But maybe you can see maybe the hard bits of the nose will actually be going from a tip down here, whereas to pass the crash test, which is very, very hard to pass on the nose, either side, that will give it its rigidity, and then it's sort of hollow in the middle. I understand Ferrari say it shouldn't be giving way in the way it is, and they will put some kind of fix in it, potentially to avoid further questions about the whole thing, whether it should be having that dimple. But I think it's rather sweet, having a little dimple like that. As you can see, the car itself is being worked on. They're just making the changes according to their program. They had just made a change to the front suspension. They're now changing something on the floor, as you can see. I think it's the rear suspension, and being a pull rod, they have to get to the underside of it. But pull rod rear suspension, of course, when the rockers and everything are underneath the car, makes it a bit harder work for the mechanics. But Carlos Sainz, I can tell you, behind those screens, is still in the car. So he's just chilling out, old Chilly, and waiting for the changes to be completed. Why you laugh?
Let me just...
all right. Well,
I like chilling out. It's very good. Let me just clarify this, because, it takes me a while, as you know. It's there to save weight rather than any form of aerodynamic benefit.
Yes, it's there for weight.
Is that what you're implying, Ted? The dimple?
No, I mean, the suggestion is that in previous times that would be a very solid bit of carbon fibre that would cover over. The guess, and it is just a guess, in that to save weight, that is now a hollow section that they've managed to pass the crash tests and pass all the rules and managed to save a bit. Obviously, the easiest way to save weight is to cut a hole out of something, because holes don't weigh anything, and even carbon fibre does weigh something. So that's just a supposition on a few of us down here's point, that if it was solid before, they've just thinned it out to save weight wherever possible, and rather than it being a completely new front wing design that gives. But I understand Ferrari is saying in the paddock that it shouldn't give that much, and they're going to do something about it.
Thank you very much, Ted. So we were wondering what that dimple was on the Ferrari, whether it could or should be doing that. Now we know it shouldn't be doing that as well, Richie. But what was your thoughts on that then? Because we saw it on the replay. It was just popping in and out. Oh, Ted.
I think it's really, really cool.
I hope they keep it.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's amazing. It's such a little thing, and it's like, you know what? That's really clever.
And we
You've got
wouldn't
to
have
give them
spotted
that.
it. Yeah, we wouldn't have spotted it if it wasn't for the testing coverage as well. And I think Ted's still saying something about the vanes. That
slot gap separators.
This is the slot gaps that Mercedes lost out on.
I think last year the rules said they had to be primarily there to actually
But
separate
I think
the top two flaps.
It's really good.
Of course, the secondary
I agree.
effect is
What's this?
obviously
So this is the
it's an
Mercedes
outwashing
wing that
aerodynamic,
Ferrari have now got, Ted.
effect, and I think we covered this, didn't we, Crofty, at the US Grand Prix when Mercedes first turned up with these optimistic-looking slot gap separators, which just happened to be deflecting air to outwash the air to the outside of the front wheels. And but their primary purpose, of course, is to separate the top two flaps of the car. I believe there has been a little amendment of the rules to mean that this now is more easily justified as a slot gap separator with a secondary purpose of actually having an aerodynamic outwash effect.
So the wing that Red Bull complained Mercedes had last year, and Mercedes was told by the FIA you can't run, Ferrari put it on their car, and it's legal. Well, I've never heard that before from the Ferrari International Assistants, have I?
Also, just to clarify, the circuit at Valencia that F1 Academy driving around is Circuit Ricardo Torno.
So it is the MotoGP one, yeah. So
Yeah.
it is that the current circuit as well that we saw Formula E race on. Oh, that's going to be nice to see that then. Just now that we know the calendar, I don't think Megan is going to be taking that serious. I don't think we'll be covering it in any way because that contradicts so many other race weekends as well. So that's a shame. Go on.
What race are you excited for the most this season?
I think, strangely, I'm looking forward to Vegas, and I don't know why. I can't work out why, because Vegas is sort of giving me the vibes of, oh, it's going to be such a boring track. It's not, but there's something about it. It's a night race. It's in Las Vegas. The lights are going to be on around the circuit. We're on the Las Vegas show. There's just something about it that's making me tingle. It's like, oh, this could be a good race. And I think Australia's going to be fun now that we've got 4 DRS zones. And I always look forward to Silverstone. So it's going to be... They're my 3. What about you? What are you most looking forward to?
See, Australia's won with the 4 DRS zones, as they announced before. I'd probably say Bahrain as well, just because it's the first race. You know, we get to see what the cars are really made of. And then for me, tracks lower down the calendar like Japan and Netherlands. I always love them Grand Prix. And then, of course, the Brazilian Grand Prix.
Love that track so much as well. They're the good ones at the end of the year, aren't they?
The one race I'm not looking forward to, I don't know why, but Qatar.
Yeah, I'm not really
I don't know what it is, but I just don't like the track for me.
It's a good MotoGP track, but it's a bad Formula 1 track. I mean, when we raced there in 2021, it surprised me how large the cars were for Formula 1 and how small the Qatar track looked.
Yeah.
I honestly could not believe it. Cameron's dad said that Mercedes need a sneaking DAS system this year. Indeed they do. But honestly, the Qatar track surprised me about how small it was in the corners. I mean, I said in commentary actually it didn't strike me until the actual race when we saw they were coming through turn 2 and 3 and it looked like we were on a go-kart track. I think I said it in commentary. I wasn't impressed with it, and I don't think it's not going to be. We've got a sprint race there as well. It's going to be. It's going to be poor. It's going to be poor.
Yeah.
Qatar will be our bad one.
See, for me as well, I don't know why, but I've always loved the Bahrain track.
Yeah, it's a good circuit, this one.
It's a good circuit. It's horrible to drive on the game.
Yeah.
I'm sure many sim racers can clarify, but it's just a really nice, and I'd say one of the most unique tracks.
Yes, yeah, it's different in every single part.
You got turn 1, which is a hairpin, very simple. But then you got the turn through to turn 2, which is a bit different. I suppose like a mini chicane. Then you have turn 4, fair enough. You have 5 and 6, but then it's turn 9s and 10.
Love it.
That's like, it's a bit different, isn't it? And that's I've been noticing on the stream. where most of the drivers are struggling at the moment, aren't they? A lot of turns, you've seen a lot of lockups.
Yeah, it's such a... When you get to it on the game as well, it's like, oh, this is going to be... What am I going to do this time? Am I going to make a mistake, or am I going to make it pitch perfect?
Yeah.
So that's good. I love, personally, turn 12. Just because you can either...
The longer, yeah.
Yeah, you either make a mistake and you're flying towards the wall, or you get it just right and you can do it flat out. It's that between the two. And it is a great circuit. I mean, it has provided us with classics every single year. Since it turned to a night race in 2014, every year has been a classic. And that's very hard to keep pulling off.
You had the ones I can remember. You had 2021. That was between Max and Hamilton the last couple of laps. Big battle there. 2022. You had the amazing battle between Leclerc and Verstappen. Then both Red Bulls DNFing a couple laps before the end. Somehow Mercedes getting a podium. It's it's always dramatic, isn't it?
I mean,
every single time.
2020, when we had 2 iterations, Shakir, Russell in the Mercedes leading, and then having that pit stop error, and of course a week earlier, Bahrain, the main race, where Romain Grosjean crashed.
Yeah, and then was it 2017 where I think it was Ericsson or someone got hit upside down at turn 1?
Yeah, that happened twice.
Was it Ericsson or was it Haas?
It was. I think no, it wasn't. It couldn't have been Ericsson, was it? It wasn't. No, it was a Sauber, wasn't it? It got flipped upside down because it happened in 2014 as well to Gutierrez in a Sauber, and then I think it happened to Ericsson again in 17 in a Sauber, hit by a Haas coming out of the pit lane. So I think it happened twice at turn 1. It was really weird.
It was.
That it was carbon copy. But so that's...
And obviously, like you said before, the 2020 Grosjean crash. That was probably one of the biggest moments in Formula 1 in the past.
Yeah,
few years, I think.
I mean, Ian Birch
it was like
swearing in the commentary box as well because it took him by surprise. It took me by surprise.
It's one of the first moments in a while where we thought, oh no, he might not come out alive.
I genuinely thought at the time, what am I talking about? And it was quite hard to tell what to say at the right time. So I just did what Murray did, and I went very quiet and somber until we knew he was out the car, and then I was like, wow.
Exactly, yeah.
But
because
the adrenaline you feel, I was shaking,
Because when you see that happen, then you see it all quiet. See, it all goes quiet. Crofty was quiet. You saw the teams like, oh, this ain't good.
Yeah. I mean, it was some of the most nerve-wracking. I mean, he got out within 15 seconds, but we didn't know up in the commentary box. We heard that he was still in the car, and that's what I got told in my ears. And then it wasn't until they came back into the pit lane that we saw he was at the car in the back of the medical car. That was it.
Yeah.
And we didn't get any information on that, so it was very alarming. And the nerves was, and the adrenaline. I mean, I was still shaking. We had a 2-hour red flag period, and I was still shaking when we restarted.
Guan Yu Zhou as well. That was another one.
I didn't see that one. We were commentating, obviously, but at the start of the race, we have this thing. I look at the front, so I keep an eye on what's going on. Megan always looks towards the back of the field in case anything happens. And it very rarely does, because usually I can pick up on it quite quickly. But because it happened just outside my peripheral vision, and I was concentrating on Verstappen getting through on Sainz at turn 1, Megan then goes over and says, oh, contact, and then, oh. And then I'm thinking, what on earth is she on about? In a split second, I was thinking, what is she going on about? What's happened? I can't see anything. And then all of a sudden, a car comes barreling upside down across me.
Yeah, I was watching, and then I saw obviously Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton all charging off into turn 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I saw George Russell's car come across slowly, and then came along Guan Yu Zhou's car, which just flew across the track upside down, followed by then Albon having to brake, getting hit by Sebastian Vettel. So
into the wall,
all going on, but I didn't know the car flipped upside down and then flipped behind the tyre barrier.
We didn't know that either. I thought
I presumed, he's slid upside down, he's hit the tyre barrier, he'll be fine. But then we saw him behind there, and you're like, oh no, this ain't good.
And during that as well, just after the red flag got called, we had the Just Stop Oil protesters breach the circuit.
Yes, which I think was very stupid of them.
It
I
was.
Think, I don't get involved with all the climate change and oil things. What they're doing, fair enough to them, they're putting a stance against it, but I think doing stuff like that, it's not right. First of all, you're putting yourself at danger. Second of all, you're putting the drivers at danger. Third of all, you know, if just say someone got hit, the fans have got to see that.
Yeah, and it
The
would.
TV's going to see that. You know, and finally, we want to just get on and watch the races. You know, it's there for our entertainment at the end of the day.
Yeah,
so
I mean, and Formula One is doing so much for renewable oil as well. It's going to be carbon neutral by 2030. By 2026, we're going to have renewable fuels as well. So we're not actually using any new oil. That's the thing as well.
Don't get me wrong. F1 have definitely got lots of things they can do.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure.
Air miles being one of them.
Yeah, the calendar being.
But I think in general
easier.
with the cars, they're very sustainable compared to some other series.
Yeah.
You see other series of cars, more like the GT cars, which chuck out tons of petrol and diesel.
Yeah, they're
The
just,
F1 cars, I don't actually know what their fuel is, but all I know is it's really sustainable, and the carbon emissions are very low.
It's a mixture of E10 and E5 put together as well, and then a biodegradable compound put in as well to gel the two together in a format as well to work with the oil as well for the suppliers. So it's a very good fuel.
Up.
Oh, hello. And yeah, he's P6
he might be on a lap.
Finally, he hasn't done many.
Finally, yeah.
Yeah, he's done 35 laps this morning, but he has been in and out the pit lane constantly. Now he's on the C3 tyres as well, so the mediums. Oh, little wiggle coming out of 11 and 12.
What does it do in his middle sector?
Oh, he's
down by a second. But he's still 5 tenths upon his previous time.
Russell's on the test tyre, by the way. Which is
I noticed Mercedes haven't been doing much running in terms of performance. It's been more about testing the car, hasn't it?
Yeah,
checking everything works.
Hopefully,
and also,
this afternoon
I'll
session,
be honest.
We'll get more. Go on.
I was watching the stream earlier. Let's just see if he improves. He does. Watching earlier, I saw on the time board, I saw Gazza Tsunoda, and I thought, hang on, how both AlphaTauri's gone out in an hour? And then I just remembered, hang on, Gazzy's not at AlphaTauri anymore. Also, I've got to say that Ferrari looks so nice in the daytime.
It does, yeah. It's slightly lighter red than last year as well. It just popped
and
nice.
I like it.
Yeah, I love the rear wing with the Ferrari, the original Ferrari. I wish it was yellow though. I wish the Ferrari logo was yellow, not white. That would be really nice.
Maybe that would be nice, yeah. And the McLaren, it's still not working for me.
No, it's not. They need to put
I don't like it, personally.
It's too black at the back, because they need to put like a stripe there or something or other.
Yeah, I want it to work, but for me it's just not. And I think the worst livery out of them all, in my opinion, is the AlphaTauri.
Yeah, I don't like the AlphaTauri. Too much weird in front.
Why you put red on it? Leave the red out. Then the logo is absolutely giant on the side of the car.
They haven't got many sponsors, of course, yeah.
Like, I think my favourite livery just to look at, standing still, would be the Alfa Romeo personally. But I think when it comes to on track, I think the Haas, it looks so nice.
I agree.
And in my opinion, on track, I think Mercedes is one of the worst liveries.
Thank you.
Because it's just, you can't even see the blue. You just see a black. You just see a black car just zoom across. You can't tell it's Mercedes.
No, you can't. I thought it was
with McLaren, you can see the orange. With Alfa, you can see the red and the black. With Red Bull, you can see the blue. But with Mercedes, you just see black.
And it looks like an
There's not
it looks
there.
Looks Aston Martin-ish as well. So you're really struggling to see who's who on the circuit.
So that's why I think watching it on the live track, it's one of the worst. But when you look at it sitting still, it's really nice.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. But on the track, it's bad. In pictures, it's great. On track, it's bad.
The Williams, I like it just because of the Duracell battery.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, such a
amazing.
Genius idea. I don't know who had that idea, but they deserve a big promotion because it's a square Duracell battery at the top of the thing. It's fantastic. It's funny. Piastri's doing more laps.
What do you think of that one?
I think they're going to be using pink for the first 3 races.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Ted's down at Alpine, actually. That's a coincidence.
Weird to see his manager, Mark Webber, hanging around at McLaren. Of course, one of the teams that Mark Webber never drove for. Jaguar, Williams, Red Bull, of course, never drove for McLaren. So, yeah, funny to see Mark Webber hanging around at McLaren. Now, let's talk about down here at Alpine before I've got one last bit of Ferrari news to give you. And that's that Pierre Gasly's morning is curtailed, or afternoon as it is now, Bahrain's time, is curtailed slightly while the team work on an issue at the back of the car. I don't believe it's anything serious, but there's quite a discussion with the chief mechanic, Rob Cherry, at the back, talking to some engineers and designers about what they're doing. They've been looking at the rear of the car where the work is going on and just sort of talking about it. I don't think it's a big thing. I can't see whether it's the sort of suspension or anything at the top of the gearbox, or I think it is actually. From looking at it, we can just see the side of the top of the suspension just being worked on. Not the chap screwing back on the engine cover around the Castrol logo. It's further back towards the top of the gearbox where a lot of that suspension is. There you go. You can see the chief mechanic just looking down to see whether that work is being done. So I don't think it's anything serious. Just part of the changes that they're making. But it does mean that Gasly's been out of the car for a good 10-15 minutes that I've seen him. And it might even be longer if you haven't seen the Alpine out on track for a while. But they want to get that done quite quickly and get him out before the lunch break, which is approaching in what we got, Crofty, about an hour and 5 minutes, something like that. And the
hour and 20 minutes, Ted. Hour and 20 minutes.
Yes, I
carry
forgot,
on till quarter past
I forgot
the
the 15. Of course, I forgot the 15 minutes. But I do have some confirmation from Ferrari about Dimple. And when we were seeing Carlos Sainz on track, as behind me Max Verstappen goes out with even more Flovis paint on the back of his rear wing, new rear wing, of course, as well as the new channels on that, side channels on that Red Bull. So confirmation from Ferrari about that dimple. It is not, as we said, it is not meant to be there. There was some issue with a supporting part of that nose, which had either sort of come away or hadn't been fitted.
And Sainz goes
That
wide.
is the bit that will be fixed and remedied for the rest of the day and the rest of the test. So just confirmation of what we were saying earlier. It is a hole underneath it, but it wasn't meant to be giving way like that. There was meant to be the covering, which is now in place.
Yeah, and Carlos Sainz, Ted, has just gone wide coming through turn 2, Richie. We were watching. Just got a big snap of oversteer down to the sand dune section.
Yeah.
Here it is again.
Giant snap there. Here we are. You can see. It hits the curb a little bit and then it knocks the rear out. But he's lucky to catch it there, to be honest. It's a very sleepy part of the track, especially on that blue blue floor. It's really hard to catch the car. So, you know, very good save there from Carlos Sainz. But I think I'm expecting a lot more from Carlos this year. I think the start of the season last year, he just wasn't where he should be. Near the end of the season, he started to pick up time, and I think we will see some really good performance from Sainz this year.
I agree.
I'll be honest, I think we can see a couple of race wins from Sainz.
I think he's got a great shot at winning the title as well, actually. Just go for it, yeah.
Right, I think the comment. Russell there nearly hitting the back of the I said Alfa Romeo then. Alpha Tauri down at
yeah, Tsunoda's there and Albon's there too. They've come up on it, so it's Albon. Tsunoda got to get out of the way. Go on.
I think for this season, I expect to see at least both Ferraris, both Mercedes, and both Red Bulls win a race.
I think that's
so.
Good
That's
idea.
Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, and then I expect to see possibly either an Aston Martin, an Alpine, or a McLaren win.
Oh,
maybe.
I think
McLaren
might do a win. Gasly might get one in Alpine as well. That's the thing. We don't know. It's such a close season now coming in.
Exactly, it is. The midfield. I would love to have the midfield like it was in 2020. That was such a good midfield, wasn't it?
I hate how they changed the regulations just as everybody caught up to Mercedes.
Exactly.
It was a pointless idea. I don't know why we did it. I really don't. They look cool, but the 2021, the 2020-2021 cars, everyone had caught up. Everyone was fast. Every race in 2021 was a classic. You can't say that about last year.
People can talk about. Right, I'm going to try not to be biased because I am a Max fan, but people talk about Red Bull and Mercedes battle last year.
Yeah.
About how sometimes Red Bull went a bit overboard with Max. I'll be honest, Max did take it a bit extreme sometimes, but I think that's because Hamilton is not as used to racing wheel to wheel. He can still race wheel to wheel very well, but he's always been used to being able to lead a race.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. You know, when it comes side by side, Max is very aggressive, yes. And I think it's just that Hamilton doesn't, I wouldn't say doesn't know how to race wheel to wheel, but he doesn't know how to race wheel to wheel well, with someone as the aggression of Max.
Yeah.
If you used to put Max and Alonso in a battle, they'd have a really good, same as Leclerc, they'd have a really good battle because they know how to race aggressively.
Yeah, Lewis has never done that. Lewis was never an
Exactly, and that's
aggressive
not against
racer.
Lewis, don't get me wrong.
He was a fair
because
racer,
he's,
yeah.
Exactly, he's arguably the best driver in the world.
Yeah.
But he's always been used to having it kind of spoon-fed in the sense of, he knows he's good, so he gets it on pole, he can just fly away.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorted, you know, he doesn't have to worry. And that's why we saw incidents in 2016 with Rosberg multiple times, Spain being one of the memorable ones.
Yeah, because Rosberg defended his hard.
And I think the pressure does get to him a little bit more than the likes of Max. Max doesn't really seem pressured ever, does he?
No, he doesn't. I've never seen him flustered. He's always had an excuse.
And it's the same with, and like, you know, we look at 2021. Oh, Tsunoda there goes 7th fastest with a 34.671.
Fantastic.
But yeah, looking at Verstappen and Leclerc had a lot of struggles with his pressure. You could see, you know, he was losing it in critical moments. Imola, France being 2 of them. And then Max, he barely makes mistakes. He made a few. He made the mistake at Hungary when he spun round. He made the mistake in made the mistake in Spain when he spun round down at, I think it was turn 3.
Yes,
when he went straight on. And really, that's the only ones I can actually remember properly. Whereas Leclerc had many more. And then 2021, Hamilton made barely many mistakes, but it was all the fact of they wasn't racing cleanly, and they both did things that wasn't good. Silverstone, Hamilton's fault. Monza, I'd probably say Verstappen's fault. And then the Brazil one, I think that's always a bit of a weird one.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yes, he did go off track, but why didn't the FIA do anything about it? Why was it, you know, technically it was legal, which is the weird thing about it.
Just having a few gremlins of technical difficulties at the moment, so I apologise if our stream is freezing. It's because the timing tower up here in the commentary box is having a glitch as well, so I apologise if our voice is... Well, our voice is fine, but our picture's not, so I apologise for that.
Also,
go on.
You know, while we're here, let's have a little look through, because there's nothing really interesting going on. Let's have a little look through the PSGL.
Oh, yes.
Lineup.
Call.
So,
yeah.
I'm only going to hint a few, because I don't know if we can actually leak it yet, but I'll link a few. The team I'm looking forward to the most is McLaren. Vincent
I'd
Nyqvist.
agree, yeah.
I've learnt it now. I spoke to him last night in VC. It's Nyqvist, not Nyqvist.
Nyqvist,
We need to remember that. And it's Vincent and Cameron.
Vincent and Cameron, the 2 drivers that are going to be really strong, yeah.
And then also, another strong team in the squad. Jan Halliday and Andrei Tarabukin.
That's a good call, yeah.
Because Andre, he's had a little bit... He hasn't been as active on the game as of recent, but he's still really quick.
Yeah,
and obviously, we know how quick he is. And then obviously, Cameron's going to say his RHG pair, and
RG,
Vincent. That's another thing, Vincent and Cameron, they're both 13, a combined age of 26. We've got to remember, Floris himself is, I think, 23.
Yeah.
So, you know, the pair at McLaren are going to be so quick, I think, this season.
Hopefully the timing tower fixes itself shortly. That's why we're having a few errors. Hopefully you can still hear our voices, Crystal. But it's going a bit wrong. Go on, Richie.
I was going to say, Cameron's dad, if you're still with us in the chat, let us know. Who do you think will win the normal F1 championship this season? Or who do you think will be running for it this season?
Yeah, that's a good call.
I presume you're Mercedes fans, because I'm sure Cameron's Mercedes fan.
Probably enjoying my hat, but my hat's a Kimi Raikkonen hat from 2005. I've just got a bit of news that's broken in the last 10 minutes as well. And Rachel Brooks up in the commentary box, so I'll pass over to them.
Well, apart from one moment last night, but we won't mention that.
Oh, do. He avoided that cardboard box that obliterated itself in the middle lane this morning. That was very impressive.
Very
parking, isn't he? A great parker.
The
when it comes to parking,
phenomenal.
There's no one better.
Yes.
You haven't seen his parking yet.
Well, I did this morning as he reversed into a space and then apologised that it was a bit tight. And that
got in there, though,
didn't he? Get out. I mean,
it was the only space available.
It was an 8-point turn to try and get into there, but it was absolutely perfect. Fair play.
Yeah.
Like he'd got a ruler out and measured it both sides.
Lando Norris would have been proud of him, to be fair. Actually, that would be a good TED Notebook challenge, wouldn't it, this year?
Who can park the best?
To take a Formula One driver and Ted and see who can park the best.
Reverse parking, of course, because, you know, again,
is there
going
any
back to
other
the
way?
training, well, you know, these guys are honed at parking into a pit box going forwards, but how good are they at reversing into a pit box?
Well, it's very rare they have to reverse full stop. Although
What's up, Richie? Go on.
John Motson has passed away.
Yeah, that was the news I was going to say. Yeah, John Motson, the voice of BBC Football, has sadly died aged 77. So
I just seen that. I thought,
yeah.
No, it can't be.
Yeah.
I presume that's what you was going to say.
That's exactly what I was going to say, yeah.
Oh.
The legendary sheepskin coat, yeah.
I wasn't always a football fan, but I think a lot of people knew who John Motson was.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a big shame. Hearts go out to his family and his friends and all of his... I suppose he worked with a lot of people in the past.
Yeah.
In football.
Right.
Yeah, it's quite a shame. On such a good day, it has to get ruined, doesn't it?
Murray died during testing in 2021. Yeah, that's it.
Was it 2020? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. Always those good commentators
Well,
at
let's
testing.
just say I can wait for next year's testing now.
Yeah, we always lose good commentators at testing.
Exactly.
Right, we're just going to try and sync up the stream again because this error is causing a bit of problems. We're going to turn to Ted.
And I did not
Oh, no,
think
Crofty.
reverse park challenge would be new space they've got for him at Silverstone at the factory.
He might be listening because he's not driving the car at the moment.
He's not. He's chatting to Pedro de la
I
Rosa.
reckon Carlos Sainz would do it with the most flair.
Sainz had another problem as well, actually, down at the back half of the circuit. So, again, he's having issues. And, again, there's been more problems coming through as well as we continue on with 1 hour, 9 minutes to go of this session. Hopefully you can still hear us okay as everything's just getting ready. We've lost our timings at the moment, Richie. Go on.
Just so you know, I'll be quiet for a couple of minutes. I've just got to sort out the PSGL stream for tonight.
Okay, no worries at all.
Connor's asked me to.
Oh, no idea. Has it come through? Sainz, Verstappen. Oh, is it not up? Is it not up yet? Oh, the F2's
No, I'm doing it now.
I'm sure Connor will forgive me as well because I forgot to do it because I've been concentrating on the F1. So sorry about that.
We've just been told off in the commentary channel.
Somebody say I apologize. Just put in it that I apologise. I was busy with testing. Tell him I do apologise. As we get ready,
Step and a
let's go over to the
jaunty
box.
gait as he goes jogging around the streets of Monaco or the clifftop paths or whatever he's doing. But he just seems, unlike in his reserve driving days, that there's a purpose this year and a proper purpose.
I think you're right, but I also think when any sportsman, and can tell you, when any sportsman stops doing the sport they love, you miss that routine, you miss all those elements that define your day every day, and you get up and think, well, what shall I do? Well, I could go and train. I don't have to. I don't necessarily need to as much. But if you're getting back in the car, you've got that routine back. It's back to the life you had, and you probably didn't want to leave when you left it.
Yes, it's a really interesting point, Rachel. I mean, I'm going through that. I'm living through it right now, having retired. It will be 2 years at the end of this year from racing, and I can't let go of the training. Like I say, I call it training. Training for what? It's not. It's exercise. And straight away, I've called it training. I'm not training
Because
for
mentally,
anything.
you need that.
Yeah, and so yeah, he's reinvigorated himself in that he really is training for it. He's got a purpose now, and it's a bizarre life that a racing driver leads. It's a bit all or nothing, you know. When you're in the car, you're giving it everything. It is like being in the gym, and like we said, you don't get to do that very often. So when you're out of the car, you try to replicate that as much as you can, and give it your full energy when you are in the gym, and it's really got a purpose. You're training your neck muscles. They're so raw this time of the year. All of these drivers this evening or coming into tomorrow when the DOMs kick in, delayed muscle soreness, onset of muscle soreness.
Yeah.
When that kicks in, it's so painful when it's on the side of your neck and at the back of your neck from all the braking G-force. They're trying to replicate that the best they can in the gym. Most of the time it's impossible to really achieve it 100%.
I remember when I went training with Sergio Perez, having to, you lie and you have your head elevated and the rest of your body, it's literally just the side of your foot touching the floor.
Yeah.
You have to keep your whole body up using just your neck muscles. I couldn't do it. I couldn't get my arm off the floor to even try it.
If you think about it, you know, your head weighs around 7 to 8 kilos with a helmet on as well. That's another half a kilo to a kilo all in with the paintwork that they put on. So that times 5 because of the G-force, that's going through your neck. Your head's literally trying to be pulled off of your body, and your neck supporting as you go through a corner. Even a slow speed corner like this one down at turn 8, you'll be pulling around 2.5 G through there. So it's incredible forces.
We saw, didn't we, Nick de Vries's neck yesterday in the paddock?
Yeah, that's beefed up since last year. He learned a lesson in Monza, didn't he? Yeah.
Oh, just a bit. Anthony, your buggy awaits. They've left the key in there for you. It is reverse parked, and you can take it away.
Okay, more buggies. Right, Ant's leaving the box.
Anthony is off. And in his place...
Oh, who's joining
them? Come our second special guest of this hour. Rachel, you are the first special guest.
Martin
It's got to be Martin. Has to be
As
Martin.
out on track, Max Verstappen, Alex Albon, this man you're watching now.
Well, we're about to find out.
George Russell, and just coming out,
it's not
Pierre
George
Gasly
Russell.
and Oscar
They're on the track.
Piastri. And,
Who is it?
We're
I
going
want
to
to
talk
know
about
now.
Pierre Gasly and Oscar Piastri.
Is the stream
Pierre
set
Gasly
up? Come on,
being an
Martin.
Alpine driver and Oscar Piastri being Australian. We really should
Mark?
say hello,
Danny Rick!
good afternoon, good day, and welcome to Jack Doohan.
Oh,
That
it's Jack
could not have
Doohan!
been done
Oh,
any better,
it's an
could it?
Australian.
It's really not planned at all. Hey,
Hello,
it's
Jack
it's
Doohan.
surprisingly walked in the door.
It's
That's
like
a
I was so
surprise.
chuffed you'd come and joined us. I'd actually
Yeah.
thought about your intro.
Thank you very
Right,
much for
listen,
that. No, it
I'm
was a
being honest
nice
with you now.
intro.
I want to tell you my
Go on.
dream country lineup. David Croft and Daniel Ricciardo.
Yes, that is the dream lineup. I agree with you there. I agree. That would be absolutely fantastic. I'm loving the F1 TV headsets, by the way. Now, if anybody doesn't know, the F1 headsets that Sky use are like £2,000. The one that F1 TV use are Behringer's as well, DT590 something or other. And they're the standard headsets now that you can get. It used to be Audio Tele announced those. But they've actually put new windshields on them, so they're a bit better. And they sound fantastic. Best ever. Like
They definitely won't be using the was it what company was it Bose is it called Mercedes?
Oh, the Bose headset, yeah.
Yeah, they definitely won't be using the one that
No, they smashed
Chelsea
up.
used in 2021.
The reason
Saudi Arabia.
The reason I love it is because those headsets are basically what we have up in the commentary box as the backup headset, as what Ian Birch wears. It's the same mic that they have that we have, but our
I've got one
headphones are
question.
different. Go on.
Who's Ian Birch?
That's
I
my
haven't heard
dad.
that name. Oh wait, I just haven't heard him because I was thinking.
Yeah, sorry, you've never heard that before, yeah.
I've seen him, but I've never heard him called. I've always known him as Josh's dad.
yeah. I always do try and name him a lot as well. I presume he'll turn up at some point this season. He's
I haven't
actually
seen him for a while actually on any of the streams.
Yeah, well, we haven't had any. He only really does the Formula Ones as well, unless I have to drag him in for MotoGP. He's actually listening right now, because I just popped back into the main house as well, and he's just said hello. He's probably say hello back now as well, but he's talking to the television. But yeah,
Also,
go on.
I'm gonna say, do you know Bottas's test helmet? I didn't realise it was actually designed by his wife.
Was it really? Oh,
Yeah,
Tiffany Cromwell.
Tiffany Cromwell.
Oh, wow.
I believe it's his wife.
Well, I think so, unless it's fiance at least. 'Cause
Yeah,
of course,
I thought I didn't realise it was designed by her, but it's really cool.
yeah, it's got the mustache on it, hasn't it? And the mullet at the back as well.
Really
it
nice.
looks
But I think
fantastic.
my favourite helmet, if you haven't seen it, I'll send you a picture of it. Hulkenberg's
Yeah.
helmet. Oh, it's such a nice helmet.
Nico Hulkenberg's does look quite good, I must admit. It's one of the best ones that they've got out there. We haven't had helmet look yet. I know Oscar Piastri, for his testing helmet at least, he's got Oscar Pastry, which is what's going around.
I'm going to
as the
send you a
joke.
picture in Discord.
Oh, let's have a look.
And I don't know if you could put it on the stream or just have a look at it yourself. But
You
take
certainly
a look
can
at
have
that.
a go. Where is it? Let's see if I
It's
can
just
try
been
and
there.
shoot it.
Look at that.
Can you still hear me okay, by the way? Because my
Yep,
Discord's
I
having a
can
bit
hear
of a... Lovely, it was having a bit of a freeze. Here we go. So I can certainly put it on the stream. Oh, hang on a minute. I've lost me now. I'm showing the coverage. That's not great. There he is. There's me. Because I'm trying to get Discord operational to get to you, Richie, which is tricky because it won't let me go onto our chat for some reason. No, I can't
It's
get it on the
Discord.
screen. Yeah, Discord seems to have
But
crashed.
You can still see it from your end.
I can't even see it on mine. Give me a minute. It's loading. It's loading in there, Richie. So we will have it shortly, and I'll pop it on the main screen as well, where the driver tracker is, if I can have it operational. Oh, here it is. Oh, what are we showing us here? So is this the combination of the Mercedes
Ferrari
and the... A Ferrari.
Yeah, the Mercedes and the Ferrari.
Looks identical, doesn't it? There we go. There it is on the main screen. Where is it? Here we go. That looks almost
The front
identical.
looks very similar, but then once you get to like the halo,
Yeah.
it's just a completely different car.
So there's
I'd say
yeah.
the front of the car, I would say, is basically identical.
They are exactly the same. And then as soon as you said, get to the AirPods. Oh, hang on a minute, where has it gone? Get to the AirPods, and it's completely different. And the
Yeah.
back of the car, Ferrari has gone for sort of a flat design. And this is what I don't get about the Mercedes as well. They've gone for their sort of halo, creating like a vein up the neck as well, along the
Yeah.
inside. And it's got like a triple tier effect. How can that be aerodynamic? I can understand it might stop the propulsing, but it's so weird. PSGL are in the chat saying hello, Joshua and Midday. Hello, PSGL. Sorry that I forgot to put the F2 stream on as well. I've literally been manic doing all this for ages, but we'll make up for it with a great show later with myself and Richie on. But that does look quite interesting. That Ferrari and Mercedes copied the front of the car, but Ferrari have gone for a very 90s looking
rear
flat.
wing. It's a little bit different. The Mercedes has got, more, I'd say, more of a, in a way, taller.
Yeah, it's a bit
rear
taller,
wing,
isn't it?
haven't
Yeah.
they? The Ferraris is more streamlined.
I'm very surprised actually about Ferrari's side pod looking at it. I didn't realise it was that flat. It does look like a stereotypical car, which is bizarre.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's, and also that would mean the driver number is 65. I don't know anyone that's raced under that number.
65? I don't know actually anybody that does under that number. Maybe an IMSA or somewhere like that might be throwing it back up. That's testing again, not me. There we go. As well, it's every time I close Discord and minimise it, it turns off the main feed. It's getting quite difficult to keep up with it now, as well. But the green light is on. The session is still underway. We've got Sainz on top at the moment. He's on the track, but we're struggling to hear there it is in the background, the noise of the cars.
There we go.
So all cars have now set a lap time, and it's Sainz, Verstappen, Albon, Zhou, Russell, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Gasly, Piastri and Dragovic, the top 10 as things stand. Going out this afternoon will be Sargent, Norris, Alonso, Leclerc, Magnussen, De Vries, Ocon, Hamilton and Bottas. The only driver not going out today is Sergio Perez, and that's because Max Verstappen has the car all day.
And I'm sure isn't Perez got the car the full day tomorrow?
Yes, and then they will be rotating on Saturday. Yeah. Pretty much like we will be in the commentary box as well, going all over.
But also, I've got to say, the two races, I remember actually, the two races I said I was excited for earlier, Australia and Japan, I've realised they're the ones that are at 5 and 6 a.m.
Oh yeah, so they are. 5 a.m. 6 a.m. Yeah.
Now I might take it back because I hate being up that early.
Yes, I do too. But there's going to be
for qualifying, I tend to just stay up the whole night, watch the quali, then sleep.
Yeah. Well, I because I've got to be in the commentary box at 6:30 every morning. I got up at 5 today, and that was hard. I had a yogurt and a biscuit for breakfast. And I'm looking forward to lunch coming up in 57 minutes' time. It will be an hour's lunch as well, which is fantastic. Although, saying that, I don't know the person who was supposed to be cooking my lunch for me because I have to be... I've only got an hour, so it's going to be ready as soon as I come off air, which is very kind. They're not here. So that's interesting. I might have to have some leftover lasagna that made me feel a bit sick last night as well. Richie, you're still going to be here for another 12 minutes. Megan Birch will be joining us for the last 45 minutes of the session. She thinks it's half an hour. Don't tell her, she'll never turn up. Which is fun. And we'll be talking about everything that's happened in the session. Session 2, that will be underway at 12:05 with the green light going on at 12:15. This afternoon's commentary pairings are slightly different as well, so I'll give you an update there.
Wait.
Go on.
Have we still got an hour remaining?
I have no idea.
11.
Oh, 15 minutes later. Yeah, they've extended the sessions 15 minutes either side.
When did they extend that?
Literally last night. Literally last night. Yeah, that's what I was so confused.
Yeah, I just realised. Hang on, how does that make? But now it makes sense.
Yeah. So it was literally last night that they extended the sessions 15 minutes either side. This afternoon from 12 till, well, actually from 12:15 till 1:30, Synthor joins me in the commentary box. 1:30 till 3, Tom Dillon's in here again. 2:15 till 3:30, Ed joins the com box. But Tom and Ed will be leading the session together as I step out to get my hair done. That will be at 2:15. Wow, that Ferrari from Science bouncing up and down the start finish straight. They've changed the setup there because that wasn't doing it earlier on, but that's really bad from Science. Sparks everywhere.
Yeah, so they'll definitely need to make an adjustment to that there on the car.
Dear me. And then he hits the bump that's been causing all the problems into turn 1, and look at that.
It's hitting the floor completely.
So Ferrari have done a setup change. We saw them do it, and it's the wrong idea because
definitely.
and they've got some Flovis paint on as well. So ridiculous.
To change that.
Yeah. So,
I'll be honest.
Yeah, and then
I don't.
This afternoon, by the way, sorry, just a second. Megan joins us from 3:30 till 4:30 for the last hour alongside Josh, and then Richie's back with us more tomorrow. Go on, Richie.
I was going to say, I don't like the other Siva logo, or Siva.
Yeah.
I don't like it because it's just like a black square.
Yeah, it kind of ruins the design of it, doesn't it, as well?
It does, doesn't
the
it?
flow, yeah. It's like I always...
I still can't get over the AlphaTauri.
Yeah, the AlphaTauri is...
I just can't click at all.
I don't like
it looks horrible.
The front of it looks too much like a Williams. And that
See,
from
for
19,
me,
yeah.
it's a bit like a Williams,
Yeah.
an
Yes.
AlphaTauri 2021, and an Alfa Romeo.
Yeah,
in
you're
one
right.
livery.
Yeah, oh god, you're right, yeah.
It's literally a combination of the three.
And especially considering that
see,
the main sponsor of Alfa Romeo or Leon is there.
I didn't see the Williams reference, but now when I look, I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2019 2020 Williams.
Whereas that looks like the Alpine, but when it goes in full pink, I had to seriously stop myself last year from calling it a racing point. Like several times. I look back at a photo. A YouTuber uploaded the BBC Radio 5 live commentaries last year, and over the winter I was listening to them, and I got to one in Saudi Arabia, and I was looking at it, and I thought to myself, why is there a racing point there? Where was that taken? I can't. The racing point weren't there when Saudi Arabia, and it took me about 10 minutes to remember. Oh yeah, Alpine ran in the pink last year for 2 races. I was like, it's ridiculous. I think they're the only team to copy a livery from another team.
In this season, isn't it 3 races that run in the pink? Yeah.
Yeah, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Australia. Because the cars get shipped, so yeah, they can't change it.
Bit of a far-fetched, more of a guess.
Yes.
But who do you think will be on the podium for the Bahrain Grand Prix?
Leclerc, Verstappen, Russell.
I was going to say Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton.
Oh, so we got Verstappen. So no one's picking poor Perez. But that's a good...
No.
That's a good game. That's a good game. I think we'll have to revisit that on the last day of testing, actually.
We
get
will,
everyone's
yeah.
predictions.
We'll have to write it in Discord and pin it in there.
Yes, yeah. Josh is watching. I still think at the moment as well, unless he's busy at the moment. Josh, get those down and put it in the Discord chat as well, either the com chat or the general chat as well, as we come through. Just a reminder, at some point we've got Jess joining us from PSGL as well, and George Morgan is hopefully going to be stopping by at some point in the remaining 2 days of testing. I don't think he's with us today. He's with us, I think, either tomorrow or when I'm there on Saturday as well, whenever Megan's not. But that's going to be fun. Hopefully I'll try and team you up with him, Richie, as well at some point. That'll be fun.
That would be nice.
But yeah, I've been trying to get George on the watch logs for ages, but he's a busy man these days as well.
Yeah, busy. Obviously, with all of his commentary commitments.
Yes. I mean, I think I did say to Jess at one point, I think last year in testing, I'll have to drag him to the commentary box, so just make sure he stays here for a while to commentate on a race. Because it'd be quite exciting. It's quite a great lineup as well. Although I do know that if one of us is ever ill, Richie, I believe George could step in. I'm not sure if that's the thing. Yeah. So one of us might get to work with if one of us ill.
See,
But
the only
hasn't
time
happened yet.
I might not be available is actually the 30th of March. I don't know what
Yeah.
race that is, and that's because I'm going to the Williams thing.
Yes,
on
you are.
behalf
Yeah.
of PSGL. But a friend of mine might be coming over to the UK to come with me. And actually,
Fantastic.
the funny part is he was someone who was dropped by Williams in 2020. It's not Ferrari Snow. It's a friend of mine, Alex Hostler. He was reserved for Williams in 2020. He does F4 as well. But he's going to come over and most likely come with me to the Williams thing. So
Fab.
hopefully, he said no one recognises him. But basically, that'll be on the Thursday. Obviously, that's on the Friday, but I might be travelling down there
On
the
Thursday.
Thursday.
We might need right. PSGL are watching. Connor, Jess. We might need to get a backup ready as well, because I can do this, but I can't get the game working, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's.
F1's buggy.
Did you ever get that PC?
No, never did. They sent the thing back as well for that part as well. So
I'm sure you told me that. I think is it 2022 at the start of 2022.
Yeah. Still never got it. They sent me the things back for it as well. The new cards we needed, and my original idea as well is because I've got the PlayStation 5 and a cross-platform, I'll just get the game and then I can stream still. But at the moment, cross-platform isn't working 100% just yet. But as soon as that's working, we're in business. Because I don't have to spend 700 quid on a new computer. Or grand.
I need to keep remembering that Drugovic isn't racing in the actual season.
I know,
Well,
I do.
From what we think anyway, because it depends on Lance Stroll's recovery if he races in Bahrain.
Yeah, it's really strong, isn't it, at the moment as well?
Honestly, I love Valtteri Bottas's new style.
It does look great. It absolutely looks great as well.
And there's the actual Alfa Romeo track. Look at that. Looks really nice. Really, really nice car.
At least my apology is thingy for not taking the stream up. I still had access and I forgot. Honestly, that it went. Do you know? I knew something was bugging me in the back of my mind, but I didn't think what it was. I couldn't remember because I was thinking last night when I was doing everything for PSGL and getting the lap attack ready for it as well. And I was just thinking, what is there something I'm missing? And it's setting up the stream. Because I was fixing all the streams on here because OBS decided to be a pain again. Although, there's a brand new setup called Vertical that I downloaded and got set up yesterday. It turns there's a secondary option where you can have OBS as a vertical layout as well. So you can make vertical like TikTok layouts as well.
Yeah.
Which I'm finding incredibly handy to make videos and then put some footage over it. So, thumbs up there. Well done, everyone. Really happy with that. There'll be a TikTok at the end of the day as well about everything. Although one thing I'm looking forward to is bed, because I only got, I think, 4 hours sleep last night because I was on the Grid Network doing the Grid Tonight show with Kobe and Matt White, and I didn't get to bed until midnight, and I was up at 5, and I didn't get to sleep until 1.
Not good.
And then I woke up in the middle of the night really hot. So I had to change the covers round because I was sweating, so I had to turn them inside out and just move them over the other way so I can still sleep.
Last night was interesting for us. It was about 11:30, then all of a sudden my PC just shut off. I thought, that's weird. Went downstairs, turns out the wiring in the kitchen has blown the fuse.
Oh my god!
So luckily, nothing's damaged. It just means what we had to do, we had to take some plugs out, turn it back on, and then leave those plugs out for now until it gets fixed. So that was an eventful evening, which means I didn't sleep till 1:30 a.m.
Oh god, you're having a nightmare as well.
I know, it's not going well.
And
I woke up at 7, I had 5 hours sleep, and I've got PSGL tonight. That will probably finish me off.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I'll tell you what, we might need to call in sick. Nah, that's naughty. But yeah,
well,
next week's going to be
we've
fun.
got 2 minutes left. I'll be heading off shortly. But
Indeed,
I've just got to say one more thing before I go. All I remember is last time we raced at Spain PSGL, that was the famous they're riding geek at the moment.
I know.
Between Jack Humphries and Jona Martins.
I did double. I did the F2 last year as well, so it's sort of like...
you did, yeah. With, was it Luke you did?
Yeah, Luke last year, yeah. I did 2 races on F2 last year, so glad to become permanent this year alongside you, which is going to be fun. Right, Richie, I'll let you go now, because Anne's trackside. Thanks for today, and I'll see you later for the F2.
Yes, I'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Bye.
Let's go down to Ant then. He's down at turn 1 too.
On the track at turn 1 itself.
You run a lot of exit curb for good measure on the exit of turn 2. What you're trying to do in turn 1 is to slow it right down, get right to the apex near that bollard. I don't know if you can just spin the camera around and just look at the bollard on the inside, Bob, there. So yeah, as the Mercedes of George Russell comes to you, do you want to just get as close to that curb as possible, pinch it in tighter and compromise the exit of 1 to open up turn 2 as much as you can. The Ferrari of Carlos Sainz follows Russell behind. The McLaren just comes through there now. Oscar Piastri was looking really good actually last lap. This is a slower lap for him. Last lap he was pushing, looking really good on the exit of 2. The car just dancing around. You can see he's got full confidence already behind the wheel of that McLaren. Whether the car itself will be allowing him to get up the top of the timesheets, we'll see that later. But just in terms of what I'm looking at for the driver and their comfort and confidence in the car, he looks right there already, and this slow speed part of the track. Like I say, what you're trying to do here is really gain some time on the brake, and you've got the wind, I can feel it here, blowing in kind of that direction, just offset to the main straight, and it's going to be pushing the car towards the apex of turn 1. You're fighting that wind as you slow the car down, so you are seeing some lockups into this corner. As here comes the Alfa Romeo. I saw a bit of a lock up there from the last lap, but it looks okay this time around. You can really see how they bring the car back towards us momentarily to help ease the corner of turn 2. It's a really important part of the track, this one, when you're fighting lap time, to make sure you can get on power as early as you can through that very part there where the Williams heads now. So yeah, that's what it's all about down here at turn 1 and turn 2. We'll maybe make our way around the track to a different part, maybe find a slightly higher speed section. Back to you guys.
Thanks,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Crofty.
much indeed, Anthony Davidson. Great to have you trackside, and you get a very, very different perspective of the cars when you stand that close to the track, which I shall be doing this afternoon if you fancy a little wander. Rachel Brooks, Mary says, please stop butchering the French language. To you and to myself. And Jesse Young, on behalf of a huge amount of people who tweeted me in the last 10 minutes, would like to wish good luck to Jack Doohan from all of his Australian viewers, really hoping he's in contention for the F2 title this year. That's Jesse, everyone in Australia, and your mum.
Who has just messaged him.
I know.
Yes.
In French?
In French.
Do you want me to translate that for you?
Yes.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk with you.
Exactly. I was just going to say that actually when I was thinking about the French that I wanted to bring back. And j'aime la F1, which is I love F1. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could have. Yeah, j'aime. I could have said that properly, but as I said, I didn't want to show anyone.
Get used to that one. That will come in handy. Yeah, either this year, if you need to step in, or in future seasons to come. Just before you go though, a lot of people are saying this is going to be a Bonza year, if I could use the Australian, for Ripper for Alpine. Straight on, mate.
Straight on, mate.
It's going to be an absolute... No, not there. That would be a very bad idea for Oscar. It's going to be a brilliant year. I've put myself on. For Alpine. A lot of people tipping the team to make significant progress. Have you seen that behind the scenes?
100%. Everyone in the team wants to get to the top. We're not content with being a midfield team. We want to strive for success and strive for podiums, race wins, and world championships. We know that doesn't happen overnight. You could have you could get every best engineer, mechanic, and team principal from Formula One and put them in a team, and if the chemistry isn't right, if they're not all put in the right position, that it won't happen. So we know that we have a very good crew of people to do that, and we're taking it step by step, to achieve where we want to. Like I said, it doesn't happen overnight, but I'm very happy to see the team's progress and to see where we're heading.
And one of the biggest young driver programs now as well, so looking to the future and putting more into that as well.
Yeah, definitely. We have a great program at the moment, filled with really good drivers, and with Victor in Formula 2 with me as well, and Gabriele Mini and Nicolas Soloff in Formula 3, who I rate very highly both, and are very talented drivers. So I'm looking forward to watching them both as well, and speaking with them to see how their seasons is going.
Mega. Jack, thanks for joining us, mate.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much.
Big great
it was a ripper time for you.
It was absolutely fair dinkum, one of my favourite moments of the day. Jack Doohan with us live here from the commentary box. Take care, my friend.
Thanks, Jack.
Have a brilliant season as well.
Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Certainly shall.
George Russell's out on the circuit then as well as we wait. Megan Birch is joining the commentary box shortly as well. We've got Twitter just below us here as well to take a look at some TweetDeck stuff as well. And then we'll get Megan's information from her. I know the main house is listening, so Megan, wherever you are, it's time to come on the YouTube channel and come to the commentary box because you will be needed ASAP. George Russell is circulating, still got the sensors on the two cars. Now, what I'm understanding is, I've done some texting as well, it looks like the leads coming from Russell's car is identical. It's the two sensors. They've got it either side of the steering wheel. It's a leveler. And so basically, it is measuring how much the wheel moves while on the straight as well, so it can create a centre level of the car. So very good sensors even on the steering wheel these days. I've never seen that one before. So very exciting stuff there. They're the two purple leads. If you're watching along with us on F1 TV, Sky Sports F1 as well, that's where they are. But it's just two purple leads coming out the right-hand side and into the steering wheel, two sensors alongside. Who's done the most laps in this session? It is Alexander Albon. It's 62 laps on the board. Sainz has done 61. This is Russell coming across the line now. He's done 55 laps in total in this session and hasn't improved much so far. 40 minutes to go of this first session of 2023. The first day of pre-season testing, 7 days time until 8 days time technically as well, until the first practice session gets underway and F1 2023 kicks off in style. It's Sainz, Verstappen, Albon 1, 2, 3, Zhou, Russell, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Gasly, Piastri and Drugovich, the top 10. Drugovich, remember, stamping in for the injured as well. Lance Stroll, one more with Max Verstappen. I just had a little moment coming through turn 1 and 2 there, slightly wide off the exit curb. Flicks it into the top of the hill at turn number 4 as well. Doesn't go too, well, actually does go all 4 wheels off the track and way, way wide. So they've got to be in there, but he's a 10th up in the first sector, probably because he's gone off the track several times as well. It's not really going to be keeping the fair game as they slide back through underneath the circuit then as well. 1:33.253 is the top time. Verstappen, as I said, 10th up, is a 29.456 in that first sector as the car revs up to life. Albon, Russell, Verstappen, Hülkenberg, and the cars out on the track right now. You can see on your driver tracker operation, 38 minutes to go of this session. And the second sector time coming up now for Max Verstappen, and he's still up. It's a 40.091. He's 4.5 tenths up on Sainz's time, so still going strong and still running strong coming through there as well. Literally no idea where Megan is at the moment as well. Coming across then the line, Max Verstappen. This will put him top for sure, but what is the overall time? It's a 1:32.959, and he goes 0.294, basically 3 tenths faster than Carlos Sainz, and he is on the C3 tyre compounds, is the world champion, Mick Schumacher. The world champion, Max Verstappen. It's because I've got Mick Schumacher in my ears. I think he's coming up to the commentary box shortly as well. Looking fun at the moment. Right, Rachel, what do you make of that time?
It shows us how much they've developed these cars over the last 12 months, because the fastest time here on day 1 in Bahrain last year was Pierre Gasly with a 1:33.9 in the AlphaTauri. So
we're a second quicker.
We're a second quicker, and we're only at lunch on day 1. So by the end of today, we will be quicker still, I would imagine. And then that's huge progress, I think, from the teams throughout the last 12 months.
Yeah. And especially with the changes made, of course, to the leading edges of the floor and that 15mm raise.
Do you think we could get back even to 2021 times?
Well, that's what the engineers always chase, don't they? And records are there to be broken, lap records are there to be broken, track limits are there to be broken on that particular case for Max, although track limits don't really count, it is testing. But you never say never, and you never also fail to be impressed by engineers, drivers, and the way that they work together to continually push each other to greater things to come. Nico Hülkenberg, 181 race starts in his Formula 1 career.
Yeah, 2 of those came last year as well. As Megan's on her way to the commentary box, I'm being informed, which is always nice to hear as well. She's actually just texting me as well, that same factor. So, Verstappen's on 1:32.959, setting the fastest time. What time do you call this as well? Come on, there's your headset. Time to get, it's 10:38, I know. Come on, time to get back into the swing of it. Oh, and, well, there you go. It's happened 20 seconds into the stream.
So may I just say, I was getting ready. I ate breakfast, that's why I'm late.
Hello, Megan.
Hello.
I have no idea what's wrong with your mic. Try again.
Sounds a bit too loud. Has someone else been wearing this?
Probably Dad at some point. How's that?
Loud in my ears.
How's that?
Better.
Hello, how are you? I can barely hear you, but that might be because I'm wearing these. How are you? You okay?
I'm as fine as I can be. I just had breakfast.
Oh, what did you have for breakfast?
A slice of toast and a toucan.
Slice of toast and a toucan, right?
Yeah, that's what we call penguins because.
Oh, the penguins. Yeah.
We prefer these to penguins.
They're more tasty.
They are.
They are.
And they're bigger and have more chocolate.
Yeah, I want one now. You should have bought me one. I've finished my tea. First time. Hello. On the commentary this year. I've missed you in no Formula E.
You only saw me 2 hours ago.
I know, but I when you woke up, I said hello because I was going to get dressed. I said hello.
And I looked like it was 6 o'clock when you saw me.
Yes, it was.
So it was
a long time ago.
4 hours ago. 4.5.
Jean Lazy on the pit wall there for Alpine looking through. Yeah, but it is nice to actually have you back at the commentary box because you're the first person I've actually stood alongside in the commentary box this year. Everyone else has been virtual.
Where you don't have to talk to a screen.
I don't have to talk to a screen. I can actually look around and talk to a human being for once as well, which is actually quite nice to actually see you. You're here. You're actually here. Hello. Right. Who's that? Oh, look, I've got a toucan. Wait, I caught that. Thank you. I just got thrown a toucan seal bar.
It almost hit me in the face.
Hey, I caught it though.
That's because you're good at catching things.
I am. Right, nice to have you back. Okay, what
should have really moved that way, shouldn't I?
Yeah, nice to have you back then. Right, what are you expecting this year? Testing's been underway. Verstappen's fastest, starting second. Can't really take too much from it, but Verstappen on a 1:32.959. Red Bull just continuing where they left off.
Oh, is it not a surprise, everyone? Look! Oh, there's a Red Bull in the lead and a Ferrari in second. What a
I know.
surprise on that one.
Yeah, but look at Djokovic for Aston Martin down in 10th position. And if you might remember as well, who drives for Aston Martin now? Fernando Alonso. Not having the best start to the test is Alpine, unfortunately, as well. Josh just said incoming. Yeah, large projectiles. I'm gonna. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll wait until the next time there's a screen. Yeah, next time there's a break on the screen, I'll eat that because I'm.
So I just moved right into his throwing line.
You did.
I didn't know where he was throwing.
Has Verstappen stopped on the circuit? Because he's time. Oh no, here he is. He's just come through the sector as well.
Why didn't he stop on the circuit?
I know.
Let someone else have a lead for once, please, Max. I mean, it's testing.
We already had one red flag this morning, as you can see on the tracker there as well. That was caused by Djokovic stopping 9 minutes into the session in the Aston. Yeah, just as soon as we went out of the garage, it just cut out. Don't know what happened. Just the engine cut out completely.
Oh, I'm not preparing good things.
Yeah, it's not really great, is it? I've just remembered one problem. I can barely hear you.
No. Is that better?
Yeah, but it's the problem as well. Like it's with the noise in the background. Still, there's who's that? That's Russell following Gasly down the straight. We're not seeing Gasly in an Alpine or a Red Bull. He's now in a AlphaTauri or Red Bull. He's now in an Alpine and coming down. What do you reckon of the new cars then on board?
I think they all look good, though it is weird to see Gasly in an Alpine.
Yeah, it is weird to see him in an Alpine. I really don't know what's going on with your audio at the moment. I must try and fix this because I can barely hear you on your side, and it is quite distracting.
You watch, I'll put it out completely now.
Well, no, it's just I know what the problem is actually because
I need to sit down.
Try now.
I need to sit down.
That's better. Well, here's a chair. Here.
Chair. I haven't sat in this chair in months.
Well, there's your chair. There's everything all sorted, all ready to go. That's where the bus mix is just... Oh, hang on, that's the problem. The fade is not quite right. There we go. Try now, Megan.
That's better.
That is better. Yeah, so Sitting down in your chair. Oh, it's like we haven't left, is it? Russell on a lap time then. He's got loads of traffic though in front of him. He's got that's Gasly. Then he's got Albon and Drogovic in the middle of it all as well. So Russell's really been put in the middle of a...
It's like a sea of green.
It is. Teresa. I just realised that chair's usually over here, isn't it? So you usually have more room.
I usually have more room to actually do this and not hit myself on here.
Yeah, I was wondering why it moved. Well, there's a Vax there now. That needs going for next week. Otherwise, it's a bit difficult.
Otherwise, Dad's going to be tripping on it.
Yeah.
Stubbing his toe.
When we have all three of us in the commentary box for the race next weekend.
Where would I sit?
Where you
that was there.
Yeah, I know. Well, you might have to stand. Russell goes across the line and takes it into fourth position. No, okay, I thought you were not a standing person, are you? Cars are coming up the track though, with 30 minutes to go of the session, Megs. It's now like, okay, we're going for it now. We're going to have a lot of runs, and this is Russell into turn 1, passing Gasly, or trying to get past him.
Seems like he thought, okay, I'm going to get past him. No, I'm not. I better back out of this before I become red flag number 2.
Yeah, he's really struggling, isn't he? And really pushing it, coming through.
There we go. You've passed him without red flag.
Moving through.
This chair really helps my back. So, how do I get the thing?
What do you need?
My elbows are like dipping into the side. I don't. No, that's worse.
Is it like that?
No.
Is it inwards?
No.
What is it then?
I don't know. I think it's the back of the chair.
It hasn't moved. It hasn't moved. Oh, and that's Drogovic making a mistake down at turn number 1. You've been in 5 minutes. You've distracted me more than anybody else. It's Drogovic making a mistake down at turn number 1. Yeah, so the Aston Martin looking a little bit stronger than normal. Why don't you adjust the cushion at the back?
No, I've got the cushion right where my back hurts.
Are you comfortable?
My back's comfortable.
Oh, that'll do. Anyway,
that's mainly why I sit down.
Coming through. That's the angst actually. Look, this is it. This is what we just saw. Can we play it actually? Is it going to play on the monitor? It might do. That's Russell on board with. Oh, it's not even playing. We need to get a player sorted to come through. Drogovic is 3.948 seconds off the pace of Verstappen at the moment as well. So he's gone absolutely nowhere. As Verstappen's now in the pit lane, just doing a practice start. Might crack on the screen as there.
Do they always clean those monitors? Because every time I see them, they look like they are brand new, just had the screen protector like taken off, just like no finger marks or someone just accidentally getting up and touching the screen.
No spittle either.
Yeah, why are they so clean? Do they every single minute just go like?
I know. Do they? I wonder how they do keep them so clean, considering the fact that screens get dirty. It's hard to keep them clean, no
whether you like
are.
it or not, even if you don't touch it.
I mean, we've got a 40-inch monitor up in the commentary that we're watching the session on as well. But even though we stand and sit down, things do get on the screen because it happens.
I remember once in my TV in my room, I turned around one day and there was just a piece of like spilt food, and I was just like, "That wasn't there 5 minutes ago."
Might have flicked off your fork or something like that.
Maybe, though the amount of cleaning. I just have no idea. It's impossible not to get screens dirty, and I don't know how these guys do it.
Tell you what though, 9 of the 10 cars are out on the circuit. Only Oscar Piastri in the McLaren isn't out on the circuit right now, with 27 minutes to go this session. Drogovic, however, is on a lap time. He was the personal best Sector 1 with a 30.279. I know Drogovic isn't the main driver this year, but he might have to step in for Lance Stroll next weekend in Bahrain. This is valuable testing for him.
Certainly an interesting driver.
One problem I'm worried about is that Stroll's going to have no launch for ages.
Well,
he's not going to have no testing until
he
practice.
knows the car.
Yeah.
So he should be fine. I mean, as long as he doesn't drive it like he drives his bike, or rides his bike. We're good, we're golden. It's not going to be the same as it was last year.
David just said, "Do you want a glass of Coke incoming?" Just getting spewed in Coke. Thank you. No, I'm fine. See no evil, speak no evil. Drogovic then does a 135.334, moves to 2.3. of Verstappen's time. There's the AlphaTauri. One of the, as we were discussing with Richie as well, it's not a great livery, is it?
No.
Oh, Ted's in the pits.
Here at the beautiful Bahrain International Circuit and to the Williams garage, and this is where I've been for the last hour or so, just getting a word with Logan Sargent ahead of the rest of the test. He's in the car this afternoon. Now, of course, you're right in that we tend not to look at the lap times. There's not really much point in doing it. As we see Oscar Piastri now coming out for another run. A very recognisable crash helmet. Not the neon green of Lando Norris, bit more of Aussie blue and some yellow in there as well as some red. But yeah, there's Oscar with a practice start. But yeah, I think what was significant was how many laps Albon has done in this new Williams. So most laps of all, I believe, at the moment, and enough for third quickest. So clearly it's reliable, which is good. And what Logan Sargent was saying from his time in the car so far, from the shakedowns that they've done, is that they're much better on the unpredictable nature of that car at the limit. This is a frequent thing we heard from Nicholas Latifi and Alex Albon last year, wasn't it? The way it was just unpredictable on the limit. There was always a sort of pinhead of sweet spot of the car when it would have good downforce and everything was out of balance. And the moment you fell off that very narrow edge, then the car was very difficult to drive, or at least Latifi found it hard to drive most of the time, more than Alex Albon, you could argue. What Logan Sargent said was, compared to last year's car, which he also drove, this car is much better. And for that, for me, will be music to any Williams supporters' ears, and something that Logan Sargent can really grab hold of, because that's the kind of car he needs. Maybe, Anthony, you can expand on this from a rookie's point of view. That's the kind of car he needs under him. So Albon is still out on track. There's the Williams pit wall, looking very symmetrical in their 3x3, and a little shot for you inside the Williams garage, where they look as happy as you can be with the car going around at the moment.
They look worried.
They do look a little bit worried, don't they?
Since one of their drivers last year didn't get any points, they have a right to be worried.
Yeah, 8 points scored for Williams as well. All of them scored. Actually, Latifi did get 2 points. You've got to be fair there. Albon got 4. De Vries got 2.
What race was that?
Latifi got 2 in Japan. Finished 9th. But Japan was half race in many respects. It shouldn't have been 4 points. That was the controversial thing that's come through.
So he got 2 points in the easiest way to get points.
He did, yes. I've kept my notes up for Abu Dhabi in the commentary box because they're the most up-to-date ones as well, so I thought may as well just leave them for testing. So they've been up there for 89 days. The cameraman.
Just like move around. Ow!
Yeah, and whack your headset off as well.
Move around. Film the camera. Film it. Film it.
Do you know, Megan's actually been saying to me over the past 89 days, I really miss being in the commentary box. I really miss being in the commentary box. I really miss being in there. Still miss it? Are you happy to be back?
Yes.
That's good to know. only a week until race 1. I know. And you get to be in first practice, I think.
Beware, I might not... Okay, is there anything before the week... Is there anything on the 19th of March?
Saudi Arabia.
I'm not sure whether I'll be able to do it because I have tests that week.
Well, not the Friday, but the Saturday and Sunday.
I have tests.
Yes, it's Saudi.
Well, I'm questionable for that race.
Oh, right. Get a guest.
If I'm in there.
Are you here 11:30 till 12:30 next Friday?
You do realise that 12:30 would be when I'd be getting ready, though I'll just have to get ready earlier.
Yes, good.
So, yes.
Are you here 3 till 4?
What day is that?
Next Friday. Yes.
I would have just got home.
Hey, perfect. You can do FP1, go have a lesson, then come back and do FP2. That's a dream schedule. Oh, this is on board with Max Verstappen watching on as well. It is a dream schedule. Who doesn't like it as well?
Because on Thursdays and Fridays, I literally only am there for an hour and a half. So tomorrow,
that's today?
Yeah.
I forgot, yeah. I thought it was Saturday. No, you're leading the coverage on Saturday. That's fun. Yeah, half and half. As I do Formula E with Ed and Tom.
Tomorrow I have to go in at 11 because I have a meeting with my PQ supervisor.
You'll have to keep reminding me that because I nearly scheduled you down for that time.
I'm not here at 11 tomorrow.
I'll schedule you earlier then.
No!
I've got you down for the afternoon session, don't worry. Richie's going to be here tomorrow evening.
Which is what time?
Afternoon session is... Well, when you get back. After your thing. So it's
let
like
me guess, it's 3.
It's 3:30 till 4:30, the same as today's afternoon session. So I'll see you at 3:30 till 4:30 today. 21 minutes to go then of this session so far. Let's know where you're watching from around the world here. We're in the UK and it's coming up on 11 o'clock, which means it's nearly dinner time.
Oh, I just had breakfast.
Yes, well, I woke up at 5, had breakfast at 6, and now I'm here. And tomorrow I'm having breakfast at Tiffany's instead.
Do you realise the fact that the human has to eat every 5 hours? That's a
Yes.
designated thing, so you're coming up on the time you should be eating.
I know, that's why I just had a biscuit. Although, technically as well, I just point out humans can last 3 weeks without food, but only 100 hours or so without water.
Or sleep. 72.
72 hours without sleep, that's true.
Yeah, before they become insane.
Yeah, well, I go 48 hours without sleep during
Yeah,
the
that's
month.
why I demand that you go to sleep after you do things like this.
I actually do about 50 or 60 hours, don't I? Thinking about it.
Yeah, you were 12 hours away from insanity.
Yeah, because if you think... Well, it's long past then. If you think about it, I wake up
It's when your brain starts to not really work properly.
Think about it, I wake up at 8 to do a warm-up at 9, so I wake up at 8 a.m. and don't go to bed until 11 p.m. the following day. So that's what? 24... around about 42 hours, 43.
Wait, 11 p.m. the next day, so that's 23 plus 12.
It's around about 36 to 40 hours, I reckon.
Wait, what am I talking? Yeah, 12.
Yeah.
35?
35 hours, yeah. So 35 hours non-stop commentating as well for 24 of those. It gets long. Trick is, and we've got MotoGP on the same weekend this year. Yeah, it's all funny. On board with Zhou Guan Yu as he approaches turn number 4. What do you think of Zhou Guan Yu? Second year in Formula 1 now as well.
I'm hoping he doesn't go over the barrier.
Yeah, I think everybody was hoping that one as well. But do you reckon he'll have a good season? Has he learned a lot from last year? Can he be quicker? Can he be quicker than Valtteri? Last year, Zhou scored 6 points. Valtteri had 49.
I don't think he's quite there yet.
Yeah.
We give him another year to learn the ropes.
Another year. I mean, he was in GP2, Formula 2 as well, very successfully.
I think this year for Zhou will be a bit like Mick. It's like second year,
last
a
year,
lot more.
Yeah. What, so he won't be in Formula 1 next year? He'll be a reserve driver somewhere.
But I don't like the fact that they've done that.
Yeah, Ferrari
Mick got
dropped
loads
him,
of things.
yeah.
Of all the people they could have dropped.
Yeah, Ferrari dropped him from the academy program. Haas dropped him as well in favour of Hülkenberg. So basically, the strategy that Gunter Steiner said, I'm getting rid of Romain Grosjean and Kevin Magnussen. They're too inconsistent. They crash too much as well.
Swapping back.
They bring Nikita Mazepin in and Mick Schumacher. Nikita Mazepin has an awful season. Then his father is involved in the Ukraine invasion with Putin. Gets sacked and kicked out of Formula 1 and then kicked out of motorsport completely. And they bring back the guy who he replaced, Kevin Magnussen.
Picked.
And then they got rid of Mick Schumacher. I know.
I can't believe they thought, do you know what? Do you know this son of the 7-time world champion, the legend in F1, who could be quite like his father in driving? Do you know what? Let's get rid of him.
Yeah, it makes no sense in my opinion as
It's
well.
like, he literally comes from a family of world champions. Do you really think that's the wisest decision to ever make?
I also think as well that Mick's going to be in that Mercedes at some point in the future.
Yeah.
I think he'll replace Hamilton.
It's like when Hamilton goes, I bet Mercedes will be like, do you know what? I know your dad favoured Ferrari, though. Come to us. We're kinda.
Can't wait for George Morgan to come on the stream because I know he's got some information about a possible Mercedes driver of the future as well, coming through the ranks as well. Currently racing, I think, in Euro Formula. So yeah, can't wait to see that coming through. Tsunoda into turn 10, keeps on the barrier. How many have we got through? Gasly, Verstappen, Tsunoda, Zhou, Sainz and Piastri are out on the circuit right now. There's 16 minutes left of the first session of this testing weekend here in 2023. And for once, it feels like it's a normal weekend, testing getting the decent amount of coverage.
It feels like the summer.
It does, doesn't it? It's nice. It's nice having it back, even though it's still February.
Yeah. Can't have enough of winter now. It may be my favourite season, that's just because it's my favourite time of year around that time in the holiday sense.
But you're ready to just get on with it now.
But I want the summer back, and I miss actually having at least just a warm breeze.
Yes, yeah.
Just like through the day and not having to go to bed with my socks on because I feel cold.
By the way, we were toying with the idea. We've been watching the F1 YouTuber Rocket-Powered Mohawk.
He's so hilarious.
He's so funny. And Megan has been toying. Megan was sat there laughing, but also agreeing and nodding her head a lot. So we are currently under the idea.
He's right.
Yeah, we're currently under the idea maybe we'll give Megan a show of her own, like the way she can just rant at people. We know what we all know.
I love to criticise and to rant.
We all know how everybody loves Megan's rant. So I'm thinking maybe we'll record a demo after Bahrain.
Very passionate about the way things are done. I finally figured out what it is. These feel lower. That's better. There we go. I've got my chair. Your chair.
Whatever.
Shall I sit in it?
Max Verstappen goes off the track down turn 10, running wide as well. So again, having another oversteer moment.
This is how I sit.
Yeah, so we're toying with the idea of giving you a show where you can just rant about the weekend.
I do rant a lot.
We need to think of a name of it though. I'm thinking mob rant, something like that. Megan Olivia Birch rant.
Say my full name, why don't you?
Why would you do this? Although it will get a bit difficult though, because if you ever do, when you get married and change your name, it'll have to change it. So it can't be mob, can it? So mob rules. Mob rules. That should be the name of it. Mob rules. Actually, that's the stopwatch. It's lunchtime.
Oh, that was beeping all the way through Christmas. Yellow flag.
Yeah, where's this? Come out. Sector 2. Well, I can't see anybody stopped on the circuit. Everyone's still running, but yellow flag is out. Is it a bit of debris? Marshall gone out there on the circuit to get something? But yeah, you're right. Yellow flags have come out.
That was beeping all the way through Christmas.
Double yellow sector 11. So that's down at turn 9 and 10. Yellow sector and 10.
Still out.
Yeah.
There has to be a bit of debris because no one's moving.
Can't tell what it is. I think there's a problem. I think someone's gone off the circuit and there's a bit of debris. Piastri's going slow. So Sainz. And we've got a virtual safety car.
Okay, what is happening here?
Hang on.
Are they testing it?
I think it's a test. Yeah, I think this is a test.
It better be a test. It would make sense in testing.
Yes, because don't you remember we usually have like a red flag test at the end of the day.
Unfortunately, Drugovic already let us have that.
Yeah, I think that's actually what's going to happen. So I think the virtual safety cars now, but I think this is the part of the FIA test. I think that's why they've extended the sessions 15 minutes. Because we got told last night it won't be 4-hour test, it'll be 4-hour 15-minute tests each. So I think the last 15 minutes are going to be used by the FIA to test the virtual safety car systems, to test the safety car systems. And
they already got a test out of the red.
Yeah, to test the red flag and the restart procedure. So if this goes red, it'll be a red flag test. So I think that's the end of the running then, I think. Unless there's another issue on the circuit we just haven't seen. But there was a bit of debris earlier on in the session and we didn't deploy the virtual safety car.
You don't usually do that.
Yeah, in testing, it's usually just either a red flag or something. So this indicates to me it's a test procedure. Because look, the green lights are on instead of the amber lights. So this looks to me like it's a test of the virtual safety car procedure. But it did say double yellow sector 11 and yellow sector 10. That's what's alarming me. As to, it wasn't a whole track
very
yellow.
Specific.
Yeah, it's a specific part of the track.
Maybe if it was a marshal. Maybe if there's a marshal out there trying to do some work.
I understand this might be a plan testing. Well, we'll keep an eye out. Yeah, either way, that might be the end of it. What were we talking about before that came out anyway? Can't remember.
The show type thing.
Oh, yeah.
Me ranting.
Right, we'll call it Mob Rules. And we'll get you on that. That might be fun.
I shall think of the name.
Yeah, but Mob Rules is brilliant.
We came up with a good one before.
I can't remember. Megan against the universe?
No.
Virtual safety car still out. I don't know actually. Well, we'll think about it. We'll film it first and see what we like.
I do rant quite a lot. There's so many mistakes.
Is there a dungeon we can film in as well? Just so that you can have a torture chamber.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. Could put you under the stairs, I suppose, and just put a camera.
I am not sitting under the stairs. Maybe I may be small enough, though.
We could turn the main light out in the commentary box, put you against that wall and film.
I like that wall.
Yeah.
I could use that wall.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an idea. And we've got this here as well, so you'd have to hold a mic.
I can use that as a desk.
Yeah. Well, I can't bring my own desk in as well. But we can use this radio mic that we've got here as well. You can have that instead. Oh, okay. See, look. We're thinking of ideas even during testing to give you.
And I can question everything that the FIA and everything does wrong. Because trust me, there's no shortage.
Live or recorded?
Either way.
I think we'll do it recorded, otherwise we might get...
Then you can edit out anything bad I say.
And I could put some images over as well. All right. Okay. So Megan gets her own show.
Yay!
That across with the podcast as well that we've got to do this year as well, and all the TikToks and social medias. We literally have gone social media crazy this year. We're on TikTok, we've got YouTube Shorts, we've got more live streams, we've got podcasts, we've got Megan having her own show, we've got Tom and Josh leading sessions as well, we've got Matt and everyone from WTF, and everyone from USON joining in as well. We've got loads as virtual safety car is ending. Clear in sector 9, clear in sector 10, clear sector 11. Well, the virtual safety car is going to be ending.
What was...
I think it's a test.
Just want to scream.
Okay, so we're testing the virtual safety car and we're going to be testing the red flag procedure. So we've tested the virtual safety car and now I think we're going to test the safety car. Then we'll test the virtual. This is green flag again. This is Oscar Piastri, Megan, coming into the pit lane. Locks up and a little bit of speeding, but what's that? There's no penalty for that because it's not.
It's a lock-up.
Yeah, and it's also not an official FIA session. It's testing. The teams pay for this. The teams say this. There'll be nothing about it.
If anything happens that's bad, it's on the team's liability.
Exactly. Yeah. I think we are going to go red flag soon to have a restart procedure like we did last year, which means we get our first standing start of the year with the 5 lights.
Well, that should be interesting.
Yeah.
I bet it's the first of many.
Yes. Well,
with some rookies coming in, I mean, it's bound to be.
29 scheduled starts this year with 6 sprint races and 23 races.
And 56 actual starts we'll be making.
And one that, depending on the times, Megan will even call. Because of the Belgian Grand Prix sprint race, I might not be in the commentary box for that one. So you, Megan,
Such fun.
Yeah. Have you thought about what you would say when the lights go out? Or will you just say action like I do?
I'll probably just do what I did with W Series.
And we're underway. W Series, by the way, has been officially cancelled, so we're not covering that because it doesn't exist.
A part of me's glad because the cars were rubbish.
Yeah, the F1
they need something actually better.
The F1 Academy schedule has been announced actually this morning.
Does it clash with my birthday?
Race 1 is the 20th to the 29th of April.
Good! It just misses my birthday. I'm already annoyed enough that other things go on my birthday.
Why? Were you going to do it?
No.
I was going to say, well, we're not covering that.
I just don't want you to miss more on my birthday. Wait, 29th of April. What time?
I don't know. I'm not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. Well, we're going to cover too much. We only did W Series because it was part of the Civ.
One more thing clashes with my birthday. I am going to go round there and threaten people to change the dates.
First rant of the year. That's an hour and 45 minutes in.
What? Be my 18th.
Dragovic goes with a 134.564, which is fantastic. Don't worry.
I do worry. That's a problem.
Actually, the way your birthday is working out, it's actually going to be very simple. Joe's in the pit lane, by the way.
Especially since it's a Sunday.
Yes. Well, so it's the Azerbaijan Grand Prix day.
I might pop in.
Oh, really?
Just say hello.
F2 is on as well, remember. And F1, I think, starts at 12 for Azerbaijan. I'm not sure. What's the schedule for that? Actually looking at it. I think we're going to go red flag with 5 minutes to go, by the way.
My birthday's certainly going to turn out to be interesting. Though, if any of my friends who I decide to invite round try and come into this commentary box, I will kick them out so fast.
That door is getting locked.
Seriously.
Oh yeah, I'm locking the door. You'll
Sake.
have the key.
I will kick them
Azerbaijan,
out.
here we go.
It's like, I love my friends,
yeah.
so I don't trust them, to be honest.
Practice 1 on the 28th, 10:30 to 11:30. Qualifying at 2 till 3. Practice 2, 10:30 to 11:30. Sprint race 2:30 till 3:30 on the 29th, and the race is on the 12 p.m.
I
Otherwise-
almost like to cut the cake about 4.
Yeah, I think there's another event on that weekend. I swear there's like a MotoGP I'm missing or something like that. We'll get the official timetable up later.
As long as you don't miss the movie night.
I do because of IndyCar.
What?
Yeah. Sorry.
I'll just watch them and think, yeah, you hate them.
Oh God, pitch perfect.
How do you know I was thinking of that?
Ted's with Pedro De La Rosa.
Yes, Pedro, welcome back. Nice to see you again.
Spain,
You've been around,
Spanish
but
Grand
back with a team. And I know you've driven for a lot of teams in Formula One. I've covered you in most of them, but you haven't driven for the Silverstone-based team. So, what kind of team did you find when you came to what's now Aston Martin?
Well, to be fair, I mean, my first ever team when I drove as a reserve driver was Jordan Grand Prix. So it was Team Silverstone, you know?
It's a long time since Jordan, but yeah, you make a good point.
98. So I mean, the great thing about joining Aston Martin was the fact that
I think with 5
met,
to go red.
You know, a lot of people that used to work with me back in the test team in 98. So it's a fantastic atmosphere we are experiencing at the moment. We are, I mean,
Maybe
the
3.
team has worked so hard to get this car here ready, and the new energy that we can all feel in the team, and it's great. It's great because the feeling that we are unstoppable in a way, you know, that we can really do something important if we keep pushing hard and with this level of talent all around.
I've not missed that.
And what's the immediate
I haven't.
feeling about the car now that you've run it? A launch is a launch. There's always positive feelings. But I know it's only the first half of day one. But do you think you've got something that you can really do some business with?
Well, I mean, the reality is that we've just accumulating aero data this morning. We have absolutely
One of your
nothing else
drivers
but
is
just
doing
trying
that
to do,
off the track.
a lot of aero testing, constant speed, just to get maximum data and correlate a bit the data that we find at the track with the wind tunnel. That's the main objective of the morning. So we haven't developed from that there, you know. So let's wait to see the afternoon. Let's wait to see tomorrow. It's the first point or the first chapter in this new book is actually to understand what we have in our hands, you know, and that's what testing is all about.
Felipe's doing well, isn't he? Just parachuted in.
Felipe is great, you know. I mean, I looked at how mature he is. The team told him, stay away from curbs. We wanted to accumulate aero data, and I know how difficult it is for a race driver to go into a test, such an important test day, with Formula One, and respect all the track limits. Try not to push too much, and he's been doing that perfectly well. Super disciplined, calm, mature. He's a great driver.
Okay. You could say calm and mature were good words to describe Fernando Alonso as well. How's he feeling, though? He must not be calm about his prospects of getting into a really fast car. He must be excited about the season.
I think we are all very excited about this new season. Fernando is obviously eager to get into the car. You know, with such a limited testing, with only 3 days of testing one car, it is very difficult for any race driver to hold back. You know, you're just preparing yourself continuously, physically, karting, doing whatever. You know, even with all Formula One cars, we've seen other drivers just getting prepared for this test, and it's something that you just want to jump into the car, especially when you have a new team to adapt to. You want to do as many kilometers, not only to know about the new car you have, but also to the new team you are going to work for, and especially with your race crew, you know, and that's why Fernando is warming up behind the scenes.
Okay, Pedro, muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Off you go to your engineers things and duties that he has to do. And Crofty, as we rocket towards the
end of the session,
you can see at the back of the garage, Felipe Drugovich has now actually got out of the car. His work is done for the morning. He's into the debrief. There you can see at the back of the engineers panel, the central section in the garage. He's put the headphones on, And
Don't
well,
see Lance doing
he doesn't look.
No.
He looks like he's enjoyed it actually. He doesn't look like he's out of breath or
So
anything.
he
Looks
should.
fit as a fiddle.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be something like that. But
Can't
Megan,
we swap him and Lance around just for at least a year?
Daddy Stroll, remember.
Still.
No chance as well. Even though it's the logical thing to do to put Djokovic in the car instead of Lance Stroll. We should get Lance Stroll. I'm smelling flowers.
That's because the grass is being cut.
Oh, really?
Enjoy your hay fever, take the tablet.
Well, I'll take a hay fever tablet. I thought my lip was going a bit funny. Look there, can you see it?
Yeah.
There, red. Oh well. 50 seconds left end of the session. And then we'll be over for the first session. No red flag. I'm amazed.
Well, they already had one earlier.
Yeah, but they haven't done the standing start procedure test, which they usually do.
They'll probably do that at the end of the day.
Yeah, it could be the truth. And you're here for that anyway, so I get the first lights out. Come on, I want to see the lights out. Unless today's the virtual safety car procedure, tomorrow's the safety car, and day 3 is the red flag procedure.
Maybe.
It's possible. Although the safety car is going to be blasting around in the next hour, because that's what happens at testing in the lunch break. The safety cars and the medical cars go out. Remember, it's a split between Aston Martin and Mercedes once again. So the Mercedes and Aston Martin safety cars are here. In today's session, the Aston Martin will go out. Tomorrow the Mercedes will go out. And then I think the medical cars get a thrash around on all 3 days as well. Because I think today's... I think there's a mix as well going on between them. Yeah, I think what's happening is today it's that, and then yeah, the end of the day is that. Checkered flag is out. The session is over. The first 4 hours of Formula 1 2023 come to a close. Russell completes lap time. Gasly still got a lap time to finish as well. But Verstappen tops it with a 1:32.959. Sainz is second, 3/10 off. Albon third, Zhou fourth, Russell fifth, Hülkenberg sixth, Djokovic seventh, Tsunoda eighth, Gasly ninth, and Piastri rounds out the top 10. Reminder, in the car this afternoon for Williams, Logan Sargent, McLaren will have Lando Norris, Aston Martin will have Fernando Alonso, Ferrari will have Charles Leclerc, Haas will have Kevin Magnussen, AlphaTauri will have Nick de Vries, Alpine will have Esteban Ocon, Mercedes will have Lewis Hamilton, and Alfa Romeo will have Valtteri Bottas. Max Verstappen remains in the Red Bull all day long. Air temperature 1 hour before the session starts, 30.4 degrees. Checkered flag is out. And that concludes the first run of this year. What do you think of it then, Megs?
I think it's looking decent. We need to see the other lot, obviously, to really be sure that each car is up to par. And we've got to have a more experienced people driving it, because then we actually get a clearer view of what a race is going to be like. Though it's looking okay so far. Still not loving the fact that it's just a Red Bull lead right now on the times, and then a Ferrari. Not loving that.
Yeah, I'm not either. It's a bit like, oh no, who's going to be in for the same year again?
What a surprise, Mr. Consistent, still in 5th.
So he is, I didn't notice that. Look, Russell's still in P5, isn't he? He carries that on for 2023.
He can't give it a break.
How many times was he 5th last year? 4th in Bahrain, 5th in Saudi Arabia, 3rd Australia, 4th Italy, 5th Miami, 3rd Spain, 5th Monaco, 3rd Azerbaijan, 4th in Canada, retired in Silverstone, 4th in Austria, 3rd in France, 3rd in Hungary, 4th in Belgium, 2nd in the Netherlands, 3rd in Italy, 14th in Singapore. That was his worst result of the season. 8th in Japan, 5th in America, 4th in Mexico, 1st in Brazil. I haven't got the timing in
I think it's his
Abu Dhabi.
favourite number. You should change it to that. Either that or it's obsessed with Sebastian Vettel.
So out of 22 Grand Prix, he was inside the top 5 20 times last year. That's insane. What a driver.
1 out of 1 this time.
And yet Lewis Hamilton was struggling, yin-yang all year long, struggling to get a Q1.
What was going on with him?
I don't know. I honestly don't.
There has to be like another reason why he was like that.
Championship still? Something like that?
No, there can't have been another reason. There had to have been another reason.
Yeah.
It can't have been anything else.
We'll keep an eye on what is going to happen, but that's the end of the session then. And we'll confirm to you the times. And I've just realised that it's all going to be a bit wibbly-wobbly because we've changed the system and we haven't changed the numbers yet. So I'm going to have to increase that size up to, I think it was at 125. And take a look at the session results. It was indeed just about that. Oh, okay, that's not really worked. Okay, well, that was a plan worth of a nothing. We'll have to change that going into the first race of the season as well for all the testing results. But 19 drivers completed. What are you looking at, Megan?
The weather.
Yeah, that's in Grimsby there, not Bahrain.
I know.
Okay. Red Bull very keen to make some things on the front there and making sure everything's A-OK for the first session. Not bad. We're on air at 12:05. Session gets underway. 12:15. Do join us for that as well. Synthel will be with me in the commentary box for that one. SHT says at least managed to do 40 laps after having an issue at the beginning. Not that bad for, but could have done more if that issue didn't happen earlier on. That's completely right there.
How did I do this?
You've screenshotted.
How?
I don't know. There you go. The morning session then, from day one of pre-season testing, Max Verstappen tops the timesheet to the 132.959. Carlos Sainz is second, Alexander Albon third, Joe Guanyu is fourth, George Russell fifth, Nico Hülkenberg is in sixth position, seventh for Felipe Drugovich, eighth for Yuki Tsunoda, ninth Pierre Gasly, and 10th Oscar Piastri.
Because we can't not have an Aussie on the grid.
Indeed, in 10th position. So here's your schedule for the remaining of pre-season testing. Max Verstappen was fastest here. Session 2 gets underway at 12:15. Tomorrow at the same time, 6 a.m. until 11:15. Then 12:15 to 4:15. That's the same on Friday and Saturday as well. Megan, my thanks to you. My thanks also to Tom, to Josh and to Richie as well. We'll see you back for Session 2 later on as we go into the night here in Bahrain and we get the really fast times to get going. Formula One's back. Happy?
Yes.
Happy too. Bahrain will now disappear to the night. We're off for some lunch. Join us later for session number 2 from the pre-season testing here at the Shakir International Circuit. Thanks for your company. Bye for now.